Greetings and salutations. Hey, what's going on, guys? Dave Duford here. Hope you guys are having a fantastic morning. Glad to have you back on another one of these mega live streams. We've been doing this for the past couple of months with different topics like final expense face-to-face and Medicare and ACA, and we're now back for another deep dive training on all things final expense leads. We're super excited to have everybody here who is live. Thank you kindly for taking time out of your day to watch this. If you're watching a recording of this, thank you so much for being here. We super duper appreciate you and are so glad that you're here. So we're going to get started by first going over what we're going to review. Going to kind of summarize what you're going to hear. Then we're going to jump right into it and go into deep detail on pretty much everything that I've ever discovered, ever learned, initiated, tried, and haven't tried to some extent. Most I have tried personally and also professionally within my agency on the different options that are available for final expense. The reason to watch this is that if you are looking for quality final expense leads, whether you're new to the business and you're wondering if your agency, your IMO is offering quality, maybe you've heard some bad stuff about their leads and you're looking for better quality leads, this training is for you. We're going to give you details for the best quality leads that are out there and the worst quality too for final expense telesales and final expense face-to-face. And the way this works is we're going to talk in detail, not just about the good side of the leads, but also the bad side of the leads too, so that you get a fair and balanced review of how these leads work. At the end of each section, we're also going to give you the opportunity to ask questions specific pertaining to this particular type of lead. Maybe you have a lead about a particular lead vendor that's related to that lead. Feel free to ask it. I may or may not be able to give you perspective on it. There's a lot of different vendors out there, but I'll do my best. Maybe you got a specific question or comment related to the good or the bad of the lead. This is the time to ask those questions as we get through each of those sections. So again, I invite your commentary. I invite your engagement. This is going to be one in which we're going to provide you information, but then give you the opportunity to follow up with questions to, again, get more perspective about the lead in question that we're talking about. We're also going to, of course, conclude this training with not just talking about leads themselves, because that's really just half the battle, guys. The other half the battle is figuring out how to work these leads effectively. I'll give you a perfect example. An agent sent me a call this morning. I was in the gym setting PRs. Was I? Well, not really. Hopefully we'll be soon. But I was sitting in between sets, and I got the email, opened it up. It's from this particular agent. He said, Dave, I'm really struggling setting appointments and working the phone, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I listened to it briefly. I don't know what kind of leads he's working. Probably a standard fare basic lead that we'll talk about today. But the one thing I noticed is his execution of the fundamentals was way off. Ladies and gentlemen, you can have the best leads. You can have any of the leads we're going to talk about that are great today. But if your fundamentals of executing them are off, it doesn't matter what you're using. You're going to struggle and you're probably going to fail. So understand that, yes, I know a lot of you here today because you want better quality leads. You want better quality results. We all do. But you also have to temper that side with quality training. And you've got to get good at working the phone, working the door knocks, knowing what to say in the right tonality, how to overcome objections. You cannot discount that. Don't feel like, oh, I got to go after the next new lead idea without fixing your fundamentals. So we have to include this to have an honest to goodness final expense leads training. So that's going to be at the end of the call, where we're going to go over scripting. We're going to go over how to set appointments effectively. We're going to go over how to door knock effectively and how to start your telesales call effectively. Because you need a strategy implemented along with quality leads to get great results. Also, I'll mention this as well. For those of you who are interested, speaking of scripts, we've got freebies to give to you today as my way of saying thank you for watching this. And of course, I greatly appreciate your presence here, whether it's live or recorded. DavidDuford.com/scripts. I'm going to put that in the chat right now. Again, it's DavidDuford.com/scripts. Typing it real quick on the fly here. If you go here, you will see an option to request Our scripts that we use at DeFord Insurance Group, I'm crazy like that. I give everything away. It's worked so well for my business, I give everything away. If you need scripts for appointment setting, if you need scripts for door knocking, if you need a full face-to-face presentation script, not just the opening of the call, but the full presentation for face-to-face and telesales, click that link, download the information for no cost. I just want your email. That's all I want. And we'll give you that plus more. There's some resources that you can use in the presentation, etc. We're giving it all away again for thanking you for attending this call. There's no obligation to buy or join my agency. We'd like you to consider it, of course, but understand this is our way of saying thank you for being here, okay? As far as I can tell, I think this call is going to go about 4 hours. It may go a little less than that, may go a little more than that. I'm here, as far as I'm concerned, till at least 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern, so I can go 5 or 6 hours here. It just kind of depends on your engagement and what question. Thank you very much, Mariah. I appreciate it. My wife dresses me. This is my birthday gift. I got clothes. This is what happens when you get old. You don't get cool gifts anymore. You get clothes. But she knows how to dress me, so thanks, wife, Laura. All right. So before we get started, we do, of course, one of the things we do to kind of offset the expenses of hosting this YouTube event is ask for sponsorship. And we've got a couple of sponsors here I'm going to mention. We're going to, in the midst of talking about the different kinds of leads, we're going to have some opportunities to share with you vendors that we appreciate, trust, and know are good people that are going to talk about their wares. I'm going to mention them now. And then, of course, as we go through, you'll be introduced to them, get more information on how they work. So first of all, our main sponsor of this event, our platinum sponsor, is leadconcepts.com. Guys, if you're looking for direct mail leads, leadconcepts.com is one of my favorite lead vendors that I love to use, especially if you're a face-to-face agent. Lead Concepts, they're honest people. They treat you kindly, straightforward, and they do a great job of getting quality leads for their agents. Again, I've worked with them personally as an agent. She's back in 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there, as well as recommended dozens, if not hundreds of times. Agents reach out to leadconcepts.com. So make sure if you're looking at direct mail, give them a fair shot. They're absolutely worth doing business with. You'll learn more about them soon. Also sponsoring this training is TrueStage Final Expense. TrueStage actually acquired Assurant. You may know them as American Memorial. They're going through a rebranding right now. And they're going to have more information on their final expense product a little bit later as well. They're a sponsor of this event, and we appreciate their sponsorship, so we'll have more information on them shortly. Also, ttcleads.com is sponsoring this program for you as well. We love them. They do great when it comes to final expense Facebook leads. Also, Advanced Agent Marketing is sponsoring this. They do lead generation, self-generation. We're going to talk a little bit later about self-generating leads and kind of tell you about their course and what information and business they provide to you guys out there who are interested in self-generating leads. Julian and Tim are the owners of this company. Very good people I trust, I like. And then On the Books 95, a neat little CRM that is inexpensive, very easy to use, kind of helps solve the problem of tracking your clients in a way that doesn't take a bunch of effort to set up a CRM. You'll learn more about their product a little bit later as well. Juan confirming we use Lead Concepts, agree direct mail leads are awesome. So let's take a swig of coffee here and let us begin. Okay. So let's take a look at the notes. We're at 143 viewers. Thank you guys for being here. Again, all of you viewing live, I appreciate it. Pro tip, hit the like button. That helps YouTube spread this very much important information that's needed across the algorithm to agents who may be high and drunk on the Kool-Aid as we speak, who think that their IMO's lead systems really are exclusive and really are the greatest thing ever. Maybe they need to see something else, a different perspective for some quality leads. So consider hitting the old like button. El Jefe appreciates it. Wonderful. Okay, so let me pull up my notes here and see where we're going to start. Like I said, we're going to jump right in. There's a lot of ground to cover here today. And I think we're going to start today with television leads. So again, I don't have any particular order here. I'm not ordering the leads we're talking about in any particular order, like here's the best to the worst. I just kind of Sat down the other day and I'm like, okay, let's talk about leads. What are all the leads that we ever looked at? Listed them down. Went out of my way to try to find some examples for you so you guys can see what's out there, etc. And so we'll, again, no particular order here, just going through the litany of options that are available. So TV leads. So let's talk about TV leads. So television leads are leads like we just described. Television leads are the leads that come in when Mildred is sitting around watching the Steve Harvey show, Price is Right, Maury, whatever, right? And in between figuring out if, so-and-so is the father, there's commercials played, right? And this is where we see and we're going to look at some examples of this and kind of talk about the difference in quality of the leads, because it definitely depends. They play a commercial, 30 seconds long, 60 seconds long, whatever. And it typically has a grandma laid up in bed, dying, as we'll see here in a moment. And then as she pulls the oxygen mask off, says, "Thank God I got burial insurance," right? Kind of tongue-in-cheek here. And then it says, "Call the number and you'll be transferred to an agent," blah, 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 right? So these have grown in popularity as the virtual in-home side of this business, as well as the call center side of this business has grown. We used to just see Colonial Penn do these kind of ads, maybe a few others as well, but there's been a lot more activity in sourcing leads over commercials. So the benefit of working commercial leads, for the most part, is that they tend to be a bit higher intent. A person who picks up the phone, who's probably seen these ads forever, and willingly calls that number to talk to a stranger, which they assume most likely is going to be an agent, is a higher intent lead than somebody who is buying Facebook leads or who is on Facebook laughing at cat memes and whatever, and fills out a form in 5 seconds and forgets about it. So when we talk intent, this is what you'll hear a lot when our conversations about leads, if you're new here. The higher intent leads means somebody is much more likely to be interested in what it is that they're requesting. Yes, believe it or not, there is a variety of intent levels, I guess you could say, a spectrum of intent, depending on the type of lead that you purchase. TV leads being high intent typically are going to be high priced, okay? So that's true for most leads. There's an exception to that we'll talk about later as we get into the program. But television leads, generally speaking, are higher intent, therefore higher priced. What we see TV leads priced at on the low, and it's going to depend on the IMO you're a part of, whether you're independent or in a call center. But if you're truly independent, you're not getting lead subsidies, you're typically looking at a price somewhere in the $60 range on the low side, $90 range on the high side. I've seen leads that have kind of crossed the chasm of that and across that range. And it just depends on the vendor. The time of year definitely has an impact as well. Some other things we also want to discuss. Y'all can see the video, right? Probably Marcel just can't see the video. Hope so. Let me know, please, someone in chat. A couple other things about TV leads. If you're going to work TV leads, make sure that you have sufficient a number of states. TV leads require a ton of states. For example, the TV lead vendor we use at the Ford Insurance Group requires, let me close that, requires at least 15 states. It's better to have like 20 or 25 states. Why is this the case? Because we don't know where the commercials are going to play. Most people who buy TV leads don't. And you're standing in line at, thank you very much to confirm in the chat, and you're standing in line for each of those states and waiting on other agents from other IMOs and agencies in front of you typically to satisfy and take a call in before your turn is up. If you just do a TV lead program with 1 or 2 states, you're never going to get leads and you're going to be endlessly frustrated. The other thing about television leads that are very, very important is that it's important to make sure that you're working TV leads full-time. I've very rarely seen it personally in the couple years we've done TV leads, but also with other agencies as well. Part-time agents do TV leads successfully. You just have to be logged into the system, ready to take calls, no matter when they can come in. If you're only on the call for 10, 15 hours a week or logged in the system, remember there are other people who are waiting, and who knows where those commercials are playing, and you may not get leads and just sit there and wait. So what we do in my agency is I don't ever recommend TV leads as a part-time option, because you just have to be full-time waiting for those calls to come in. Melissa mentioned in the chat, I'd like to hit this on my end. It's very, very important that, let me step back. I believe that you're going to see a price differential depending on the time of year. So for example, you may be in a position, let me see, more people complain about the video? Uh-oh, everything's good on my end. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. May want to change browsers, don't know what's going on. Okay, so what you may want to do, let me step back, TV leads. The only time of year I think you'll see a lot of potential price increases is going to be near the end of the year and probably during the election cycles that we go through. So right now is probably going to be the more difficult time to get a more competitive rate. Not necessarily, but my comment to that pricing thing is really just relevant to considering the fact that Medicare carriers come in hot and heavy with a ton of money and then bid up the price, and then also same thing with the politicians. You know, they're out there disparaging each other, and that costs money, and they've got money, and so they bid up the airtime on a limited supply. So long story short, you may experience more difficulties, again, as an independent agent, buying leads at a fair market value when the demand increases beyond what the supply can maintain. Does that make sense? Because remember, if you just got, I don't know, HGTV, there's only so much airtime they have for commercials, and if the demand is high enough, well, they can raise their prices and, you know, shoo some people off, but then those that have the biggest demand, like politicians and Medicare, are going to accept the higher prices. So long story short, very good. Thank you, Michelle. Long story short, just keep that in mind. That is kind of a downside to this. I also don't recommend TV leads for new agents. I just feel the vast majority of agents who start in telesales, which TV leads are predominantly just a telesales thing, they really are going to feel the burn of working a TV lead a lot harder than maybe a less affordable and even slightly less intent lead. When you buy a $65, $70 final expense TV lead, and in a minute you hang up, you're like, dang, man, that was $70 that I burned. Like, that hurts if you don't have the experience, especially, and you're just kind of learning as you go. So again, for TV leads, I think they're best handled as a way to get into, on an intermediate basis, the final expense business. As we'll talk about in a little while, my preference is instead to work as a new agent, some kind of outbound lead that's less expensive, so that there's less of a psychological war going on in your mind when your lead doesn't convert for TV. Speaking of conversions, my experience with conversions on TV leads is, again, they have a similar conversion rate for a good agent. Again, lots of variables there, of course, but they have a similar conversion rate to direct mail. 1 out of 4 is what a good agent will convert on TV leads. 1 out of 3 for a great agent. Anything less than 1 out of 5 to me is non-acceptable. I would not want any less than that. So you guys want to watch some TV commercials that kind of show you what's out there and to kind of pick apart some of the stuff that you need to be aware of, because not all TV commercials are the same. Some commercials are better than others, and I kind of want to show you what's out there, because if you're looking for lead vendors for TV commercials, you may want to like ask questions that we'll kind of propose here. So I got a couple of examples here that I'm going to play for you, and then we'll kind of see where it goes. So let me pull those up here. Give me 1 second. Again, if you've jumped on, just kind of remind you guys, thank you first of all for being here. This is our final expense leads extravaganza, all things final expense. If you like this content so far, hit the like button to help share this to other agents who may not be aware of this, so the algorithm on YouTube shows it to them at least. Also, if you're interested in some free stuff, I'm giving away my final expense face-to-face and telesales presentations from beginning to end, as well as my appointment setting and door knocking script. If you go to davidduford.com/scripts, you'll get more of that. So let me see if I can pull up this video here and get it playing. Just give me a minute to show you. There it is. Perfect. Okay. So now let me go ahead and manipulate a few things here. Bear with me. We're doing this live after all, so you know how that can work. Okay, so let's see. We're going to hide that. All right. I'm going to make sure I'm still streaming. I sure am. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it, Story with Sharon. Appreciate it. Wonderful. Okay. Let's go ahead and watch this video. And then I'm just going to let it play and probably pause it to critique it. So I think you should be seeing my, like my OBS thing. Let me make sure the desktop audio is playing. Yes, it is. Okay, perfect. So let's play it.
Hey, Mom. How are you holding up after
Beautiful.
your friend Lori's funeral?
I'm fine, sweetheart. It just happened so fast. Your father and I felt so bad for her kids. It looked so sad. And I heard that Lori didn't have final expense insurance. I don't want to leave you like that. So I called Open Care Senior Plan and got coverage for my funeral and other final expenses.
That's great. But don't you need to take a medical exam to be qualified?
No, there's no medical exam, no paperwork. I was able to get coverage right over the phone.
That's fantastic. I just always thought you get money from Social Security to help pay for your funeral.
No, honey. Social Security may only cover up to $255. Most funerals cost $8,000 or more. With one phone call, I was eligible for $50,000 for my funeral and final expenses.
Wow. Well, I'm so glad you got this coverage. I love you, Mom.
Oh, I love you too, sweetheart. And just know that my funeral and final expenses are now covered.
Don't leave loved ones with your death.
This is a much more tasteful one. Typically, grandma's laid up in bed with oxygen equipped on her face and, you know, on her deathbed, and thankful she's not dying. All right, I'll keep playing.
Call 800-748-9163 now and get up to $50,000 for your funeral and other final expenses for less than $1 a day.
Okay, so this is kind of I'll come back on screen here. This is kind of the thing that a lot of agents will complain about. This is just something to be aware of. One of the complaints that everybody hearing that okay? Turn it up? Okay, I'll turn it up next time. Sorry about that. One of the biggest complaints people hear, is that, exactly, John Jay. $50,000 for $1 a day? You know, that's kind of like where a lot of sticking point is on a lot of these leads. It's not that you can't work around it, but understand that your clients, and this is kind of the thing you got to train yourself when you use these particular style of leads, is people are going to call in. John, anybody else that's worked TV leads, what are they going to say? Hey, I want to know how much that $50,000 final expense plan is for. Is it $1? What is it? So you got to be prepared to overcome those objections and deal with that to get through that. So this is the typical thing you're going to see in TV leads. You need to be prepared for it, okay? This is why you always, when you buy a TV lead, you want to see the copy first. You want to know what they're talking about, the context of it. Because in this case, what I would be doing if I was watching this commercial is I would be making sure, like, okay, note, okay, that's saying up to $50,000. I know the psychology of my clients are going to think it's $50,000 for as low as $1 a day, which means they'll think it's $1 a day. So I'm going to have to deal with I want this $50,000 plan for $1 a day, right? So what you have to do is be prepared to overcome that objection. Remember what we're talking about, like overcoming objections. It's not just the type of lead, but it's how you prepare and train yourself to deal with these kind of realities of what you're dealing with. This is a perfect example. So what would you say to something like this? They would call in. You would say, hey, this is David Duford at the Final Expense Protection Hotline. How can I help you today? And they're like, yeah, I'm interested in that $50,000 plan for $1. My response would be something like, hey, great, I'm so happy you called in. Before we get into the details of that, I want to ask you some questions to learn a little bit more about you. So you'd want to deflect. You want to get into the script to qualify them a little bit, build a little rapport. But understand, again, you don't want to fall for the bait in this example about talking price too soon. You never do, of course. But this is something that will come up again and again and again on what's going to happen. And my advice to you on these kind of ads is to not start to explain away right away, because if you get into this conversation where they call in and they're immediately told that it's actually not $1 a day and it's not nearly $50 either, 50,000, it's actually something they're going to feel like it's a bait and switch. So my advice is to deflect away from this, not deal with this, and come back and look at it later after you've built some rapport, after you've qualified them a little bit more. Because after you set the tone here with this kind of lead, it's going to be easier to handle and get you better chances of getting through that. Again, a lot of people lose these leads because they don't ever actually cover that. Does that make sense, guys? Hopefully that's helpful. If you're working TV leads, that's how I would do it, because you're going to get this a lot. People just want to get to the price. That's what they saw. That's what baited them in. You can't fall for the bait. You've got to push it off. You got to build some kind of connection with these people, okay? Any questions on that? Feel free to tell me. I'm going to try to find another one here where Grandma is laid up in bed, because they're all pretty much the same. I just want a good laugh here starting off today. So let me see if it's this one. Oh, here it is. They're literally all the same. It's funny. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen. I turned it up this time. You guys should hear, hopefully. All right. Here we go.
Mom, thank God you're going to be okay.
I'm so relieved, but you should know, when my time comes, I have a final expense policy with Senior Care USA.
Is Senior Care USA the life insurance policy that helps loved ones pay for funeral expenses and
Grammy Award-winning acting here, ladies and gentlemen.
other debts? Bill and I called to get more information.
Yes, there's an immediate payout of up to $50,000.
If you're over 50, call.
Again, same thing, guys. That immediate 50 at 1,000. Again, this is why it's important to review these TV commercials. Your client's going to call in wanting 50,000. That's what they're going to think. And if they find out it's going to be expensive, right? You got to be prepared for that. That's why we deflect the price stuff to later.
Call Senior Care USA now to learn more about final expense insurance plans.
There's no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing condition like I do. When I called, the quote was free and there was no pressure.
I found out the policy start for as little as 35 cents a day.
So again, the price there, 35 cents a day. People are going to be holding you accountable to that. Be prepared to overcome
Rates
that.
will never increase and coverage won't decrease.
I'm going to call today.
I asked about the free prescription discount card. I'm so glad you'll be taken care of.
Call 1-800-555-1212. That's 1-800-555-1212.
All right. Amazing. It's like, I'm so glad you're going to be taken care of. They work, though. They get you leads. And they're pretty good quality, too. So, all right. Cool. All right. Yeah, hey Karen, final expense protection hotline. Yeah, it's just kind of what I said on the fly there. You know, you can use the name that's used in the commercial. Most of these commercials have some kind of name, you know, and just reference that. You know, this is the final expense. I don't know. You just say your name. You know, there's no like right way that if you do it any different, it's gonna like blow the sale. But yeah, get the idea. Okay, awesome. So that's TV leads. Let me see if I have any other notes here. Again, kind of summarizing TV leads. If you've got questions, this is the time to ask about it. Bottom line for me, TV leads, they're great if you, A, are full-time, B, you've done well with outbound leads for a while, you know, a couple months, kind of in a flow. C, you've got 15 states minimum, more like 20 to 25 states minimum. And D, you've got a big budget, okay? You really want to take 15 of these a week minimum, but I would say 20 to 30 is better, and that's going to cost you $1,300 to $2,000 a week. Dave, that's a lot of money. That's a lot. I know, I get it. But if you're closing 1 out of 4 of these, 1 out of 3, they can be pretty good. And the premium, that's one thing I forgot to mention. With TV, the premium tends to be a bit better than what I've seen with some other types of leads. So again, to me, more of an intermediate style lead. Make sure, again, you understand and are aware of some of the issues that come with working these leads, like how to overcome the up to X amount of coverage question, how to overcome the pricing question, okay? And how to deflect that to get into a real presentation conversation. That's why I included my scripts, because guys, it's not just about the leads. It's about your ability to work the leads. It's about your ability to connect, communicate, and deflect things that don't matter, but spend time on things that do, like hearing the client out, understanding what their thoughts and concerns were, why they did what they did, figuring out what they want to accomplish, making some kind of rapport, okay? Now let me check for questions on the TV leads before we move on here. let's keep going here. What about the free prescription card? Yeah, they'll ask that too, Ventana. That's a good question. Hey, let me get to that in a moment. Again, I would deflect that, not deal with that. Yeah, that's something we absolutely send out. It's great. It reduces your prices on leads, prices on prescriptions. But before we get into that, we'll cover that later. I'm sure you called into because you want to take care of your final expenses, then have a conversation about that. You just don't want to get into the minutia on that stuff, okay? What is kind of amazing is that many TV ads for leads have multiple compliance violations, yet no company ever takes them to task. Well, to be fair, the fine print is what really gets them out of Dodge, right? If you look at the fine print, which it think your seniors wearing like, thick rimmed glasses with the lenses that are like an inch thick, and this fine print flashes and goes away within a matter of seconds. And the fine print basically is their get out of jail card, for lack of a better description. It talks about, a lot of these commercials are like, you're approved for acceptance. Your coverage starts immediately, no matter what you get. And everybody here is like, well, we know not everybody's going to get covered, right? Or immediately. Some people wait 2 years, but if you read the fine print, it says your coverage is immediate, but your death benefit's graded. So it's like you get immediate crappy coverage. So, I mean, maybe that doesn't mean they can't get first day full coverage, right? But my point is, with this, you're in a situation where your seniors don't see this, and none of us do. I mean, any of the fine print. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Are these available for independent agents? I was under the impression this was for captive agents. Yeah, Senior Life has a TV lead program. A lot of IMOs have them now. There's more of an impetus in the virtual telesales section or sector of the business. My Senior Life's been at it for a long time. They've had TV leads forever. We have a vendor or two who are a part of our agency. I don't share that information out, just so you guys know, because people love TV leads. The last time we shared the information publicly, it went from like $50 a lead to $90 a lead in like 4 months. And so there's just a huge demand for this and not a lot of supply. But we offer them as well. What's better, working for a single carrier, working for multiple carrier companies that offer it? This depends, Xavier. It just depends on the agent, really. I'm personally, as an agent, inclined to be a broker with different products, but there are agents who crush it that sell one product. It really comes down to the personality of the agent. I used to think that being a one product or one trick pony with one carrier was terrible. And what are you doing that? You're shortchanging your clients, and there's an argument to be made there. But it is simpler, and some people perform better with that level of simplicity, despite some of the drawbacks. So you have to take a personal assessment to figure out what's right for you. I can see value in both. Do you have, Clifford, do you have visibility to the caller's number? Yeah, so a lot of these, like our vendor, you'll get their number, and you absolutely want to store that because you can call them back. It's your lead. It's your number. You can call them back in the future if for some reason didn't close them and you had to follow up. I don't know. But yes, that is something you can definitely do. All right. Clear and conspicuous is the FTC standard, and many of those ads don't do it at all. Perhaps. Other than Senior Life, who offers TV leads, a few others do out there, like I said. And Robert, it seems that some TV leads are better than others. Is there a way to compare and select a vendor is better than others? It's funny you mention that because I had a somebody from another organization say that they were doing TV leads. Their conversion rate after they changed the copy on the TV lead dropped from like 25% to 15 or even 12%, like overnight. So yes, and I don't know why that happened. I didn't really press as to what the copy changes is, but I don't think this particular organization makes that copy clear. So this is kind of why, guys, if you're going to look into TV leads, whether it's with myself or with another organization, ask to watch the video. Ask about like what are the problems people have. Just because it's TV doesn't make it perfect. It is definitely higher intent. But this is something that you want to take time to understand kind of the ups and the downs of it, right? So there's kind of a middle ground with these TV leads where it says enough, but it doesn't mislead, potentially, right? So you got to investigate that stuff, right? You're welcome, Xavier. Okay, TV leads. Now that we covered that. Let's go ahead and pivot towards Facebook leads. So we're going to talk about specifically with Facebook leads here. And by the way, a couple of reminders here. Sponsors for this segment, leadconcepts.com, our platinum sponsor, TrueStage Final Expense. ttcleads.com, which does great Facebook leads. We're going to have a video to play for you on them in just a moment. Also, Advanced Agent Marketing and On the Books 95. Now, with that said, Facebook leads. We're specifically talking about in this segment the purchase of Facebook leads. Personally, these are probably the top 3 choices of leads that I have for an agent that's getting started, whether it's face-to-face or telesales. So what are Facebook leads? So purchase leads, you go to a vendor like ttcleads.com and you make an order for leads, and then typically within a couple of days, the leads come back, and then they come back all at once or they kind of drip in, and then from that point, you get information about the leads depending on what kind of lead. We'll talk about that in a minute. And you simply make the outbound call and try to make the sale over the phone or in person. So purchased Facebook leads are great for a starting telesales agent or a starting face-to-face agent. A couple of the benefits include fast turnaround time. So when you buy a Facebook lead, it shouldn't take more than a couple of days to fulfill your order, okay? So with Facebook leads, unlike other leads like direct mail, the fulfillment time is very fast. So if you need leads quick, then typically Facebook leads are a good choice. A downside of Facebook leads is that they tend to be lower intent. They tend to be a volume play with leads. So one of the things you'll learn about leads, again, there's this spectrum of intent. How interested is the person filling out the lead card? Some leads have higher intent. Some leads have lower intent. Facebook leads have moderate intent to lower intent. That's reflected in their price. Although I will say the face-to-face ones tend to have a little bit higher intent than the statewide leads. We'll talk about that in a moment. But understand, because the intent is lower, that typically it is a better choice to buy leads in volume when doing Facebook leads. This is the biggest mistake that I see new agents do, especially on the telesales side, is they scrimp out on the volume of purchase of leads. For example, I recommend for my agents at DeFord Insurance Group that are doing telesales, and when they're purchasing Facebook leads, to buy a minimum full-time, 75 to 100 plus every single week, to maybe make 4 to 7 sales, depending on their skill set and capability. But Dave, you're telling me I could buy 100 leads and make 5 sales? 95% of people tell me no or don't ever pick up the phone. That's the biggest issue. And my answer is yeah. That's just the dynamics of working a Facebook telesales lead. And agents, they get very frustrated and start questioning their capabilities, like, well, maybe I'm just my script. And that's probably true. I mean, we all could use improvement. But my point is, and this is very important to understand with leads, if you don't have the requisite volume or more, not less, you're putting yourself at a great disadvantage versus the agent with moderate capability, great discipline, and is buried in leads. That's what you want to be at a bare minimum. You want to be a great agent with great work ethic that has too many people to see every single week, right? That's the ideal state to be in as a final expense agent. So my point is, if you're going to get into Facebook leads, make sure you have requisite volume. Again, to remind you, for telesales, really 100 plus leads a week is where you really should be. And then for face-to-face, 40 to 50, somewhere in there on a full-time basis. If part-time, cut that in half roughly. Part-time can vary, right? But that's kind of where I would start as a new agent, making sure that I have the right amount. But David, that's a lot of leads. I know, and that's why I keep reminding you, you've got to take that leap of faith. Again, I've seen success in this business personally as an agent and many other agents out there, and failure. And not having enough leads is a big source of failure for across all sorts of leads, but it tends to be more pronounced with Facebook leads, because I don't think agents can really wrap their head around it, or they just want to put their toe in the water and not go all in. Does that make sense? So a couple of things here. Statewide leads. This is your telesales lead. You're going to work leads statewide. I recommend when you put in a statewide lead order, first of all, statewide lead orders are cheaper. Typically good statewide telesales face-to-face or Facebook leads are going to range somewhere at higher volumes around $13, at lower volumes around $18. Somewhere in that price range is a good starting place to buy leads. Statewide, I'd recommend multiple states, not just one, for a faster fulfillment and also for a lower price point, especially this is more inclined towards if you're self-generating leads. If you're doing face-to-face Facebook leads, then what happens is that you're typically going to work a 20 to 30 mile radius, sometimes a little bit more, and the price point's going to be higher. And my experience is with a face-to-face Facebook lead for final expense, a good price range is $25 to $35, a little less expensive than a direct mail lead. Why is it less expensive? Less intent, okay? But the dynamics of working Facebook leads on a face-to-face basis is that even though the price point's lower, like one thing to consider, is that the total opportunity cost is higher and the sunk cost is higher, and the cost of doing business is actually equivalent to direct mail. Some people go to Facebook leads, they're like, well, I want to do this instead because it's less expensive than direct mail. But what happens is, again, you got to understand with Facebook leads, is that you get radius around a center point. So imagine I live in Atlanta. I put the center point in my order in the middle of Atlanta. I have to work a 30-mile radius around Atlanta. Well, I could be all over the place, right? And if you know anything about Atlanta traffic, it's going to take you a lot of time to work those leads as thoroughly as you could. So there's opportunities, or what I would call sunk cost, in the travel time between appointments and the travel time between door knock attempts. And that sunk cost, yes, you don't have like a cost per se, but you miss out on the opportunity you could have gotten if you had a more compacted order where you're working a single zip code versus a large swath of geography. So point is, I'm not saying you can't be successful with statewide leads. They work a radius around a center point leads for face-to-face. You just need to understand the dynamics getting into it. I have agents who work face-to-face Facebook leads that do very, very well. Again, this is just a dynamic of the business that you got to accept and understand. So again, price ranges here, I would imagine to be, again, for statewide leads, $13 to $18 a lead, roughly based on volume. For face-to-face leads, $25 to $35, again, based on volume and the type of vendor. And some of them will qualify the client a little bit more, so it kind of just depends on those variables as well. So questions about Facebook leads. Let's take a look through here. I'm going to run through this, and then we're going to show you a quick video. TTCleads.com put together, our sponsor who does great Facebook leads in the price ranges and the quality we described for face-to-face and telesales agents. Highly recommended. Questions. What is the great and what is the good agent making under TV ad? Yeah, so on an ROI basis, it's for pretty much everything here, no matter what leads you're working, except if you're working like, I don't know, a free lead program. The ROI is going to be higher for that. When I say free leads, like seminars, other strategies we'll talk about later. The ROI across the board I have for my agents is somewhere around 4 to 1. I've had agents that have had ROIs 8 to 1, 10 to 1, and more. But 4 to 1 is a scalable return on investment, and this is critical to understand about leads. The goal with getting into this business is not to find the best lead. It's to find a good enough lead that you can scale at high capacity if your goal is to scale your income. Everybody who's doing really well in this business, and there's some variety of people who use different kind of leads and different opinions, but what they all do well is buy a lot of leads of the same kind typically and run a ton of appointments. They do a lot of volume of leads and a lot of volume of appointments. And what happens along with that is that ROI, whatever it is, goal is 4 to 1. The minimally accepted ROI for me is 3 to 1. Is that ROI scales with it. So if you're putting $1,000 a week into any kind of lead vendor that's good quality, I want $4,000 back in revenue, okay? But if I want to double my income, I just have to double my, in this hypothetical example, my investment in leads, double my return on that investment, right? The ROI should follow. Because what you're doing at scale is the same thing you're not doing at scale, which is seeing people, helping them out, closing them. The presentation's the same. You're just at a huge scale now, right? So this is the one thing that took me years to grasp and understand. And what's cool now is a lot of people get it, that this is a volume game, that you got to get good leads, a good enough lead at scale, and see the people at scale in order to increase your income at the scale you want. And this business is very simple. You just follow that metric, and to what extent that your capabilities allow, That's how you make and maximize your income in this business from a sales standpoint. Okay. The thoughts on targeted local cable ads. I'm actually going to a mastermind with Mel, who's an agent in North Carolina. She runs TV ads locally for Medicare, and she's going to talk a little bit about that. That mastermind group meeting, I think it's in February. I don't know if she's officially announced it yet, but I'm going to learn more about that. That may be something, but I don't quite know the details of it. Karen, 3 out of 20 is perfect. 5 sales. Yeah, we want a 1 out of 4 for TV leads. Goal, 1 out of 5 is the bare minimum. Is it better to do your own Facebook leads? Excellent question. My personal opinion is new agents should not. I believe it's very easy to complicate what should be simple. This business is simple. I didn't say it was easy, but it's simple. You buy leads. You learn how to sell. You get good at your script. And then you execute what you've learned in sales on your leads, which should result in sales. Okay? My point being, anything more complicated than that, such as turning buying from leads into self-generating of leads on Facebook, means you now have to acquire an additional skill set in order to satisfy your goal of making money. For example, the simplest way to get into this business is learn how to sell, buy leads, which is just an exchange of value, your money for that lead, and then execute your strategy. If you take the responsibility on as a new agent, now you not only have to learn how to sell, but you now have to learn how to market. And then not just learn how to market, but manage that. And always have a creative input on making sure your ads are performing, because all ads go lame at some point. And you've got to monitor that, plus get good at sales. Not that it can't be done. It certainly can. But my general advice and it's better to assume in this business that you're just average. Not that I'm the greatest ever. I'm coming into this business, I don't know nothing. But man, I'm good at sales. I'm good at marketing. That's the kind of perspective I had. And I did well, but my whole ego with marketing got in the way and caused me to fail in my first year. If you're interested in that story, go look at DeFord Failure in YouTube and you'll see some content on it. But my point is simple. It's better to assume that you're no good, that you have no advantages, and then kind of construct a strategy based around that. And for us, what we've seen time and again is there's more people than ever that'll just buy leads, learn how to sell, and then execute on that strategy in the field or over the phone, do just fine. I look at self-generation of leads as something you should do or consider, not do for sure, but consider once you're established in the sales process. When you can sell every week and you're not worried about where money's coming from and you feel pretty confident every week you're going to make money and you have a full flow of leads coming in and you're really good at it and you feel good about it, that's when it's okay, in my mind, to approach self-generation for the average person. Well, what if you already know how to do Facebook? You've had experience in that. That's different, of course. But again, I look at the goal. What's our ultimate goal? It's to make money first and then help people. Yes, I know I said make money first, but let's face it, we're trying to provide for a family. The cool thing is that the way you make money, of course, is helping people. So it's kind of synonymous. It's kind of hand in glove. But that's our goal. Never lose sight of that. It's that simple. Make money by helping people, okay? And the shortest and simplest path to do that is what we recommend, is what you should do, most of you. Buy leads, learn how to sell, then go make money by helping people. Anything added to that and decreases your odds of success, frankly, okay? Excellent question. Thank you. What company offers leads from Spanish speakers only market? TTCleads.com does. They have Spanish language leads, so check them out. They will happily sell it to you. With 100 leads a week, how many dials a day do you suggest? Yeah, that's going to kind of depend on the agent, Melissa. For you, kind of knowing you and where you're at, I would recommend, I kind of go back and forth on this. On one hand, I want to say start at 9 in the morning and call till 6 or 7 every day. How many dials you get? Whatever, we'll see. As long as you're on the phone, talking to people, trying to sell them a policy, like legitimately, and there's very little downtime, then, what my goals are satisfied. You're maximizing your opportunity, right? You're on the phone trying to sell. But then the other side of me says, okay, some people do better with this firm metric. And what I would suggest if you're that kind of person, start at 100 calls a day. And a call is a triple dial. If you don't know what a triple dial is, let me explain it. It's where you call, they don't answer, you call them right back, they don't answer, and you call a third time. This is a pattern interruption. It gets more people on the phone that otherwise wouldn't. And that triple dial is one completed dial. So you need to do 100 those, therefore 300 triple dials make sense. So start there if you're unsure. If you find that you get through that at 3 o'clock and you haven't made any sales, do you stop for the day? No, keep dialing. So it kind of goes back to that original point too. But just start at 100 completed dials and then kind of assess your performance based on that. That's what I would say. Okay. What do you recommend for telesales part-time? TTC leads are great. That's definitely what I would recommend. I would recommend 50 a week as far as volume. Marty mentioned you had success in rural areas. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I live in Chattanooga. I'd work Chattanooga. I work anywhere. It's fine with me. But I started to work mostly rural because I had to, because Chattanooga, you can only work so much out of it. And so I always worked a 2-hour radius, a small town America, rural America. I did just fine. So, but there's business everywhere. My trainer that brought me into this business, Andrew Fike, good guy. He lived in the perimeter of Atlanta in 285 perimeter. If you're in Atlanta, you know what I'm talking about. And he worked all inside of the perimeter. And he consistently pulled $150,000 in net income every single year from like 2009 to like 2018. His production exceeded $200,000 every year. So he did just fine. Can you do telesales with Facebook radius leads? I wouldn't, because it doesn't matter if they're local or if they're across the country. In my mind, I think you're adding excess unnecessary cost by doing radius around a center point. The only difference would be if you're in some kind of self-generation of like a branded approach and you were selling the locality, like, hey, I'm local. That may change things, but really, in as far as I'm concerned, the best way when buying leads goes is just to buy leads on a statewide basis. Do many vendors sell exclusive leads that are really not exclusive? Have heard things from other lead companies, won't name companies, but some are recognizable, sure. Yeah, it just depends on the companies, right? I can think of a couple of IMOs that say that they're exclusive, but they definitely aren't. And if you snoop around long enough on YouTube, look for these big name IMOs, you'll see some stuff out there. It's pretty relevant and obvious if you go look for it. I can just account for the vendors I work with. They're all exclusive unless otherwise said. Like if they're age, and we say their age. I don't do any shared leads. But some people do fill out multiple forms. Like there's anybody who's worked direct mail long enough knows there are just some people who make it their life's mission to fill out every card that they get. I had one lady inside the span of 5 years fill out 5 cards. I sold her all 4 times except the 5th time, and she canceled all 4 times. So some people just do this for a living. And yeah, you can tell them, would you stop sending these cards back? It costs me money. They're like, okay, I sure won't. Then they continue to do so, right? And that's just with me. Imagine all the other agents dropping mail. She probably knows everybody, and bought from them and canceled. So it just happens. Don't stress out about it. Just because you get repeats, or if somebody says, I just bought from somebody else, they could have just filled out another form. Some people fill out multiple cards. Like that does happen. But all of that stress and anxiety and concern are my leads being resold. That all is like deflated when you're dealing with trustworthy vendors and agencies that got your back, right? And if you don't trust that, that's really the problem, not so much the duplication of leads. And you got to change that out. That's what I would say. Okay. From a burnout perspective, what is a very sustainable weekly profit one can generate face-to-face? I don't know. Everybody's different. I hate giving a story worth sharing. I don't know who you are, where you're from, what your background is, skill set, but here's what you can make, right? That's unreasonable. I would rather say that there's opportunity, like what's a reasonable opportunity, what's an exceptional opportunity. To me, I think in the final expense business, face-to-face or over the phone, can you make net income 6 figures if you're good at this business? Like top 10 to 20%? I think so. I think that's possible. How about 200,000? Probably top 5%. That's attainable, or in that, if you're in that range, that's possible. This is not, excuse me. Final expense is not a business to where you're going to make $500,000 to $1 million in income strictly by selling. You're going to have to either diversify into Medicare and build a book that way over the course of many years, or you're going to have to jump into the agency building game if you're looking at incomes like that. There's certainly people who make that kind of income, but they're just like, they're outliers, right? They're not the norm. So, but yeah. For telesales, do you or your agents normally spot closed leads or schedule an appointment to close? So I think the terminology we use done this life is we one-call close. So as soon as the client picks up, it's like, hey, Mrs. Jones, this is David Duford. I'm calling you back on that information you requested on Facebook about our new state-regulated final expense program. You said that your favorite hobby is spelunking? Yeah, and the reason I'm calling you back, it's my job to deliver this information over the phone. What you do with it's up to you. So I have to ask you before we get into that, what in the world is spelunking? That's kind of how I would open a call. So we're getting into the presentation, right? Spelunking is, I don't know, cave diving? I don't know what it is. Spelunking is the favorite hobby of the client. We get this information. Most Facebook leads have this. And then what we do with that is basically use that as a wedge to get into an actual conversation with the client. And we're not like becoming best friends with them. We might spend 60, maybe 90 seconds talking about spelunking, and I prefer depth in conversation than breadth. I'm not going to ask one question about spelunking, then ask them where they live, then ask them about their grandkids. I'm going to just talk about spelunking to have a kind of interesting little conversation about their hobby, and then say, great, well, let's jump right in. Let me tell you why I'm calling and how I can help you today, and get into the introduction and then the pre-qualifying stage. Again, more a little bit about that later. Again, we're going to conclude this training with that. 100% John Brady. John, it's closing today. All right, let's see here. I got to go back here. Yeah, like John says, you got one shot. You know, don't miss your shot. You got one shot. If you don't close them that time, you never will. So it's a one-call close. What do you say to the client when their payment doesn't go through and now they're saying they don't have the money after you finally got them approved and fought for them? Save that for later. I'm trying to keep these questions relevant to the leads. It's a great question. Ultimately, you know, are they lying to you? Probably. Can you restart it with another plan the following month? You can see if that's an angle. That's kind of what I would try to do. Some people, though, they're just like that. They're people. They pull stunts like that. And they say they want it, and then they don't, surprisingly. Scaling is an issue with self-generated leads. As you scale, you'll have to hire someone to manage the ads if you're buying more leads. Yeah, for sure. And here's the thing, guys. You have problems in life. Rich people have problems. Poor people have problems. Successful agents have problems, and so do unsuccessful agents. You're always going to have problems. What kind of problems do you want? So, you know, I want the rich people successful agent problem, right? And that's things like, well, how do I manage this? How do I scale this? Well, you can do all this. You just got to hire people, manage them, inspect what you expect, etc. Right? How do you avoid burnout? Make a sick load of money. Make a lot of money. I mean, really. It's rare that you hear somebody who is like, man, I'm so burnt out. I'm making like $30,000 a month in final expense. Oh, I'm so burnt. It's so hard. It's so hard. I've got all this money. Life sucks. What happens with burnout typically is that people just can't face selling anymore because they're not successful. They don't believe in it. And the work becomes work. It doesn't become a mission, right? So for me, you avoid burnout by believing in what you do, having conviction in what you're saying, and have a vision that's greater than just the money. Family First Life talks about this a lot. You know, they help families, and they're the ones that really put that phraseology on the map. Like everybody talks about helping families, right? And I think that's important because it's turned the whole income thing into a greater mission. You're serving people, you're helping people, you're helping families. And so that has to be the mantra ultimately, that you're on a mission to help people. The money is secondary, but the thing is, of course, if you help people and you truly are sincere and authentic in that, the money comes. The money always comes. It doesn't come at the rate you think it will. But if you stay true to authentically following your mission statement, the money comes. That's my testament in business. And it's worked out. Even if you have the experience in marketing for final expense will be a new market that requires testing, not reliable in the beginning. Exactly. Will we cover the TCC lead types later? Yes, we will in a moment. So we're going to play their stuff here in just a second. Premium usually higher on TV leads. Yeah, Brandon, typically are. Kind of just skipping through this stuff. What about term leads? This is final expense, JSN. I don't have any term references for you. Keep going here. Can you please say the type of lead again? For part-time agents, for face-to-face gender, I would do Facebook leads with ttcleads.com is what I would recommend. They are 50 leads a week is what I would recommend. I had a neighbor send me 4 this year. Never buys you, right? Just make you pull your hair out, you know. David used to buy telemarketing leads for $7 or $8 each. How do they contrast? We'll get to telemarketing leads. I got a lot to say, not good about telemarketed leads. So, awesome. ttcleads.com. I don't like age leads. No, I haven't tried them. I hear they're okay. We'll talk about age leads a little bit later. With age Facebook leads volume, we're talking about that's volume on volume, 100%. Yes. Better to always attempt to close. Not always going to happen. Yes. You always miss 100% of the shots you don't take, guys. Hey, what's up, John? Nice to have you, man. Good morning. I know I'm so sick of making 30,000, right? I know. It's terrible. Play the sad music, violin meme music. Well, no, hearing ring all day, the phone gives burnout. Excellent answer to Brown question. Welcome. What is the best low-cost lead? We'll talk about that a little later. I can't give everything out of the bag yet, guys. There's a process here. All right. Yes, we have, Philip, for sure. Okay. All right. Now, let's turn it over to TTC Leads. We're going to play their sponsorship video. I do not have a program person on my end. We do it live just by myself here, so I got to like dig up the video and find it and then play it for you. So let's see here. There it is. We play it. Greetings. Whoops, that's me talking. That's right. So once we play this, we'll move on to the next section. So again, this is our sponsor, ttcleads.com. We love them. That's a vendor I've used for years. Back even when I was an actual in the field agent, they were great leads. They still are. Okay, so let me get to my desktop. Thank you for your patience, y'all. And let's play this. The audio is on. Let me play.
Greetings and salutations. Dave Duford here at Ford Insurance Group. So. I'm here with a couple friends in the business, Mr. Josh and Mr. Ryan with ttcleads.com. Y'all say hello. How you guys doing?
How you doing, David?
Fantastic. Hey, Ryan. Thanks for being here. Yeah, so TTC Leads is a sponsor of our training today. We wanted to spend a little bit of time with them. First of all, thanking them for their sponsorship. Appreciate it very much. Then also going into detail about the leads that they offer and what it is that they offer and help agents with. I'll say this to get started before we jump in. I've worked with ttcleads.com for many, many years now. They're one of my favorite vendors to work with. They come highly recommended. So, Josh, why don't you jump in? You wanted to spend some time talking a little bit about the history of TTC. So why don't you take it from the top?
Sure. First things first, David, we would actually just really like to thank you for having us on the channel today. I know Ryan Seredakis, he has always, been very proud of what you've done. He's always talked a lot about how proud he was of your support and, the community that you built over there on YouTube. That was something that he saw a lot of value in. Actually, when he first started TTC and the Facebook groups, he mentioned that, YouTube wasn't something he really saw himself getting into because of all the stiff competition over there, people like you. So, thank you so much for having us and, letting us talk about TTC.
Sure, man. So tell us about, from kind of like a big picture standpoint, what you guys do and how you help agents.
TTC, we've been generating Facebook final expense leads for about 4 years now. This all starts back in 2018 when our founder, Ryan Seredakis, created the Facebook group Tips, Tricks, and Closers. He saw, a void in the industry for, transparent, unbiased support for, independent agents. So he created the Facebook group, and he was also generating Facebook leads for the agents in that community, and that really, kind of blew up. That gave, that's actually where, Ryan Thomas and myself, we kind of, caught on to that buzz. We started ordering Facebook leads from Ryan Seredakis.
So you guys were agents at first, then, right?
Yes. So yeah, we were working direct mail, final expense leads, direct mail, mortgage protection.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we started mixing in the Facebook leads from TTC. We were clients with TTC for probably over a year. And then before I actually joined TTC.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's how we got here. We started working with Ryan Serdakis and TTC.
One thing I'll say about Tips, Tricks, and Closers, the Facebook group, the one thing Ryan did extremely well that I think both of us kind of tapped into is the law of reciprocity. Ryan was a giver, right? Like he gave everything away. He helped people just, with nothing in expectation of return.
Mm-hmm.
And his business became so successful because of it. And of course, Ryan passed away, a couple of months ago before the filming of this, and was a big loss to the community of agents who really, just got so much from him, and we miss him. So that's, again, that kind of spirit, I think, still lives in TTC. And really it's amazing if you just help people out, what you get back in return.
Mm-hmm.
So great. So Facebook leads, a couple of questions for you. Again, if nobody's, heard of you guys before, do you guys do telesales leads, or do you do face-to-face? What's the mix up of how the leads work?
Sure. So we generate fresh real-time leads through Facebook. Those are used for both telesales agents and field agents. If an agent has, $1,000, $1,500 a week to spend, those are typically your agents that are ordering statewide or local fresh leads. Then we also, something going back to Ryan, he's always been kind of a visionary in the industry. He talked so many times about how the cost of leads in general would just continue to keep going up. Back
Right.
when Ryan were buying leads, we were getting fresh local leads for, I think it was $15 a lead back in 2019 from TTC.
Oh, yeah.
Those same leads today are actually $28. And
Those were the days.
yeah, he always told us, always get your hands on as many leads as you can as quickly
Right.
as you can. He really understood it was more than just leads. It was also the data that you could, use around those. So, with that belief and the importance of, just buying as many leads as you can while you can get them before it gets harder and harder.
Right.
We started, really stocking up on as many leads as we could. And we've been developing a software around that to help curate that data and to get the most out of those leads now. So the software we're using, it has an algorithm built into it that actually grades leads based on things like, is the address and phone number Google verified?
Cool.
Can we get estimated income on those leads? Has these leads been sold before? What's the age of the lead? So like a lot of different factors that really brings a lot more and kind of helps create a really good batch of leads for the agent, rather than just getting a random mix of leads that can be all
Right.
real aged. So it kind of helps curate and give you a good batch of leads. So those are used typically for agents that are working in the field, since a
Right.
lot of those are better, with door knocking and things like that. But
Sure.
they can also be used for telesales agents as well.
Cool. What information do you guys collect when you create the lead? I mean, are we collecting birth dates or favorite hobbies or stuff like that?
All of our leads come with your general information, like first and last name, email address, street address, phone number. And then we also ask for favorite hobby to give the agent something to help kind of build rapport and,
Good.
verify that it was them that filled out that lead. And then a lot of our leads also have coverage amount on those as well.
Perfect. Excellent. So let's see what else. I place an order in today with you guys. How long does it take to get my leads?
Typically with real-time campaigns, Facebook's always fluctuating. There's always good days and bad days, but typically you're looking at anywhere from a 24 to 72 hour turnaround on fresh leads.
Okay. As far as leads go beyond statewide and telesales, do you offer any other kind of like unique leads, like age leads or Spanish speaking leads, anything like that?
We do all of our leads in Spanish as well. So,
okay, great.
Whether you're doing local or statewide for telesales, they can be Spanish as well. And then the really unique thing that we have, again, is going back to, we actually call them our pre-generated leads. That's what we really use the software called Lead Bank for. That we'll actually be rolling that out for consumers to actually use here pretty soon. We've been working very hard on that, but that's our unique thing right now is, making sure that all the data is being curated the best way possible, refreshing those leads, give you a mix, not just an age lead. Some of those leads are going to be, almost brand new as well, but.
Cool. So, again, I highly recommend TTC. I've been recommending them for years. There's not a lot of good lead vendors out there. TTC is one that is good. Highly recommend, especially if you're in the telesales space or face-to-face and you need quality leads. TTC does a good job. Josh, can you tell us what next steps an agent would take if they wanted to place an order with you and work with you?
Sure. So, this is another thing that kind of sets us apart too from a lot of other vendors out there. Almost every person that works here at TTC either is or has been a final expense agent. So if somebody wants to reach out and order our leads, what we do is actually have them set them up with a coaching call. So Ryan Thomas here, he's our sales manager. He manages our team of, agents here. So what he'll do is actually jump on a call with them first to make sure that, expectations are set correctly.
Right.
Before they order leads, we make sure that they're ordering the right type of lead that they're going to get the best use out of. And then, you want to tell them some of the questions that you kind of go over when you're talking to agents and how that conversation will go.
Yeah, definitely. So what I like to do is I like to get on the phone and get to know the agent. So we work with agents of all walks of life. So it's a matter of, I like to formulate the best leads for how to set them up for success. So whether you're a new agent that has a tighter lead budget, you're looking just for as many opportunities as possible to kind of cut your teeth on the industry and overcome some objections, or if you're an experienced agent where you have the capital where you're looking to spend about $1,000 or $1,500 a week on leads, I want to figure that out. I want to help you out. So what we try to do is establish a relationship. We want to be a little bit different where we want to see you succeed. So I like to take the time. I've worked the leads myself. I actually ran them full time before I started working here with Josh and I when we were running in the field. So like my experience comes from working the leads. So whatever I can do to help out agents be successful and have it more than just a one transaction relationship, we try to do.
And I like the fact that you guys have been out in the field and you understand what the agent runs into, kind of what the day-to-day life is. It's like the old hair club for men ads. I'm not just a president, I'm also a happy customer kind of thing. So I think that really, joking aside, makes a huge difference because you've had the pulse on the actuality of the market. So that's great. Any last words here before we wrap it up?
We just want to make sure that, agents know that when they choose TTC, they're going to get, an authentic experience. They're going to get people that have been in the field, kind of what we talked about, and, here to support them every step of the way.
Yep, 100% true. So guys, if you're watching this, you're looking for some quality leads in the final expense market, ttcleads.com comes highly recommended. All you've got to do is go to ttcleads.com, follow the prompts where it says buy leads, place an order, whether you're doing face-to-face or telesales. You'll see the distinction when you get there, and try them out. Again, if you've got lead money and you're thinking, where should I spend it? This is one to highly consider. So Josh and Ryan, thanks for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, we're back. All right, thank you. ttcleads.com. If you didn't catch the coupon code, DUFORD, DUFORD, put that in at checkout so you can save some money on your order with TTC Leads. Awesome. So let's continue the process here. I'll hit some questions in the chat, and then we're going to go right on to what's next on the list here. We're going to knock out direct mail leads. All right. So got some examples of that coming up here and a good talk on that. So, okay. Questions in the chat. What is an average premium? So for final expense, I would say an average premium is probably going to be between $600 and $900 annualized premium. It's going to depend on a lot of variables. For example, your ability to get more money out of how you present the final expense. For example, we teach agents how to talk about inflation, to sell more insurance. Inflation doesn't decrease the amount of insurance you need, it increases it. There's a way to say that we teach that will get the client open-minded to buying more. And we also teach the strategies of anchoring a high price and then also selling the premium. This allows us to arrive at a premium that fits the client of the budget, but tends to be on average higher than the industry-wide average, which I think a year or two ago was like $650 annualized premium. Our guys write $800 to $900 annualized premium on average. And having that higher amount is really important, just to increase your overall profitability. And there's things you can do, and it's like what we teach. Watching enough of my videos, you'll get it too. Strategies you can implement in your final expense presentation to, again, increase the average premium, make more money. Okay. Right. Continuing on here. Yep, we like TTC. I like the fact that they're agents in the field. That helps a ton. They have very good customer service, easy to work with. Yep, that happens sometimes, doesn't it, Jared? How much per lead with TTC? I think they covered that. Yeah, prices are up there. I don't know what the discount is. Just put it in and see what happens. I don't want to say because they didn't say it on there, so I don't want to say. We got to turn. Just go put an order in, and right before you press buy, put the coupon code in, and then you'll see what it is. As a new agent who doesn't have much capital to spend weekly on leads, how many leads should I be buying at week minimum? All right. Here's a harsh reality. A professor of harsh reality. That's actually Dan Kennedy. I don't want to steal his byline. But here's the no BS truth. If you don't have enough money in this business, you probably shouldn't be doing it. Okay? All businesses, what I'm about to describe is true. Cash is king. I repeat, cash is king. What's more important than that is cash flow is king. What is that? Well, you got to have money to run your business. And anytime you operate a business at lower cash flow or lower cash reserves, you're just not going to have the time and the capability necessary to give yourself the best odds of success. So for example, we at DeFord Insurance Group tell our full-time agents, you need to be investing $750 to $1,000 a week into leads weekly, not just a one-off deal. Now, you may find it's not for you and that's all you'll invest. That's fine. But the reality is, this is a $750 to $1,000 investment type of business on a weekly basis. To have enough people to talk to, enough leads to come in to give yourself an honest attempt to be successful. The problem that happens in how agents swirl and circle the bowl is they start with less, or they're afraid to start with more, and that's really the big issue of it all. And so they cut corners, they buy crappier leads, they convince themselves that, well, this is better than nothing, which it really isn't. It's better to do nothing, save up properly, and then do it the right way. Go out there, maybe they bought a bunch of aged leads or some of these instant leads from a company that is utter garbage. They're told it's the greatest thing ever, and they all tell them to go to hell, and they think it's me or it's the business, but something isn't right. And you're right, but your mentality is, and your mindset has become damaged goods. And you leave the business with a chip on your shoulder, understandably, thinking this business is a racket for leads, which it is with a lot of organizations out there. All of this is to say, Philip, this is the typical entry and exit process for most agents. Most agents don't leave this business failing with, thumbs up. The average agent, I think the success rate of the average agent is like 10% in this business, right? There's a lot of reasons why. Sometimes it isn't for the agent. This just isn't a good business for him, for sure. But there's a lot of variables like sales training, correct marketing, coaching, right, carrier access. These are little variables that may or may not make a difference that you also have to account for. For me personally, leads is big. Don't do this business half-cocked. You need to be all in on the right kind of lead. If there's anything you take away from today's program, there's a lot of right kind of leads out there. But it's not so much, it is certainly the kind of lead to an extent, but it's in the right volume, with the right mindset, and certainly the right training you got to have in combination with the right lead. Don't think about it just unilaterally. Think about it multilaterally. You need every advantage in your favor to have a semblance of a chance to be successful. And that's true of anything in life too. How many Facebook TV sales become chargebacks in the first 2 months? 3 months, totally dependent on the agent. How well did they sell? What products did they choose? Did they push the client or not? There's a lot of variables there. I can't say. What I can say is if I look over the course of a year, my goal for my agency is to have an 80% persistency. So that means 1 out of 5 policies will have lapsed by the end of the first year of production. Some agents do better than that. Some carriers do better than that. Some don't. A lot of variables there. Price, underwriting, did the client get the appropriate policy? How well was this? How well was it sold? Was it sold according to the needs, or was it a pressure sale? Hard to say. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, now we're going to talk about direct mail leads. So I love direct mail. By the way, sponsor of this segment, of course, is Lead Concepts, one of the best direct mail lead vendors, not just for the insurance business, but definitely for final expense. So let's talk about direct mail. We're going to talk about it from big picture, assuming you're brand new to the business, talk about some of the nuances and details, when to use it, when not to use it. And I'm going to show you some examples of direct mail leads that are out there to better give you an idea of what your options are, because not all direct mail leads, like all leads in general, are the same. Okay, so what is direct mail? Do you actually have to write something down, print off a bunch of postcards, mail them off? No. Direct mail, the way it works in final expense, is you go to a lead vendor like Lead Concepts. You select a particular type of lead. There's different examples. We'll show you those in a minute. And then you hand your money over to them. They do all the work. And typically 20 to 30 days later, rough estimate, the leads start to come back. You get the digital version of those with most vendors. Some give you the hard copies as well. And then you take those leads, call them, or show up at the door to door knock them. For the face-to-face agent, these are the singular best option for leads if budget is not a concern. This is how I got started in final expense in 2011, with the same kind of leads we're talking about right now, direct mail final expense leads. Why are they so good? Why do I like them so much? Well, let me tell you. First of all, direct mail leads have a higher intent. You see, when somebody gets something in the mail, what do you mostly do with your junk mail, guys? Do you keep it? Do you read it all? Do you spend hours? No. You look for a reason to throw it away. You look for a reason to get rid of it. So when somebody replies back to something, what do they have to do to reply back to it? They had to grab a pen. They had to grab the lead. They had to fill the thing out, read it a couple of times. They're still filling it out. They still didn't throw it away. If they've got a spouse or a fiance or significant other, they probably talked back and forth about doing it. Should we do it? Shouldn't we? Maybe in an argument. And then it's walked back to the mailbox. All the while could be tossed away and stopped immediately. And then it's put into the mailbox and sent back. Now think about the intent of that lead coming back. Is that intent going to be higher than somebody who, I don't know, was cold called, or who was called, I forget the name for it, but marketing where you're interruption marketing? Is the intent going to be higher than that? Yes. Is the intent going to be higher than most Facebook lead vendors out there where you just take 5 seconds to fill it out and then go to the next one? Yes. So the intent on direct mail has some of the best and highest amounts of intent relative to all other leads. The other thing is that it actually gives you a physical thing to use as leverage to get in the door. One of the things we'll learn later in how to work leads in our scripting at the end of this call is we tell our clients, you sent this card out. We show them on the card where they signed or at least filled it out in their handwriting. This, in a sense, obligates them because they requested us to come see them, to do the appointment and sell them a policy. So the card is leverage to get in the door. The other thing about direct mail is it just so few people do it, because everything now is about digital leads, etc., that so few people do it that the shelf life of the lead typically is a lot better. Quick story, Mindy, an agent in our agency, bought a bunch of leads about a year ago, didn't work them, came back a year later, started working them, and out of like 20 plus leads or so, wrote $5,000 in final expense annualized premium. They were a year old by the time she got to them. They remembered filling it out, and she closed them. Now think about that. Can you do that with other kinds of leads that are more instantaneous, that are more immediate, that don't require as much involvement? No. The shelf life is shorter with them. So with direct mail, there's just so much more value in life you can get out of them, which again is the resounding reason why if I'm face-to-face, I recommend them as the first choice, even in 2023 when we've recorded this. But Dave, wait, what about telesales? Do you recommend direct mail for telesales? I do not. Here's why. The problem with telesales is getting people to pick up the phone. And direct mail, not all of them will pick up the phone. Well, that's not a problem for face-to-face. Why? Because we can show up at the door, knock on the door, get in, close them, right? I don't need a phone to work direct mail because I'm going to show up anyway. But for telesales, we're restricted to just the phone. So what happens is there's always going to be leads that are, I don't know, never going to be contacted. And if your average lead cost is $35 to $45 a lead, and you've got 25% that never pick up or don't have phone numbers, your actual cost is way higher. And if we're going to pay that much anyway, you might as well just get into TV leads, okay? Or you might as well just buy a bunch of Facebook leads, okay? So for me, it's just like, well, price-wise, you could go either way, get a bunch of volume for the same price in Facebook leads, or about the same intent type of lead and a guaranteed presentation with your television leads. Does that make sense? So one thing I want to also add in here too about direct mail is this. One of the biggest complaints that we're hearing now, and truly has always been the case, is that direct mail is expensive, and it's getting more expensive, that response rates are down, and it's getting harder and harder to generate leads at an affordable price. So I want to unpack this a little bit, and this is more relevant if you've been around a long time, but I want to show you the scope of why I'm actually excited that the prices are going up, which may sound unusual. So first of all, have response rates going down? Yes, there's more people in this business now. There's more solicitations for life insurance and other for final expense. And so that the actual response rate of direct mail has decreased. But it's always been bad in some places. When I started in Georgia, it's like 1%, right? And there are places in Georgia where that's about the same and it really hasn't changed. But what's happened is the cost of doing business with direct mail has gone up. The input cost, the postage cost, right? And so that, and as well as a slight decrease in response rates, all of this has contributed to a higher lead price. But here's why this is good. Here's a couple of reasons why. Number one, if you know how to sell and you're trained right, the ROI potential still should be there. We have a term called cost acquisition. We can use this for all, the acquisition cost for a client. We can use this for any of our leads out there. If I have to pay $50 a lead, which is a little high for direct mail, and it takes me 4 leads to make one sale, that's $200 acquisition cost. If my average AP is $800 in premium, and after commissions, etc., I'm making $700 or $800, my return on investment is like 3.5 to 4 to 1, 3 to 4 to 1 if you count in chargebacks, etc. Which it's a little on the lower side, but I'll take that all day long considering the benefits of working direct mail. And that's my point, is that if your acquisition, and that's on the high end, you may work leads that are in the mid-30s, and you may have an acquisition cost closer to 120. And so it's even better as far as the ROI goes, but I'm giving you like a worst case example. So the ROI potential is still there for the well-trained agent that will work his or her leads, see the people, and do a disciplined job following up with all of their leads and resolving them all. What's happened now, because the price has gotten more expensive, is that A, more agents are fearful of investing that much. Oh, that's a lot of money when I could buy all these cheap leads elsewhere, right? And number two, it's just the amount of time it takes to get leads back. 3 or 4 weeks means you got to put a lot of money into these leads before you see anything back. So there's that added kind of working capital, money tied up in the leads, the delay that it takes to get those leads, and the amount of money that it takes. But what that in my mind tells me is what? These are barriers to entry, okay? You want, as a business owner, barriers to entry, okay? I don't want this business to be too easy for everybody to be doing it, because if it's too easy for everybody to do it, then everybody's going to do it. And that means there's more competition, that my clients are going to get called on, worked on, solicited more often, and it's going to be a more competitive environment. And that's going to whittle away the profit margin. But now from a marketing perspective, I'm in business with direct mail, where fewer agents are working it, where there's more fear of working that leads. I'm kind of in a league of my own, okay? There's not as many agents working those leads. And the people who respond on Facebook are different from the people who respond in direct mail. So now I'm working a kind of lead that not as many people are getting called on as, say, like Facebook leads, which are retargeted by Facebook over and over again. People who click on a lead will click on more leads because they see more, right? And there's a behavior pattern in that clicking. So all of this is to say, change your perspective. Are the prices higher? Yes. But is it still a good investment? Absolutely. I believe it is less competitive. I believe you'll talk to more prospects. I believe that the costs do not outweigh the benefit. And I think this still will be the case as we get further along in this business, because the trend is towards the digital side. And that's where all the eyeballs are going, but the fundamentals of direct mail still are true, albeit at a higher price. And so that's why I highly recommend them. Okay, great. Let's keep going here. Now, let's move to my notes here, and let's talk about examples. Yes, I want to show you some examples of good leads. So I'm going to give me a second to pull these up so that we can show and share them to you, because all these leads are a little bit different, right? And we want to make sure we get the best ones, or the ones that are, you know, kind of what we expect. So let me pull these up. Again, doing this all on the fly, almost ready. So we got the vanilla lead up. Let's see, we want the life insurance lead. Is that the same one? Yep. We'll just scroll in. We'll get there that way. All right. 1 second, guys and gals. Thank you for your patience. And then I think bribe leads. Okay. Perfect. We'll just kind of, yeah, here we go. Okay. Pull these open. Whoops. Don't want to see that. All right. I think I got it. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen with you. We're going to take a look at some examples of direct mail. Again, with direct mail, this is kind of getting into the nuance. Not all postcards are the same in final expense. Some cards say things differently than others. And it pays to understand what those differences are, therefore what you can expect. Okay? I will say this with direct mail. Generally speaking, people who reply to direct mail know what the card is about. They've seen these cards forever. They know generally what's it about, and they usually have intent to buy life insurance, even with the verbiage difference. But certain cards respond higher and kind of get a different outcome. So again, I want to show you the difference here. So we're going to share my screen. All right. So what we see on the screen here is a direct mail card that has, I call the vanilla card. There are different variations of the vanilla card that are out there. And it's important, again, to understand conceptually what the vanilla card means and how it works. So what's a vanilla card? Vanilla is how I colloquially refer to a card that has no reference to life insurance on it, okay? For example, let's read it. You may qualify for a state-regulated program to pay for your final expenses. What's your clients going to think? Some of them. Uncle Sugar's new burial insurance program, right? A free program. That's kind of where their mind is going to go. Now, granted, they're interested in paying for it, potentially, because they've responded to it, but there are going to be more instances where people think this is free. It is important you know how to qualify for this benefit available to you. Kind of compounds that belief. This benefit will pay for 100% of all funeral expenses up to $35,000. This payment is tax-free for Tennessee residents. Okay. So what happens with this style of card? Let's talk about that briefly. When you send this card out, you're going to get a higher volume of response than more specific verbiage cards we'll talk about in a moment. You'll also get more confusion. People who reply to this card or send it back think it's Uncle Sam, government life insurance in many cases, or just are confused or curious, and you'll get a lot more lower quality potential. If you don't know how to work them, we'll talk about it in a minute, because there are some benefits to this type of response. So then why would you want to use this? So there's a couple of reasons why. First of all, I know a lot of top producers who use this kind of lead that doesn't say life insurance. Sometimes they're forced to because the response rates in their area are so low, and they know direct mail just crushes it, so they'll take anything they can get. But the other reason why is that some people who send this card back, and I've talked to a lot of agents who use this, the biggest reason these top producers use this card is because not only will they talk to the people who need life insurance, because they'll send this card back, but they also talk to people who don't know they need something better. And this is the benefit and the beauty of this card. This card gets you in front of people who don't think they need life insurance, but upon investigation and fact-finding, actually do and are unaware previously of how poor of a policy they actually have. So, for example, a lot of people will send these cards back. They've got life insurance. They've got whatever company, but they don't know it's term insurance. They don't know it's an imploding universal life policy, that the rates are going to go through the roof. And this card, they're curious about it, gives them leverage, like we talked about earlier, to get into the door, to sit down and have a presentation, to have a fact find done, and then lo and behold, discover there's a serious problem they're unaware of, and that you, the agent, are able to solve it. That kind of sale is great because A, the person who pays the premium gets it, okay? Ask yourself, who is the best policy to sell a final expense plan to? The person who's never had one at 80 years old, or the person who's had one for years? I want to sell the person who already owns a policy because they've committed their money to it already. They already are believers, not just in word, but in action. And it's in action that pays the bills. There's a lot of people say, oh, life insurance is important. You should have burial insurance. But then when they're asked to come up with some money, they're like, how am I going to pay for my smokes and booze, right? So it's not a priority for real. So it's better to get in front of people who already own it because they believe it. And in this case, what you have to do is find those people who have coverage that's inferior that you can help improve. And so this is why a lot of agents love this card, because on the surface, I'll show it again, because on the surface, this card looks like garbage. But the truth is, if you know how to work it, it actually is a lot better and gives you a lot of opportunity, okay? So this other card that we're going to show on the screen here is the life insurance version. So we're kind of going back and forth here. The only difference between this is right here in a circle, it says life insurance on it, and this one doesn't. It just says benefit. To qualify for this benefit. To qualify for this life insurance benefit. Believe it or not, the inclusion of the word life insurance makes a tremendous difference. It lowers the response of the leads, but then it also increases the quality of the leads. So you're dealing with a little bit better prospect that better understands, not always, but better understands that this is a life insurance program and they're raising their hand to express interest. Likewise, though, you lose out on those people that buy that would have responded to the vanilla card that think that their life insurance situation is fine. So you don't get as many replacement opportunities, in my experience, to help people find a better plan than the one they think is just fine. Does that make sense? My recommendation for most of y'all out there, if you're new to the business and you're like, what should I do? Get a lead that says life insurance on it. It does help qualify the lead a little bit more. I've worked both kind of leads, and I prefer this lead. I just don't like the nonsense that sometimes you have to deal with a song and dance to get in the door with some of these people who are kind of confused. That just wasn't my style. I preferred a lead that always said life insurance, and I did just fine. So Lead Concepts offers this. A lot of other lead vendors do as well. Ask about leads that say life insurance, especially if you're new to final expense. It's just going to help you that much more. Okay. Now, finally on the list here is the bribe card. I call it the bribe card. Again, tongue in cheek. We're not bribing anybody anywhere here, but this is a strategy that does work. This is where you offer something for free in exchange for filling out the card. And in this case, the most common freebie is a Walmart gift card. A couple of things here. Notice there's no specific amount. I'm not giving these people a $50 gift card, okay? They're getting a $5 gift card, all right? I've had people, they're like, how much money am I getting? I'm like, $5. They're like, you can keep it. They're mad. But hey, whatever, you know? So why do you use this? Because this is a way, like the vanilla card, to increase response. The difference in response here is you get confusion. A little bit more response, but a little bit more confusion too. But here you get people who may play the game of wanting to get your gift card. This kind of strategy has decreased in effectiveness, the lead vendors tell me, over time, because this card has been dropped for a long time. People kind of know the game. They may or may not, usually not, as it turns out with these agents, get a gift card, okay? So long story short, it does help in some environments to have the bribe attached. I call it, again, a bribe. It's not a bribe. It's just you give them a card for responding to the card. If you can get life insurance in there, that makes it that much better. So even though they know they're getting a gift card, you're also going to come talk to them about life insurance. So there's no added confusion in that direction. For me personally, I use this card with the Walmart card. I liked it a lot, but it's because it said life insurance on it. So this helped boost responses, but they knew what it was about. It was about life insurance. So it's kind of one and the same. This to me is the second option that I would use for new agents. I prefer this option with no freebie attached. I want to come and talk about selling them something, not having to do a song and dance about Walmart cards. And the last option I would use is this one. It's not until you're pretty good in the home that you can navigate through the pushback on initial objections would I ever look at the vanilla piece here. This is something, though, I would eventually test as a face-to-face agent to see how well it performs. Because, again, the people that fill this card out, I assure you will fill this one out, okay? Because everybody's looking for a deal. And that's kind of what they think in many cases they're going to get here, okay? All right, any questions on the direct mail? Let's jump into the questions in the chat here, and I will address them. I'm going to go up, up, up. All right, holding steady on the views. Glad to have you guys in. Thank you so much for being here. All right. If someone guaranteed you $4 for every one spent, would you do it? Yes, I would. I would play that ATM game into infinity, right? And that's the mentality to have. If I hand the ATM $1 and it spits back $4, how many times am I going to play that game? Or the slot machine? As much as possible, if it was guaranteed. Of course, nothing in life is guaranteed. But you can scale the consistency in your favor in this business with skill set development, training on conviction, belief, access to carriers, and work ethic. And that's what makes this business beautiful. The person guaranteeing this can be you. The only person in the way is yourself. Money is not in short supply. There's a lot of it. It isn't that you're spending $1,000 a week and losing that money. Correct. This business cash flows quickly. Yes. Big appeal to final expense. You can put money into the game and then several days later get money out of it, right? You buy Facebook leads, let's say, quick turn leads, start working them, make sales, pay on issue, and get money quickly. So you're just spending the same $1,000 over and over. Yes, exactly, if you make sales, right? That's the catch. I prefer a lead that has handwritten information on it. Yeah, for sure. I like that because of the personal engagement. Yeah, Dan Kennedy, yes, it does. Yes, I'm going to get a cease and desist, I'm sure. Yes, showing up with their handwritten form is a way to go for me. Hey, if you could recommend any websites for good lead gen, hold that question to the end, just to kind of out of context here. Need a lead a good vendor? Yeah, we like Need a Lead a lot. They're good too. The big idea with buying leads is that you never want to lose momentum. Yeah, so a consistent lead flow keeps you always dialing. Yes, let me be clear here for you. I have a new agent that reached out to me and he said, I bought 1,000 leads with lead concepts a couple weeks ago. Should I buy more? And this is my fault that I didn't make this abundantly clear. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're buying leads, it's not a one-time deal. It's a permanent deal. You are buying leads in perpetuity as long as you're in this business without ever stopping on a weekly basis. You buy leads on a recurring basis forever. Because how can you run a business in final expense without leads? How can you as a restaurant run a restaurant if you don't buy food every week to build the dishes to sell to your customers? You cannot run a restaurant without ingredients and food. You cannot run a final expense business without leads. So therefore, you always are buying leads consistently, preferably on auto draft, so you don't have to think about spending money and talk yourself out of it. Nice psychological trick that helps a lot. To bankroll, so you just need to be able to bankroll like 4 weeks of leads if you're selling well enough. Yeah, exactly. How about one lead sells the couple instead? Hey, CT, you'll have to explain. I'm confused what you mean. I would borrow at loan shark rates, mortgage my house, put a lien on my car, take 401k, anything to start multiplying dollars. Direct mail, not one in California. Gas is expensive. Right, perhaps. Again, barriers to entry. That's kind of what I'd look at it. Sorry, what's the minimum to start with direct mail? I wouldn't do... It's going to be $750 to $1,000 a week, Trevor. That's kind of what you're going to look at for direct mail. Excuse me. DM is a different client than digital, 100%. Thoughts on doing my own direct mail from a targeted list? Don't waste your time and money. Just outsource it to the professionals and work on doing what you do well, which is selling insurance. Are direct mail leads likely to be higher premium sales? I think Facebook probably is a little bit higher. That's been my experience. We all love the Mildreds. Thank you very much. My Mildred costume's over here on the chair. I need to put it up. Smokes and booze. Yeah, you'll see. Direct mail. Which leads to play phone tag, dealing with missed appointments, gated communities, etc. with a power dial? I'm bound to hit more live souls than I'm not. Am I wrong? look, there's good and bad problems with all businesses, right? I would ask all of you to get out of this binary thinking of like, but face-to-face is bad and telesales is good. You need to think about what you want out of this business and play to your strengths and pick the model that best reflects what you want. That's also tolerable on the things, and you also can tolerable the downsides. Like, look, if you hate driving around, dealing with gated communities, you don't want to see people in their home and deal with that, don't do face-to-face because you're already starting at a disadvantage. If you just love sitting at the house, dialing on the phone, and you just love that, do it. Do what works. Do what you can tolerate too, right? So for me, they either work, but you got to play to your strengths, right? Dave, do you prefer a VoIP system or cell phone when making calls? It doesn't matter. Again, those are minor issues. Just call them. How you call them doesn't matter. Just please call your leads. Please call your leads and try to sell them something. Direct mail, 35 to 45 a lead, Terry, depending on the state and the type of leads and the vendor. How do you feel about some of these companies, advanced marketing agent, for example, who create an ad campaign for generating their own leads? I'll get to that later. We'll have a section on self-generating leads, and we'll actually play their content. They are a sponsor, after all. Is Facebook leads still as effective as it once was? I think they're effective. I think actually, if you all are following the stock market, and I was going to talk about this, Facebook is like crushed, right? Like it's just the stock valuation has gone down. Revenue is off to a certain extent. These are good days for us. When there is less big corporate ad spending buying up the supply of what ads there are, that is good for the little guys because the people who are on Facebook are on Facebook. And let's face it, Facebook is full of geezers. It's not where the young people are. I mean, some of them are, of course, like me. But it's full of old people. And they're probably going to stick around on that platform. But as the interest in advertising on those platforms wanes, I actually think that it becomes a better opportunity and probably easier to get a more competitive rate on the actual lead price. So for me, excuse me, I would still be interested in it. And we're getting good results with them too. One of the things, X-Writer, that's really important, and I've made videos about saying I'm never doing Facebook leads again. My kind of experience with those, and a large part of it depends on the vendor, a large part of it, and the other large part of it depends on the agent. But the other part of this is which I really emphasize, it's a volume play with Facebook leads. You've got to have enough volume. If you don't have enough volume with Facebook leads, if you think about it like direct mail and buy the same amount, you're going to fail. And you're going to have like, this is junk. How to handle age direct leads. Don't work them. Well, we'll talk about that later. Cat Daddy. What are your thoughts on the age, $1, and the income filters, $2? That many fixed cost. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't have a problem. I like age filters. Income filters, income's a hypothetical. Nobody knows exactly what each household earns. It's a really dubious measurement, in my opinion. I've mailed final expense leads off to multimillionaires and been in their homes. So I don't do an income filter, but I like an age filter. I would prefer to see people who are more likely retired or disabled because I can see them during the day and night. People who are younger, if I have the option, some of them still work. Some of them don't have as much interest, and they're going to be harder to reach during normal business hours. Gucci. And then how long does it take to get your leads via direct mail? 3 to 4 weeks, conservatively, Trevor. Dave, are Josh and Brandon still doing their auto lead program? Yes, they are. Yes, call the leads. Send me those, right. Facebook is full of it. Yes, they are. It's true, Philip. It's just facts here. Facts and logic. We're actually going to talk about TikTok a little bit later. There were geezers on TikTok too. And as evidenced by this gentleman's full schedule from leads generated on TikTok. Should be interesting. That is such an incredible point about the stock of Meta being down, being a good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Kat. That's the thing. Y'all can't just watch the news and follow the constant bad news. All they're doing is just trying to get your attention, to stir you up, and to detract you from doing anything. It's to look at their crap so that their advertisers can benefit. you got to look at it in a different way. You know, the truth is people aren't going to migrate off of Facebook in a big way. Facebook knows how to keep people coming back and keep them addicted. They're just going to keep showing up. And especially old people who we target. That's why we're on final expense leads, right? So I don't see it changing. I would even think Twitter's probably a good opportunity right now. All these corporate people pausing their, ads on Twitter, for whatever reason. I don't care. I mean, like, probably makes it a better deal to go in there. Not that I'm saying you should do it, but just from the same kind of fundamental standpoint, there's less demand. So the supply is going to have to be priced lower in order to satisfy revenue goals, right? You may have covered this, but how many times shall you call your leads before you declare them dead, till they declare themselves dead? Either by telling me no, get me off your list, or they're actually dead. Now, we put emphasis on fresh leads over age leads, of course, right, that we've called before. What's the likelihood that you're going to sell a new lead within the next 5 calls versus an age lead from 3 months ago that you've already called 50 calls, right? It's the fresh lead, right? So we want to play the game with the odds in our favor. So the fresh leads take precedence, but we still want to call on those old leads when maybe there's there's less fresh leads than we wanted, or work through those leads. We'll definitely go back and call those, okay? I got a text from Christopher Sorrentino, who is a telesales agent with us, and he texted me. He's like, Dave, I just talked to somebody. I called them 25 times and another one 32 times before they finally picked up the phone and had a sales presentation. So it pays the fortunes and the follow-up, no matter what you're doing, okay? Okay, perfect. All right, good. Now, where are we on the leads? Uh-oh, I closed my notes. Totally lost my place. Oh, no, I don't know what I'm going to do. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me pull up my notes for today so we can see what comes next. It will eventually load. All right. Here we are. Perfect. Okay. All right. So I think now is a good time to play our Platinum Sponsors video. This is from Lead Concepts. Again, Lead Concepts I've worked with personally as a final expense agent. 2015, 2016. I've recommended to hundreds of agents. This is they're kind of like the OG of direct mail. They've been in this business a long time. They understand this business intimately. And most important of all, you can trust them with your direct mail business. They come highly recommended, and I'm pleased to have them as our platinum sponsor. And so let me go ahead and pull their stuff up. We're going to go ahead and listen to their little description of how their business works. Again, if you're into direct mail and you want to learn more about a great vendor, please consider looking at Lead Concepts. And before we do that, one more thing. One, hit the like button if you haven't already. Please do that. That tells YouTube to share this video to agents drunk on the Kool-Aid who need to hear about real final expense leads and the truth behind the good, bad, and the ugly of it. Second of all, make sure you download all my free stuff. Go to davidduford.com/scripts. I am giving away my face-to-face full presentation. I'm giving away my telesales full presentation, as well as my face-to-face appointment setting and face-to-face door knocking script. The whole script, yours free. I teach my agents on the script. If you just go to davidduford.com/scripts to get it, okay? Okay, now let's go ahead and pull the video up, and we'll learn a little bit more about Lead Concepts. Hold 1 second. Right. All right, here it comes. Hey, it's David Duford at DeFord Insurance Group. I'm here with a longtime friend in the business, Mr. Chris Weir, the owner or president of Lead Concepts?
Owner, founder, Grand High Exalted Mystic Ruler.
He's at the top of the food chain, 31 years, Lead Concepts, a very trusted and a very valuable member, as far as I'm concerned, in the final expense leads community. And Chris is here to discuss how his business works, how he helps final expense agents with leads. We're going to actually talk about what leads are working, what leads aren't, what Lead Concepts has to offer. And the objective of this is really to sell you on why you should work with them. I'm a satisfied client, have been for many years now. I've bought in tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of leads from Lead Concepts
as a final expense agent, and they've just done a fantastic job. So Chris, thank you for being here. How you doing?
You bet. I'm great. Thanks for having me. And yeah, thank you. You're always a consistent referral source of clients. So thank you. Thank you for that.
So let's start from the top. Imagine there's some new agents on a call here. They don't know anything about lead concepts. Give us kind of an overview of who you are and what you do.
Sure. I started this direct mail lead generation 31 years ago. I was 24 years old and I was printing on paper. And 31 years later, I'm still printing on paper. Shocking. And we're doing more mail than ever. As people talk about, the post office is a little bit slower and they're more expensive. And yes, both of those I believe are true. Direct mail is still working, although it's working sometimes differently than it used to work. So you have to know sort of what you're doing. What Lead Concepts does at its core is it designs mailers, puts them out into the world and sees what works, and then brings you back only those that we have found work. When a client or a prospect calls, they just tell us what county they would like leads in. In that county, we're going to select people between the ages of 55 and 80 or 85, depending on who I'm talking to. That is where we're going to see the highest response percentage. Responses are a function of income. So we're going to look at 55 to 80, $0 to $40,000 income parameters, and I don't mail to post office boxes unless you specifically ask me to. In a lot of cases, we'll omit single men from the data source because single men of that age suck at life, and we don't really want to mail them anyway. So we're focused sometimes on mailing to the female in the home where there is a spouse. So the only thing we might be losing is men who live alone. And we think that's a worthy omission, so to speak. So we provide everything that's involved. We provide the mailer. You're welcome to submit your own. We would like to dissuade you from doing that, but we do mail other people's mail all the time. We have the mailers that work. You select one of our mailers. We buy the list in your county, print the ad, address it, insert it into the envelope, mail it out. The seniors that are interested fill out the card and return it back to us. We scan and email it to you in a PDF form. The day we get it, you get it in a PDF. The leads are mailed to you in the mail like old school, because we still have final expense agents that want to take that pink or blue or yellow card and show them their handwriting at the door to gain the appointment. My scanned images are not in color. So if you're making appointments over the phone, you can be off and running with the PDF. The hard copies will come in the mail once a week. We put them in an envelope and mail them to you. All the leads are stored in our CRM called Lead Link. So leads are coming to you 3 different ways. Final expense agents who are specific to final expense oftentimes never log into our CRM. They don't have to, but they're there. So if you ever want to go back in and you've done 10 different orders with us, you've got an accumulation of leads in there, and you're like, well, are any of these about to turn 65? Is there some other way I utilize these? They're all available there, sorting in all sorts of different ways, spreadsheeting them. So it's a fantastic, fantastic tool. But at our core, we print mail and we deliver leads that are exclusive to the human who bought the lead. So one of the tricks, David, I've had people ask me about the exclusivity, which, that's been a simple thing for me for 31 years. A lead can't be sold twice. In my world, there's no such thing as a B lead. If you call me or one of my competitors and they have B leads, then something is wrong. That was somebody else's leads. So I do have agents who will allow their upline to buy leads for them. And when an upline buys leads for you, the upline owns your leads.
Right.
And I don't know if they're passing those out multiple times. I have no control over that. So the technique I talk to my clients about is you buy the leads from me and get reimbursed from your upline, and you own the lead as far as lead concepts is concerned. So it's a little trick of the trade to make sure your lead stays your lead.
Yeah, we're very, very much so in agreement here. Fresh and exclusive is vital. There's a big problem in this business, not at all on the direct mail side, certainly not with lead concepts, but with agencies selling and reselling leads a number and multitude of times, turning what should be an insurance sales agency into a lead racket. And these are things that we try to talk about here on my channel because it's a big deal. Now, Chris, again, for the uninitiated here, new to final expense, they'll hear me say things like direct mail is king, as in it's the best option for leads. Can you give us your explanation why direct mail is the best source of leads for final expense agents?
Well, it just appears that all of the other medium expire very quickly. You asked me the reasons, right? And I don't know if I know the reasons, but your ability to call somebody and say, hey, I got your pink card back in the mail. I got your green card back in the mail that you sent in just a few days ago. Quite frankly, you can say that a week from now, a month from now, 6 months from now. You can take that lead to the door. It still has their handwriting and their signature on it, and show them. When people are responding to a final expense direct mail campaign, or I suppose any final expense offer, the assumption on my part, right, wrong, or indifferent, is that they've had something occur in their life where they've just planned somebody else's funeral or witnessed somebody else having to do that. So it becomes a timing thing when we're in front of them, the right message at the right time in front of the right person. And again, the ability to have a hard copy of that in your hand that we mail to you, old school, like we did 31 years ago, put it in an envelope and mail it to you. You can knock on that door 2 days from now. And if it's met with a unhappy customer or prospect, it doesn't preclude you from going back a month later.
Yeah, I had a lady who bought some leads, direct mail, and she never worked them until a year later. And she ended up writing 5 or 6 times her investment in profit off of a year-old lead. And I think, to me, that's the big selling point why agents should consider doing business with you, is because the leads, they don't have a short shelf life. They don't expire as fast as Facebook leads or many other form of instant leads that are out there. Yes, those are cheap, but there is something in this business, of course, about the old saying, you get what you pay for,
Sure, and we are doing Facebook leads. The leads that we're doing, because it appears, and I've been doing it for about 2.5 years now, Facebook leads, these folks will click on the link, and it takes 3 clicks for us to get a lead, because we're not after a $4 lead. We're after acquisitions and sales. So we require that much activity, and yet if an agent calls them within 5 minutes, which is our hope, they still are able to say with a straight face that they didn't click on that lead. And that's why Facebook leads is all about lead nurturing, which we're doing. We built our own platform so that you're not required to call that senior knowing that they're just not going to answer the phone or say they didn't fill out that form. We're going to drip on that senior in an effort to create an inbound phone call. We'll drip on them 8 times within 24 hours with your phone number, your Calendly, or the ability to just request a free quote. And of course, opt out.
So what are you seeing for direct mail these days? We want to talk about, and we'll get to kind of, you've got actual examples of leads that are working. We're going to show the audience those in just a second. But
Give us some kind. You talk to agents all the time across the nation, have for decades. What are some of the best practices for an agent that wants to do direct mail to give them the best chances of optimized success when it comes to how they order and that kind of thing?
Well, yeah, perfect question. And this is what I deal with on a regular basis. And the people will ask me, who are your most successful agents, right? What are they doing? And the most successful agents are waking up with leads on their desk. And listen, it's expensive. I get it, but we have a battle cry here at Lead Concepts, and that is that your job is exponentially harder than our job. So our job is to do everything we can to educate my client or prospect before they ever decide to spend a dollar. So our highest responding mailer, and David, here's something that you may find remarkable. My highest responding mailer, including Medicare mailers now, is this Walmart mailer. I don't know, can you see it?
Here, let's go ahead and share the
Okay.
screen. I had to take you off there before we got started, but if you go back in there and share it, it should share as soon as you reshare. We'll wait for you. All right. It's sharing. There it is.
So I tell you what, we were seeing just massive response percentages, 3, 4, 5, 6% in the Medicare space. Well, now the highest responding mailer in any of my catalogs is this life insurance lead. You see, it says the senior final expense life insurance plan may pay up to $25,000. So there's a life insurance in the first sentence. This particular mailer is typically pulling 2%. It doesn't pull that in every state. If you've been doing mail for years and years and years in your state and you've never pulled 2%, please don't call me and say, oh, I heard you can get 2%, you know. But that being said, this mailer is my highest responding mailer of all platforms, Medicare, MedAdvantage, annuities, mortgage protection, you know, you name it. And my happiest customers are in fact mailing this. But as I mentioned to you, my objective isn't to sell you a Walmart gift card mailer. It's to make sure before you spend any money, you know what you're buying. So if you call me and you say, I want to mail 1,000 mailers, I'm going to recommend the free Walmart gift card mailer because I'm going to get 20 leads instead of 10. The two leads pictured here are identical with one glaring difference, the free Walmart gift card. And neither one is right or wrong for anyone. But if you called me and said you wanted 20 leads, I might mail the one without the Walmart gift card, but you've got to mail 2,000 to get 20 leads instead of 1,000 to get 20 leads. The most expensive thing you do is wake up with no leads. So yes, without the Walmart gift card, the lead cost is twice as much, but with no leads, your time is just spinning by.
Right.
And I wish it were perfect that the non-Walmart would pull 2%, but that isn't the case.
Right.
What you'll never happen with me or anyone at Lead Concepts is if we tell you you're going to get 1% and somehow the mailer pulls 0.5%, you're always going to get a credit for 50% of your mail. If I say you're going to get 10 and I pull 9, okay, you might get a $50 credit, but that's not what I'm really talking about. I'm talking about a disaster, right?
Right.
You did a mailing and I said you were going to get 25 and you got 12. That's
Right.
never on you. The worst part of that is that I can't make the leads come back because I know you'd rather have leads, not credit.
Right.
But I can't make the leads come back if I did it. And for some reason, we pulled half or 3/4, or I don't know, if we didn't get a lead, something went terribly wrong. That's always on Lead Concepts. It's the secret of our 31 years.
Yeah, and that's happened sometimes in tough markets, and we've had agents, my agents, that have experienced the same thing, and
we have it happen almost every day in some capacity, whether it's a seminar that we've done. We're doing a lot. We did 84 Medicare 101 seminar mailers in August, 84 of them. And sure, one or two of them did not do what we said. So we quickly turned on Facebook marketing to get more people and did whatever we could to be involved in the client's success, because that's your success is our success. So last year, we gave back over $330,000 in marketing credits or refunds for,
wow.
Well, last year, the Medicare mailer response rates fell off a cliff.
Right.
Last year, we experienced, instead of getting 2%, we were getting 1%.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, we had a lot of credits to give out, and we gave them all out. And I'm, in some way, I'm buying a customer for life, right? It's never about today, it's about tomorrow.
Always.
And, I won't allow our customers to get left holding the bag because they listened to something we said that turned out to be wrong. And that's more challenging than ever, David, because I've got 55 people here.
Right. Gonna make payroll. Yep.
No,
Very
I mean,
good.
it's hard to make sure everyone is giving the same information out of my, and so we do a lot of training. We really focus on our catalogs, our product catalogs, and training my team members, who are fantastic. And of course, they talk to 30 or 50 agents all day long, each one of them.
So along this note, I'm going to go back to sharing or back off the screen. Thanks for sharing that again. I know, and just for an example, we'll talk about, if we haven't by now in the live training, this is recorded prior, of course, we're going to talk about the Walmart gift cards, how to work them, what steps to take to mitigate the concerns you have about where's my free gift card to Walmart. It's what good training and good sales training can handle. I personally worked with Walmart lead probably the last year to 2 years of my career in final expense. And I love the leads, and I bought them for Chris. They work really well. You just got to know what you're doing. And that's always a sales issue. And that's something we'll, in our training today, we're going to teach.
I'll tell you unequivocally, when the first time somebody asked me to do that, I told them I did not want to. I did not want to put that Walmart gift card on there a few years ago. I really fought them on it, and they just said, well, I'm going to do it. I've seen other people do it. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess we'll see what happens together. And the remarkable thing is that all of a sudden, when people were trying to make appointments, you were able to leave a message. And if you mention the Walmart gift card in your message, now you're getting a return phone call. I was stunned that it helped us get more leads. We knew that. But where it really paid off is when people were able to use it to set appointments and actually get return phone calls and leave a message.
Right.
I was surprised. Hey, I'm not always right. That's the benefit of being 55 years old. I figured out all the things I don't know seem to be growing more and more every year as I get dumber the older I get.
That's wisdom. The more you know, the more you realize you don't.
You think you know everything when you're 35. When you're 55, you're like, wow, I don't know anything.
Youth is wasted on the young, as they say. So what's not working? Can you tell us what's not working? This definitely
wow,
is.
I love that. I love that question. What is not working? And I implore all of you not to just write a mailer that you think is going to work and send it to me. Because if you do want to write one, I actually implore you to send it to me so that I can communicate with you what's good and what's bad, so that you're not wasting your money. I just don't want, it's hard enough what you guys do. So don't just write an ad. I've been writing ads for 31 years. The vast majority of the things I write don't work. Eventually we land on what does work and we bring that to you. Here's what I don't want anyone to do, David. Don't put a 3-dimensional QR code on your mailer. Please don't ask me to put your website and a barcode on there that drives people to a bunch of pages that they go look at and never commit to sending the card back in. QR codes are more prevalent. There is a place for them in marketing. It is not on direct mail. That's a big thing. People are constantly asking me to do that, and we've done it. Okay, we've already tried it. Doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. I learned that lesson about 10 years ago. I failed out of the business, and I came up with my whole highfalutin custom lead piece. I got a few sales off of, but it wasn't nearly as good as the tried and true stuff that you've been doing for 3 decades. There's like, it's like that thing, you know, the more you know, the more you don't know. It's like, well, you think this guy has been doing this 30 years, probably has tried what you thought. You know, there's a mother load of experience you can leverage just by being told to say, hey, do this, because it actually works, you know. So
yeah, sure. And when people bring me their own things, I'll typically ask them to do mine first, and then I'll do theirs second if they still want to do theirs after they do mine. But I only have one chance to prove myself to them, so I don't want to do theirs first, because I have an estimate in my mind of what theirs is going to do. So years and years, I always said, we don't want to talk about the products because people don't want to buy anything. People don't want to buy anything. And so when you talk about the products, you turn them off, or they don't reply. And that has softened a little bit, David. And what I mean by that is people don't want to see something so generic that you could sell spoons from it. And so I believe in the Medicare space, there's so much generic mail and generic information and false information on TV, that there's so much information in the Medicare space that now there's no information, and people don't know where to turn.
Right. Confused.
Boy, absolutely. And it's the predatory nature of the marketing at Medicare now that's caused that. The marketers have caused that. And so now saying this senior life insurance plan is important to them, understanding that this is what this is. Like, they appreciate us being a little bit more specific now,
than
what we used to do. And that's true in Medicare as well. Product specific Medicare mailers really are working, because seniors appreciate that you're not trying to put something over on them.
Excellent. Very good perspective there. So Chris, agents who are interested in doing business with you, hopefully buying your recommended lead, not coming with their own creation, how can they reach out to you and do business with you guys?
Well, yeah, I would have them reach out either directly to me on my cell phone, or just call into the 800 number. Either way will be fine, as long as they mention David Duford. So my cell phone, should I give it to you?
If you're all right with thousands of people seeing this.
More the merrier, brother. I told you, I have 55 people who work for me. Every 2 weeks is like passing a kidney stone. So I'm on commission just like everybody else. So,
that's right.
My cell phone, and I give it out because I expect people to use it. My cell phone is 817-706-7914. I respond to text messages. And if my calendar is overloaded, I'll be able to shoot you back a Calendly link so that we can jump on a Calendly. Or if I'm free, I'll just stop and call you right then. The main line at the office, especially if a lot of you are probably already working with us. So the main line is 1-800-283-0187. And we've got 8 salespeople and 5 or 6 customer service and sales support people, and we did just under 6 million mailers in August, and we're still growing, man. We're still growing.
It's awesome. Well, Chris, thanks for your time, man. I really appreciated it. We again, like I said, if there is a direct mail vendor I always endorse and appreciate, it's definitely Lead Concepts. They've lived up to their words many a times and continue to do. And that's hard to find in the leads business. The leads business is full of crooks, unfortunately. And Chris is definitely not, as well as his company. Very good people.
I appreciate that. I would speak to my competitors. are cleaner and better than ever, and I'm proud of my direct mail industry. I do feel the lead industry used to have a bad rap, and it may be getting it again because of internet leads and things like that. But I speak highly of my direct mail competitors. I don't ever hear anything negative about them, and I appreciate that.
Excellent. All right, you guys know what to do if you want to reach out. Highly recommended. Chris, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, brother. Whenever you're in Dallas, I need to give you a tour.
All right, I'll be there. See you. All right, we're back. Hey guys, how's it going? Very good. Thank you, Chris, for the informative interview. Appreciate that very much. Again, that was Lead Concepts, our platinum sponsor for this Final Expense Leads Extravaganza live stream that I appreciate all of y'all on. We love Lead Concepts. Hopefully that was made plenty clear enough. So let me clear my throat. And let's answer some of your questions. After that, here's what's happening next. We're going to go to talking about seminar marketing. So that's going to come after this. Then we're going to get into stuff that I don't like. Well, at least one form of lead that I don't like, that is under a tremendous amount of pressure, a tremendous amount of negativity. We'll get to that in a moment. And we'll do it again for another kind of lead. And then we'll kind of get closer to the end. We're about at the halfway point right now. Probably got another 2 hours or so at this point in the live stream. So I hope you guys are still awake and paying attention. Okay, so I'm going to scroll back up here. And there's a bunch of questions. Let's see what you got for me. Do you always, hey Clifford, do you always call a direct mail lead, or can you just show up? You can just show up to sell a direct mail lead, a policy. We recommend doing both. I think you should get good at working a lead to set an appointment, and I think you should get good at door knocking. Here's the thing. When you're a face-to-face agent working direct mail or any sort of face-to-face lead, what is non-negotiable is this. You must always door knock your leads. You don't have to call them, but you got to door knock them. In other words, if you just call your leads, what you'll find is a lot of them won't pick up. They're screening your phone calls. And some people who would buy if you just showed up will never pick up the phone. So you must door knock as a face-to-face agent to optimize your chances of success, okay? Dave, unrelated but sort of related. What is tougher, making 200 grand with final expense strictly, or doing 3 million in annuity premium to make the same amount? I don't know. That's a good question. For me, I think my guess, as hypothetical as it is that the agent that is doing final expense probably has a better chance at doing that because it's a more accessible lead generation strategy in the short and the long term. The thing with annuities is there's not really a good, rinse and repeat annuity marketing system that's out there. It's not like final expense. You can just jump in with a variety of different lead vendors that are pretty good. If you know who to work with, scale up and you're gangbusters, right? It's not like that with annuities. Annuities are a kind of a brand-based business that takes time, or you cross-sell to another type of lead. So again, if I was a betting man, I would put agents generally more on this side of final expense than I would of annuities. What is the duration of a successful sales by phone from hello to application to payment? Hour to an hour and a half on average. It's just going to depend on the carrier, the phone interview length, your ability to get through the phone call itself, right? So it just kind of depends. Turn off ad blocker if any difficulties downloading scripts. Yes, thank you very much. I had a lead where the husband filled out the Facebook ad. I called, door knocked with no answer, and I left the business card on the door and deemed the lead resolved when the wife called me back 2 months later. There you go. So you got lucked out. They called you. They usually don't. They just forget about you. Sharing script is a platinum pay it forward. You got it. You're welcome. So again, that's davidduford.com/scripts. I'm giving away my final expense face-to-face presentation, my final expense telesales presentation, my appointment setting and door knocking scripts for free without anything that you have to spend your money on. You just have to go to davidduford.com/scripts to add yourself to our list, our email list, and to likewise get the scripts and other resources too. All right. Dave, unrelated. Oh, you can hit that up already. Please send me the script. You know what to do to get it. I fill out the application for telesales position a couple days ago. Did you do all the steps? I probably didn't respond if you didn't do all of the steps. There was a couple of steps embedded in the directions, and if an agent didn't follow all the directions, then I didn't fill it out or respond back. So check it again and then get back to me. With so many companies having access to the same data, what makes lead concepts better? Hopefully that was made clear. Can I get on your schedule for a consultation? davidduford.com/FAQ if you want to learn more about my business, how agents work with me, what the pros are, what the cons are, so you can decide for yourself if it's a good fit. And then you'll see how to get on a Q&A call, do a one-on-one, etc. Do I encourage replacements? Only if it's ethical and if it's in the betterment of the client. So it's not always the case that you should replace. I'm not a wholesale. If the policy is there, you replace it. It just depends on the details always. All right. Let's get rid of this debauchery and nonsense. Let's see here. We're going to report. And then we're going to do not want to see that. Thank you. And we'll hide the user. Perfect. My apologies. You may have answered this, but what are low, medium, and high budgets for telesales? There is a budget, and that's $750 to $1,000 a week for full-timers. Part-timers, $600 to $700, roughly. Anything less than that, don't do the business. What if we only use online lead services? I don't know what that means. You have to be more specific. Do we have a personal upline for the different lines of business if we need and for the business in other states? Yes, if you work with me, I mean, I'm your upline. I train you on this stuff. We give you resources to be successful. What's the cost of a per 1,000 Walmart mailer? I don't know. I don't know if you mentioned it on the call there. I know it's over 500 now, I think, but call him up. Talk to Chris and ask them, because that stuff is, depends. And it's always in fluctuation. If you have agents that used lead purchases 1 year ago, is buying dated leads viable? No. I don't think that Chris sells dated leads. They only sell fresh and exclusive leads. Thanks for these lead sources and vouching for them. Absolutely. I'm inundated with ads for less vendors on Instagram and Facebook and don't know who the heck I'm buying from at times. Peter, how hard is it to switch IMOs and FAE? If we are somewhere else and want to switch to my agency, DeFord Insurance Group, depends on the upline. Some release. You just ask the upline to sign a document that moves you from them to me for those carriers. But there's some carriers or agencies that don't release. They will hold you hostage, and then you're just going to have to get different carriers with me than you currently have, wait 6 months or so, and then migrate those over at that point. It's not usually a big deal. There's so many good carriers out there. It's usually that you're not locked out. Okay? Does our old agency ding or delay us, or do the carriers? It really comes down to, in most cases, the agency, if they decide to allow you to release or not. Is there a delay period for incoming DeFord IMO? A couple weeks if you get the releases signed. If you can't get the releases, then new carrier contracts, a couple weeks to get appointed. What are those $8 pre-generated leads on TTC? OT, I think that's, go back to the video and check it out, or go to the website. I don't want to spread misinformation. So if you go there, they'll check them out. Wish I could stay? No problem, Brandon. Thanks for your business, man. Get some sales, and it's always recorded, so you can come back. I assume that you're recording for, yes, we are. Recorded. Just click the same link later, and you can watch the whole thing over again. Yes, getting people to move money with is definitely tougher. It's a multi-call process. It's lucrative. It's great, but it's different from final expense. Dave, if you don't mind, what is the average FEX annual premium at DeFord? I don't know what the average is. I can give you a range that's average, because you'll get deals that are 300, 400 AP. You'll get deals that are 2,500 to 3,000 AP. So they're all over the board. I would say you can conservatively expect, if you follow our training and you do what you're supposed to do, probably around 700 to 800 annual premium is about the average. Some agents do better, some agents do worse. It's $5.45 per 1,000 mailers of the brochure I received from them on Monday, which is just fine. Again, that's usually because of the cost of postage. It's gone up, and there's been inflationary pressures on all the components to doing business anyway. Gas, right, to deliver the stuff. Probably lumber. Yeah, lumber. Doesn't lumber create paper? I'm such an idiot. Of course it does. But that's come down, but it's probably still up, so. Can you mix pre-need with funeral expenses, final expense? I have an agent in California that does, But the thing with pre-need, it's state regulated, just like final expense life insurance. Some require you to be a part of a funeral home to do it. Other states, I think like Indiana, don't. Otherwise, it can make sense, but it's usually not something we see. Cool. Perfect. Okay, let's see what's next here on the list. So we're going to move into, yes, seminar marketing. I love seminar marketing. Seminar marketing, and we're also going to kind of have an alternate strategy that I want to share with you too. So we're going to talk about some free leads right now, kind of free ways to self-generate leads that I think work really well if you're brand new too, because these are not that hard to do. Just take some elbow grease and a little work to get these up and running. And I've got a video we're going to play of a seminar that I actually gave, it's been like 7 years ago. So you're going to see that. And then I've also got a video I actually just recorded with an agent of mine that does something similar to these, but I'll kind of share it with you in a second. It's an event. I'll just say that much to kind of hook you on it, but it's really good. Guy spent $350 to make $10,000 in sales. Let me put it that way. And he still has leads to follow up with, so we'll get to that in a minute. But let's walk this back a little bit, because seminar marketing is a form of marketing where we go to where seniors are, do an educational, keyword educational, and I'm using quotes, I really shouldn't. It is an educational event to tell them and inform them about final expenses and things they should be concerned about, which then, of course, naturally results in what? People interested in doing business with you. Let me tell you why I love seminar marketing. The one thing seminar marketing can do for you is it totally differentiates yourself from any paid lead generation strategy. See, if you're doing seminar marketing, you're doing, first of all, a one-to-many approach. Instead of talking to one person at a time, you're talking yourself to 5, 10, 15 plus people in a small group seminar. Typically, they don't get much bigger than that, but they can. So you're scaling your capability for people to reach your message. Also, the medium in which the people receive your message is completely unique and better than any form of paid lead advertising. Why do I say that? Because you are allowed, by giving that presentation, to brand yourself naturally as you extol and share your knowledge base on final expenses. So naturally, what do people do when they watch somebody who's an expert on stage? Inform, educate them, and take them to a new level of reasoning and logic and understanding. They believe that they're the expert by default. People want to do business with the expert. And it's all done in a non-sales format, so people don't feel like they're being sold. They just feel like, this guy knows what he's talking about. This person's the expert. This person can solve my problems. I want to do business with this person. So what seminar marketing allows you to do is to create a connection in a scaled fashion and create high quality, high intent leads that then sell final expense too. All the while, and this is what makes it really, really good, for a low cost to no cost. So that is one of the biggest benefits to seminar marketing, is you don't have an acquisition cost like what we talked about, $750 to $1,000 a week. You literally just need to go do several seminars a week to get the same lead flow and, frankly, have the same opportunity to sell and close final expense deals. So a couple of things. So those are the pros of seminar marketing. Let's talk about the drawbacks, because there are some drawbacks. First of all, the number one fear all Americans have is what? Is it dying? No. It's public speaking. With this, you're going to have to get in front of a bunch of people. You're going to have to present yourself. You're going to have to look people in the eye and talk for a 10, 15-minute, 20-minute talk. That scares the bejesus out of a lot of people from doing this, which is why this works so well. Because all of the people who are afraid to do this means there's less competition for this strategy in generating quality, high-intent final expense leads. The flip side to this, that's a drawback, is that there's not a lot of seminar marketing opportunities to make this into a full-scale 10x full-time business, to just exclusively do final expense seminars. Personally, I did 100 seminars in like a 9-month period of time. About half that time, I was doing 6 a week, okay? So I would do 2 a days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, okay? one at 11 and one at 3, something like that. And I wrote good business. The problem was, in order to do 6 a week, I had to travel outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, where I live, as far north as Louisville, which is like 6 hours away, and as far south as Panama City Beach, Florida, which is about 7 hours away. So I had to live off 11 out of my suitcase. I was on the road, was away from my family. And as much as I enjoyed it, it was just kind of a pain having to do all that traveling to satisfy my lead acquisition goals, okay? So what most likely will happen if you're gonna do seminar marketing is this plays as the perfect Kickstarter to generating and building a bankroll as an agent, especially if you're kind of strapped for cash, to go out there, set up 10 to 20 seminars in your first month or two, make a lot of sales, create cash flow, and more importantly, create a cash block of money to then reinvest that into some other paid lead program that we're talking about. Okay, does that make sense so far? So this is where I use this in my agency. This is what I recommend my agents to think about when they're doing seminar marketing, not as a long-term solution, but a short-term solution, finding leads at an affordable price to a long-term problem, which is staying busy seeing the people. Okay, so that's seminar marketing in a nutshell. Maybe you're wondering, well, Dave, how do I actually find seminars? So let's take a look, and I'm going to give you a resource guide that just does a great job of finding seminars, and I'm going to take you through it on my screen. But before I do that, let me share in the chat here. 1 second here. Let's remove. Okay. 1 moment, please. All right. Perfect. All right. So let's put in the chat the link to the very important site to find what we're looking for. Okay, perfect. Cool. So I'm going to share my screen. Let's take a look. And this is where you're going to go to find seminars. So let me share my screen. Let me make sure I got to make sure this screen is sized a little different. So just bear with me. I got to resize it here. Okay, perfect. Okay, good. Okay. So this is the link I put in the chat. For those of you who can't see the chat, it's hud.gov/topics/information_for senior_citizens. Okay. You come here, you scroll down, you're going to look for find affordable rents. Click that. Eventually the page loads and you're going to find a search of the United States of America of finding affordable housing near me. Now it says find affordable elderly housing. You click that and it shows the surrounding areas near where I live of affordable housing. Okay. So for example, this is Chattanooga, Tennessee. All of these are affordable housing, but not all of these are senior facilities. You got to do a little bit of discernment and research to find them, which is pretty simple. So for example, this one off of Hamill Road, let's scroll in here. When you're doing this for your area, you click this, you're going to get a build out of what it is. And sometimes it'll say just it's low income elderly and special needs housing, but it's not clear what exactly it is. Here's how you know for sure. You look down here as if there are no or very little 2+ bedroom units and mostly 1 bedroom and efficiencies. What this means is that this is a senior facility. As opposed to a HUD facility like a Section 8 facility, you'll see 2, 3, 4 bedroom units. Let me pull one up here. I'll show you, see if I can find one. That's not it. They may not show up at all here, so that's good. But anyways, as you're doing some research, you'll see where they show up, and they're like multi-unit bedrooms. You want to stay away from HUD facility, Section 8 HUD facilities that are not specifically set up for seniors. Okay. And what you're going to do here is just basically create a list of senior facilities that you can call on, preferably in person. You can do it over the phone, and just go through, click through, and find these units before you call them. Like this is a mental health center. We don't want to go there. Now, also, what we want to do here too is I also recommend that you use Google and put in senior apartments in your state or your city and state. So senior apartments in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And what you're going to find is a collection, maybe another website. Sometimes these facilities are run by the city, like there's like 5 to 10 in the city of Chattanooga that the city of Chattanooga runs. But they're not going to show up on the HUD site for some reason. I don't know why. But you want to also check the city you're looking at, even small cities too, and see where you can find these senior apartments or HUD senior apartments. Do those searches. And over time, what you're going to find, maybe an hour research tops, you're probably going to have 50 to 100 in a reasonable driving range that you can call on to get in and to try to book a seminar with. My experience, how many actually book? Probably about 70% of these. The key thing is to approach them in person. You can do this over the phone, but there's more resistance. I find it's much easier to convince people to let me pitch. I say pitch, educate their clients. When I talk to them in person, look in the eye, shake their hands, and usually 5 or 10 minutes later, they're like, great, we'll see you in a couple weeks to do the seminar, okay? About 70% of those people will agree to it, okay? Here's the thing, look for the activity director. The activity director is the person who is responsible for booking events and activity events, right? So you go in and ask the activity director, hey, my name is David Duford. I'm a licensed life insurance agent in Tennessee, and I'm stopping by because I do educational events for senior citizens like your residents on informing and educating them on the high cost of funeral expenses and what steps they can do to be prepared. There's a lot of people that have very little coverage or very little idea of what's out there and what's going to happen if they're not prepared. And in my 10 or 15 minute dialogue with them, I bring food, I bring a gift card to draw for. I'm going to tell them a lot of information that's going to make a difference in their life. So what's your thoughts on that? Is that something you're interested in? That's literally the pitch to them. And usually they're like, wow, that sounds great. When can I have you? So it's not a hard pitch. In fact, I would say the 30% that don't book just can't allow for-profit people to come in and talk. It's just some sort of bylaw or rule that you can't get around. So I love seminars. They work well, and they're very simple to book. Now, let me see if there's any questions, because I want to play for you I also want to play for you a video of the seminar itself so you kind of see what to expect and how it works. But before that, Philip, if you guys got any questions, throw them out in the chat. Did you do seminars as a new agent? I didn't, but I've taught hundreds of agents to do seminars. They work that well. They're not that complicated to do. And just showing up and talking and being a nice person, that's about most of the battle to get people to do business with you. And then when you show your expertise off, they're that much more inclined to. How long have you been in the business when you first embarked on it? Probably about 4 or 5 years. But it's something a new agent can absolutely pick up right away. Okay. So I'm going to pull up here the actual video of me doing this many, many years ago, just to show you kind of how a seminar actually looks, how simple it is. It is not a complicated endeavor. It's pretty straightforward. So give me a moment here to pull it up. And then after this, I'm actually going to come back with a video I filmed with one of my agents the other day. We're going to release it as a video, but I'm going to kind of sneak peek it today. And the purpose of this is really just to give you kind of another strategy or insight on how to generate leads free or at very little expense that are very high quality. So let me go ahead and I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to mute myself. And this is about a 20-minute video or so, and it's just me talking through the seminar. So this way you can see exactly what to expect, how it works, and then yeah, just kind of take these notes and incorporate it into your own presentation. This is the same one that I gave many, many, many times. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself. I'll edit it later.
Just hit the red button to start, huh?
It's already started.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just hold it. It's always good to talk about it. So the reason I'm here, I've been a licensed agent in Georgia for about 4 years now. And I deal with people who are on fixed income, 50 and older. So a lot of people that are probably in the same situation that y'all are in, fixed income, that kind of situation. And what I find, kind of as I've worked with all sorts of people through the tri-state area, is that a lot of people actually have insurance or have a lot of questions about their insurance policy. And I see a lot of the same things happening over and over again. A lot of companies out there that say one thing but do another. And I find that a lot of people are shocked to find out what the companies on TV do or what the companies in the mail do. And so that's why I'm doing this presentation today, to give you all the facts and the figures out there about what is your options for coverage. So it's not designed to sit here and sell you or give you a hard time. It's designed to give you the information so you can make a good decision for yourself about, what do I get in whatever situation that I'm in. So what I like to do is kind of say there's 4 situations that everybody is in here. And I mean everybody here. So as I talk through this, listen up, see if this applies to you. So the first situation is you have what's called term insurance. Now, how many here have gotten mail from AARP, Global Life? That sounds familiar. Okay, everybody. Who hasn't gotten this question? Yeah, maybe, sort of. So AARP, Global Life, Primerica, all these companies do what's called term insurance. Does anybody know what term means?
I think so. It's a set, the insurance you pay into it for a certain length of time, and then it pays for itself maybe, or something like that.
No. So this
They say you can do that, and when you really feel
right.
lost,
So here's the easiest way to read. Whenever you see anything that says term insurance on it, term is short for terminating insurance. Yeah. So when you get this insurance, you're covered. Not saying that you're not covered. If you die, it's going to cover you up to a certain point. That's where the catch is. So if you look at AARP and you look at Globe, they cancel at 80. So if you happen to live one day past 80,
that's not bad.
Keel over and go, too bad, they're not covering you. And all that money you paid in, you're not getting back. So the problem there, of course, it's obvious, right? We don't know when we're going to die. We like to think we do, but we don't. So you're taking a gamble when you get something that has term insurance in the description. On top of that, there's price increases with those plans as well. So a lot of people buy into it. It is cheap on the front end, but as you get into your 60s and your 70s, it goes through the roof. I had a lady in Flintstone, Georgia. She was paying $60 a month at 75. When she hit 76, it went up to 150. Just like that. And I don't think she was making more than $700 or $800 a month. So imagine she had prescriptions, rent, food, and then this huge insurance bill. She had to drop it. And that's so much money I don't even want to add it up. It would depress me. But the point is that term insurance is not a guarantee that it will be there when you need it. And so I always tell people when I talk to them, if you think you have something like this, if you bought a policy from AARP, Globe Life, Primerica, if you've ever had a price increase on your insurance, that's a pretty good chance that you have a term policy. And so if this is of concern to you, if you didn't realize this, that that's what it is, I'm more than happy to show you what your other options are. I'm going to hand some cards around. You can fill it out and indicate that you'd like to talk to me about that. So your second situation is that you actually have a policy that doesn't cover you. That kind of sounds strange, right? I bought life insurance. Why is it not doing the job it should be doing? Well, have you all seen the ads on TV for Colonial Penn, MetLife? Okay, sounds familiar. All their junk mail too. Exactly, Physician Mutual. So their whole pitch, like the Jeopardy guys, the Colonial Penn spokesperson, he says, we don't ask you health questions, coverage never goes down, it never goes up, can't be canceled. It sounds really good. But that little line of fine print they flash at the bottom of the screen is the smoking gun.
Limited benefits for 2 years.
It's limited.
Yes.
For 2 years?
Yeah, exactly.
What does that mean exactly?
Right, so if you take it out, here's what it does do. It covers you if you die from accidental reasons. That means you have to get hit by a car and die immediately for it to pay out. But that chance of that happening is very slim. It happens, but it doesn't usually happen. But during those first years, if you die by natural causes, which is the way most people go, it will not pay at all. It only refunds what you paid in.
Anything accidental though, not just getting hit by a car. You
Yes.
get choked to death on food or anything like that, it would pay in the first 2 years.
If it's accidental and if it fits the descriptions of what accidental means, and this is where insurance companies play games. I had a client in Cleveland. He was painting his house, right? and he's like 30 feet in the air, maybe it was 10 feet. But anyways, he fell off the ladder, landed right on his leg, crushed his leg, okay? He fought to keep his leg so he wouldn't have to amputate it. Well, about 90 or 120 days in, he had so many surgeries, and he just said, "To hell with this, cutting it off, get rid of it." He had an accidental and dismemberment plan that would pay if he had to lose his leg. Well, the fine print of the policy said it's been past 90 days. We're not paying. And that's what you kind of find with these accidental plans. It's the same situation. It's not by accident. It's got to fall within a period of time.
Like with choking. I mean, I've got 20 years of long-term care, and we've had residents die as a result of choking, but they choke to death as a result of a pre-existing medical condition.
Exactly.
So that's not accidental.
Yes.
Death.
That's not
So like people in later years when they choke, it's typically like due to scar tissue and esophageal.
Right.
You know.
Exactly.
You know, so it's not.
I got choked on a piece of roast.
Right.
And there just happened to be a bed there that you had to do the iron thing and the same.
Wow.
So my question is would, like, you know, if there's a pre-existing medical condition that caused them to choke, would that cover?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm describing this, is that the accidental portion of the coverage, it's not all that hot to begin with.
Right, that's what,
they're all like that, right?
You know,
there's always wiggle room.
right.
And that's why you don't want to get a plan that doesn't actually cover you for natural causes. Because that's the case the insurance company makes, is you die from natural causes because you have scar tissue or you've got some disease that caused it.
Right, there's almost always an out for that
Yes.
insurance company because, you know, there's
Right.
That's the one that
almost
write the
always,
policies.
once you reach a certain age, there's something pre-existing that resulted in that
Right,
accident.
right. So when this highlights the importance of buying the right plan. If you buy one of these plans from this company, all you've got on you right for the first 2 years is accidental coverage. Okay? And we already in this discussion can see how little helpful it is to actually pay out if in the very rare chance you did die from an accident or something that appears that way. So the reason I bring this up is that a lot of people buy these plans off the TV because they think, well, I'm in my 50s, 60s, 70s, have had heart problems, cancer, I've had all these issues. Who would insure me? You know, so they think the worst, so let's just get this and be done with it and take the gamble. And the reason I bring this up is because that may be the only option for you, but many times it's not, because, like, for example, I'm what's called a broker. I'm an independent agent. I work with a lot of different companies and shop around to try to find the best price and the coverage, value of coverage for my customers. I have all sorts of people that have diabetes, COPD, heart problem history, cancer history, that can still get some level, if not complete, first aid coverage from the first day for natural causes of death. So that if you did choke because of COPD, hey, we got you covered, you know. So it's really important not to count yourself out. So if you're looking for life insurance or burial insurance, you want to talk to an independent agent, because many of the times they have 10 plus companies. They can look around to see what's in your best interest so that you can get the most coverage you can. Like, for example, I had a general Okay, I'm going to cut it there. You guys get the general idea. That was kind of the goal here. I wanted to just cut it a little short, but that's how simple it is to go in and have a conversation with a group of people. For those of you who have looked at my script, this is exactly stage 3 of my script, just basically projected now to a large group of people. And you can tell by the engagement of the audience. They're asking questions. They're engaged, they're showing concern. Some people are like surprised that term cancels, or they're not covered for 2 years, or that accidental isn't all it's cracked up to be. This is auditory proof that what we're doing is connecting, and it's convincing some percentage of the people there that they want what it is that we've got eventually, as they'll hear, and not the other stuff. And not at any point did I talk about pushing them to buy. I casually informed them that I help people with this kind of stuff. But I told stories, kind of relaying these examples of what these bad policies do, etc. And we're about halfway through this. Probably got another 5 minutes before it's like truly over, and then we start to collect the lead forms that we fill out. But that's it, guys. It's not that complicated. And I think at this particular seminar we had, it was in Rome, Georgia. No, it was in Dalton, Georgia. I think we had like 15 people, maybe less than that. I think I sold like 2 policies, maybe 3. But when I sat down with them, they liked it. They were interested in it. They thought it was cool. They thought they liked it, and it was perfect. So we love them. This is something that, again, I see predominantly as a strategy we want to use if, let's say, for example, you're tight on cash and you want to use a strategy that's going to give you leads to talk to and keep you busy for a while, and to generate the leads, the leads to make sales, to make money, to then reinvest in some kind of paid lead. That's kind of what we see as really is the best options out of all of these. So some questions here in the chat here. I was hoping to hear the 1 through 4. Is that post? I don't know what you mean by that. You'll have to explain that to me. Great training and content so far. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Team TTC. We love you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your sponsorship too. How about a written code on business cards or marketing materials? A written code for what? You have to be more specific, please. And then, Dave, if an agent is affiliated with a 501c like AFEA, with the other 30% more likely? I don't know. That's a good question, Karen. I really don't know. You'd have to just try it out to see. I would just figure not. I'd rather go into this with the worst case scenario expectation so that I could be pleasantly surprised if I was wrong. The point is, even if they don't say it, that's still pretty good. 70% people of the seminars agreeing to a seminar, at a location is pretty high anyway. Do you sell the attendees policies? Yes. So Philip, right after we conclude the seminar, I say something like, hey, thank you for your time. I raffle a gift card, $25 to Walmart. I make them fill out what we would call a lead card. They have to fill out the whole thing and then put it in a drawing bowl. I draw it out. I reward the card. And then I say, thanks for your time, everybody. I'm only going to be here for today. If you're interested in having me help with anything we talked about, you have to come talk to me now. I'm going to sit over here in the corner. If I'm tied up with somebody and before you get to me, then let me know. I will stop by your apartment later today. Remember, I've got their apartment information, their details, and everything on that lead form. I'm just going to go door knock it like a regular lead. But you want to push urgency to see them today. They're now captured and interested, just like if you go to a video sales funnel, right? Landing page. They want you to buy today. You see the clock's ticking down, the discounts, etc. That's all to stoke urgency to take action today. And this is a purposeful move to say, hey, I'm here for today only. I got a bunch of seminars, a bunch of people to see. If you're interested, talk to me now. And then we'll figure this out so I can help you today. Okay. Do you sell the attendees policies? I do. Your presentation said everyone here is in one of 4 categories. Oh, one of 4 categories. One is you have coverage. You don't have coverage, you have the wrong kind of coverage, and then you have like too expensive coverage, I think. If this training, you're in our training site now, you'll see it under the lead section. You can watch the whole thing. I currently do group presentation twice a month and exciting to push your comfort zone. What kind of venues? Yeah, so these are senior HUD facilities. So these are people who are disabled or retired, 55 and older. That's exclusively what we go after, okay, when it comes to this kind of stuff, okay? As a reminder, we're giving out the free presentation script for face-to-face and telesales, the whole script from start to finish, appointment setting and door knocking script, daviddeford.com/scripts. I'll put that into the chat again for you, daviddeford.com/scripts. Also, let me put the HTTPS behind it. Crap, now that was the wrong link, so let me do it again. 3rd time's a charm. Make sure I spell it right. There. daviddeford.com/scripts. Request your free stuff there. Also, consider hitting the like button if you haven't. I need more likes, not for my own personal edification, but to help YouTube share this with other agents who need it. Your like will help other agents that are out there suffering desperately from Kool-Aid drunkenness that we can help for just 1 thumbs up a day. Okay. So let's go to the next part of this and I wanted to expand on this because this is, a lot of people like the seminar strategy. They like the idea of high intent leads for a low cost. So I'm going to kind of continue on this with a brand new way that I have toyed with the idea of personally, but never executed. and finally had an agent who did it and was willing to share with his strategy with us. I'm going to actually release this as a video in a couple of weeks, but we just filmed this like yesterday. And I thought it was just so great and helpful that I wanted to share it to everybody. So this is a strategy outside of seminar marketing where we're giving away a perceived higher value product. You'll learn more about what it is in a minute, that you're going to have to spend a little money on, but in exchange, generate a ton of leads for, and then go work. So this particular agent, you'll see, had a 28 or 29 to 1 return on investment. He invested $350 to make $10,000 in production, still has business to go see. And I think this just is a nice corollary to the seminar marketing, because this is yet another way that you can go out there today and find these events to do seminar marketing, or what you'll see here in a minute, where you don't have to necessarily spend money to get started. And this is so critical for those of you who are tight on cash and want ways to make money now. So let me get it set up on my end here, and then we'll share this, and then we will continue with some leads I don't like that you absolutely want to stay away from. So you're going to want to stick around for that. Okay. Howdy out there. It's David Duford at the Ford Insurance Group. I'm sitting across the virtual table here with a friend in the business, Mr. David Heath. Say hello, David.
Hey, everybody. How we doing?
David's been in the final expense business for quite a while. He's working with the Ford Insurance Group as of these days, and he was able to close and return a 29 times return on investment with this one crazy final expense lead trick. How about that for clickbait title, right, David? So, and it's totally true. You know, when you use clickbait, you got to deliver. So that's why I have David on here, and he's going to talk about what he's been doing to write as much business as he's had. He's going to go through the process, how he works these leads, and of course, revealing how he gets the leads to begin with, and kind of some tips and tricks and how you can implement the same. So David, why don't we start off just with a short bio about yourself, how you got in the business?
Okay. Well, like you said, I've been in the business a while. I've worked for multiple carriers, some MLM, some not. So basically what happened here was I got in a crunch. I've always been a direct mail kind of person. And had a mistake on my direct mail. Imagine that. Someone made a mistake besides me. That's the best thing. So I had to come up with a way to feed my family since I wasn't getting direct mail leads. And I knew I was at least 5 weeks out. You know, once it messed up, you can look at a minimum of 5 weeks before it's going to get back. So I started thinking about things that I'd done in the past. I'd seen other agents do in the past. And I was sitting there thinking, what am I going to do? And I thought, well, my goodness, we've got a county fair coming up. Now, I live in a rural part of Tennessee. So I knew that would get some people there. The one thing you want to do first is research where your clients are going to be. Now, if you haven't been in the business long enough yet to figure out who our clients are, you soon will. Give it a little time, but you have to figure out where you can get them. And I didn't know that this would go as well as it did, but I did know a free fair where you don't pay to get in the door, you're going to have people there.
Right.
So basically what I did, I decided to give something away in return for some information. I've seen several different ideas, big screen TVs, large grills, you know, anything that you think would appeal to somebody walking by, and let them fill out a little bit of information for you. Now, as far as the information I gathered, I'm giving away the prize. I feel that I can ask what I want to on my entry for the prize. So basically what I did, I want to go ahead and set their mindset up to start with. So the first question on mine is, have you attended a funeral in the last 2 years?
Now, can we slow down just 1 second? I want to go back for maybe some people that may be missing. So first of all, you've got a booth at a county fair, basically, right? A table set up.
Just a table.
And what does that table have on it? Like, what are you presenting to get people to be drawn in? Yeah.
what I put on there, I just put some literature about final expense insurance. Just things about the prices of funerals, how they've gone up. And it would be information only. It would be nothing about sales. It would be strictly information they could take home with them and read. Every bit of information has my business card in it also, stapled to it. But you don't want to come across, you want to give information. These people need to seek out what they need to do and make that decision on their own with your help if they need it.
But it's not the information that's drawing them over. It's the free thing you're giving away. I think that's important for the audience to understand.
It's freebie.
What freebie did you use?
I used a large barbecue grill this time that I had bought on clearance. I always look for that. You gotta do the best you can. But no, be looking for things, big ticket items that are marked down very low.
So something like this, I'm showing on the screen. You got something like this going on, right? Now that the audience knows what big prize are giving away, let's go through kind of what you're asking on the survey, because that's an entry to win the grill, right? Yeah. And there's some things you say on the form that helps you qualify if there's somebody you want us to talk to, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I said, the way that I start out, the first question is, have you attended a funeral in the last 2 years? They'll answer that. The second one, if you were to die tonight, would you be a burden on your family? The third one is, how do you plan to pay for your final expenses? And I give them options underneath, like yes or no, but like on that question, it would be savings account, life insurance, or I don't know, or family member. I put that on there. And then the next question, I would ask them, what is the best time to reach out to you? And they would put a time. And then something else, if you were doing Medicare, say, you could probably put on there, are you currently on Medicare? And have a yes or no answer, to give you something to talk about when you reach out to these people is the main thing.
Right. Yeah, that's great. So how many leads total did you get from this event?
Well, the way that I've got it figured, I ended up with 131. I ended up with 3 repeats because I go through and take any repeats out before the drawing is done, because I feel that's only fair, 1 entry per person. And then out of those 131, a lot of them did have life insurance. They answered yes on that question, or that was how they were going to pay for their final expenses. There were 61 that answered no to that question. So what I started to do after that, once I evened them out, I put my ones on the right-hand side that appeared to be good. Now, you still want to talk to those people.
Right.
Just to make sure, because sometimes people don't tell the truth, believe it or not.
Go figure.
So I started with the 61. Now, I started calling them at first just to see which ones would pop first, because there were some that would actually write out a little message, I need your help, or something like that to the side, believe it or not.
Wow.
Those are the ones I called first. Anything that was written there. They were all pretty local. Now, I did have some that were 50 miles away or so that drove in, so they were all within driving distance.
Right.
So I started out setting appointments over the telephone at first. And then I just started going to see the individuals, taking their form with them that they'd filled out, asking them if they would like to talk to me. I didn't come in to try to sell. I just came up to the door and I'd say, I noticed you don't know how you're going to take care of this. Could I show you a few options of how you can?
Right.
And I'd get some yeses, some nos, of course, like with everything else. But I didn't want to make them feel threatened or anything. I'm just coming by to see if they need more information as usual.
Right, right. Now, are you working these leads that you develop from this county fair any differently than how you work your normal direct mail leads?
No, not at all. Not at all. Besides, let me take that back a little bit. When I come to the door with a direct mail lead, I'm a little more insistent about getting in that door.
Right.
You sent this in. You need my help, or that's the way I'm taking it. With this, it's a little different approach. May I help you? Honestly, is kind of the way I'm going, instead of I'm here to help you.
Right. Gotcha.
But that also depended on if they wrote anything down there. Like the lady that wrote she needed my help. I came to the door and I said, I'm now here to help you.
Yeah, right. She asked for it.
Yeah, you asked for me. You get it. But no, I would say 90% I'm working just like any other kind of direct mail lead.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm just curious some things. I mean, like you've worked direct mail for years as a face-to-face agent for building my national telesales and face-to-face final expense agency. By the way, we recruit nationally, of course, as you guys know. But I'm curious, do you find that the leads you developed from the county fair were any different than your normal direct mail? Were they better off, healthier, anything different, out of curiosity?
To me, buying direct mail for so long, the intent was better on these.
Really?
Honestly, the ones that circled, they had nothing. No, how they were going to pay for their funeral, they don't know. The intent on those were better. Now, overall, as a mix, I would say it all averaged out to about like a direct mail campaign, but it did depend. I noticed a difference on the way they answered the questions.
I see.
But those were the ones, and I guess this would be a good time to throw this in. Another way that I'm working these, I also do something called clover leafing. That is to go to the house on the left, the house on the right, and the house across the street. And when I go there, it's a cold door knock. I am just letting them know that I've been over to this individual's house. I'm the local agent here in the area. If there's anything they need, here's my business card. Please let me know. A few of those I actually got to come right on in the house right then.
Good.
So that's another way to try to take these leads and expand them, make you some more organic leads out of these.
Right.
And anybody running direct mail, I would highly recommend knocking on some other doors around that area. You're going to get told no and get ready for it, but there'll be a yes in there too.
Well, and it's almost like an implied referral. Hey, I was down at your neighbor Joe's house and he sent this card back. I'm sure you've gotten it too. I'm here to help you out too. Do you want to sit out on the porch? Come in. I mean, there's never know to ask, so that's good.
Correct. And remember, in direct mail, they're blasting that entire area. It's not just one person getting a card. So they'll remember seeing a card come in.
Oh, yeah. Do you, back at the county fair, when you're collecting these forms, are you standing behind the table, flagging people down? What are you doing to convince people to come to the table and fill the form out?
Okay. I am letting the prize, per se, dictate all of that. The first day I sat there for a while, and I noticed people would go the other way sometimes. Now, why would they do that? I don't understand. I don't know, but they would. So after then, I decided I come up with a routine. I was still out working, but I would come by the fair twice a day. And what I would do is empty my bowl down to where there were just a few pieces of paper in there, registration forms. And I noticed as I would empty them down, it would fill back up quick, believe it or not. Sitting there with a full basket does not look good to somebody entering a prize, apparently.
Right.
So I did twice a day. I would go up there once in the morning. I would make sure it was cleared out. And then I'd go usually about 5 o'clock, because from 5 to 10, you had a lot of people coming in to eat, because you got to think we've got local people from the community up there serving meals. So it's a gathering place in the evening. So I wanted to make sure, and I saw the amount of people putting in really go up once I started doing that.
So really, you just got to get out of your own way. It's just don't scare people off. Just put the thing out there, empty it a couple of times, make people think they have a good chance of winning. Yeah, and it takes care of itself. It's pretty good.
Yes.
Where else do you think you could use a strategy other than county fairs?
Well, I've been looking at things. We have, and I don't know how this will work. My next try is going to be, we have these outside flea markets that come around. I'm going to try setting up something there at that. Trade shows would be a good idea. Now, something else, David, that I've done in the past and I'm going to continue doing, I've had to change my business because of what's happened in the United States over the last few years. I was locked into giving seminars at our retirement homes here in our part of Tennessee. Well, they stopped letting me in. That's another good avenue if you can do that, or any kind of we have, it's not an assisted living, but it is a government funded basically complex where people can live at a reduced rate depending on what they draw. And they all have to be seniors. Working with places like that now, go straight to the activities director. Don't look for anyone else other than them. They are the one that's going to be happy to see you. Because their job is to put things on the calendar for the people. They may not have a rush of people coming wanting to talk to senior citizens. I don't know, but that would be a good avenue. I'm thinking about stretching out to other county fairs other than just local, because every county has one. That'll be next year though, not this year. And I'm like anybody else, open to any other ideas where I could try it myself.
Yeah, I think this is what you're doing is just great, because I mean, just looking at the numbers here, you paid about $350 in total for everything accounted for, and just so far, it's prompted you $10,000 in issued business. You've still got appointments, you still got leads to follow up with, and stuff like this is great, guys. Especially if you're getting started in the business and cash flow is tight. If you just think creatively and you look for opportunities as opposed to like whining and complaining, you will find there's lots of opportunities, because most people don't do this stuff. County fairs, senior seminars, senior activity places. These places are all over. The flea markets, that's money right there.
Yeah.
And it's a great way to get a start in the business, get good leads, just like David said, and then create a bankroll so that you can now have that money to go buy direct mail or buy the higher quality leads that you can sell in person or over the phone. So, David, appreciate you being on the call here with us and talking about what you do. And let me know how your next flea market goes.
I sure will. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye,
Everybody
Dave.
go sell.
That's right. Thank you. All right, we're back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that a wonderful interview I did with Mr. David Heath. I really like this strategy. I think there's a bunch of opportunity in here, and I think you guys need to seriously consider it on top of the seminar marketing. So let's hit some questions in the chat here before we continue chugging along. We've got a couple more leads to talk about before we wrap it up, and then we're going to do a little sales training. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Going back to the chat here. Lots of questions. Good. For people who are on Medicaid or housing assistance, how big of a problem is cash value? Yeah, not a problem at all. So if you're on disability or Medicaid, there's a limitation of cash and cash equivalents you can have at any time. That above that amount will limit your ability to get disability or Medicaid. And the key here is that your cash value in whole life, that's what whole life policies do, it accumulate cash value. You can't let it plus the money in your bank go over $2,000 in most states. And the way that you avoid that is you either A, get another owner on the policy, like a loved one. That changes the financial ownership of the underlying asset from the insured, the policyholder on Medicaid, to now the loved one who probably doesn't have to worry about. Or you can just spend down the cash value. You can take a loan from it. It will reduce the face amount by that amount. That's what happens when you borrow money from a cash value plan. But it will lower cash and cash equivalents down too as well. In all my years of doing this business, I have almost never seen one time where any of this ever became a problem. So don't let this be a self-created obstacle to getting out there and helping people. Do you call them after or you send the mail? We call them immediately, I believe. Is the 110% commission all up front? I mean, the carrier commission is going to vary. Usually you get an advance on commission of 75% with most carriers. Some guaranteed issue 50%. With my carriers that we affiliate with, that's typical for the business. Because you got to make sure that policy stays on the books to cover that advance, right? So too much of an advance is a financing risk, and the carriers kind of put the kibosh on it at those levels. Okay, the 75% of 110% is what you get paid up front, and then I'm assuming that you get paid out in months 10, 11, 12, 100%. As in, that's correct. Okay. I'm thinking about switching over to his agency. I work for an IMO that's solid, but I'm at 70% right now. Yeah, and only top agents ever get to 110%. Right. Yeah, so probably multi-level marketing focused agency, that's typical, where they top out at something that's much lower than what you can get. And that becomes a problem with agents who are successful and start, snooping around asking questions, and they find out how much money they're leaving on the table. Ben, more information, daviddufour.com/FAQ if you want to see more. Also, daviddufour.com/commissions if you want to see what we pay. County Fair, it's like a giant Walmart with rides. That's exactly why we love them. Script package, daviddufour.com/scripts. Go there, see what kind of sales training we offer. That's totally free, no obligation to join or anything. You can just pick it up and check it out. Okay. When I click on the link, it's blank. Okay. Email me. If you can't get to the scripts, go to daviddufour.com/contact. I'll send it to you manually. Also, that ad blocker might be the issue too. Should see a lime green opt-in box. Yep, that's right. Similar to his event, a real estate buddy and I have been thinking about setting up shop at my local golf country club, as long as you're not selling final expense to your country club members. Sell something else. That's higher ticket value. You just won't sell that much there. As earned means that a carrier pays you as earned. That soft close was not pushy at all. Yep. Going through this. The video is gold. Thank you very much. I've been meaning to watch. I'm glad it's here today. Thanks, Dave. Very relatable. Yeah, he's very down to earth. Perfect. Virtual seminars may be an option. Not so much that I've seen. It might be an option. I don't know. I haven't seen that strategy used. I've seen it done in Medicare, but not so much in final expense. It's first for everything. Does the DeFord Group assist with agents getting their state license? We have a pre-licensing exam that you can get for $50 at daviddufour.com/FAQ. Besides that, you have to put the out-of-pocket expense. It's $200 to $400 for your state. You got to pay the license test. You got to pay for the license, pay for fingerprints, probably something else I'm forgetting. Typically results in about $200 to $400. If an ad's lead books themselves in your calendar, would you recommend calling the lead before? Yeah, you could call them immediately. Might as well. Worst case, they just won't answer and you call them at schedule time. I've heard people call as soon as they book. Yep. I know that's how I think as a consumer. Yeah, move fast. Always move fast, especially on digital leads. I think that's always a good piece of advice. Okay? All right. Remember, hit the like button if you like this. Help share this on the YouTube algorithm. Let us continue our process. We're going to hit on... I'm going to kind of rearrange some of this stuff here. Let me do this. Okay. I want to talk about leads that suck now. I've talked enough about leads that are good. I think you also need to be told, or at least not tell you what to do, but share you my opinions on what leads to absolutely avoid or be very, very careful with. Okay, and there's a couple of here that can work sometimes, but in many cases are more trouble than they're worth. So the first one we're going to talk about, let me close down some of this stuff, is probably the lead that I don't like the most, or I like the worst, or like the least. Telemarketing leads. So what is a telemarketing lead? Let's start from the top. So you're sitting around, you're Mildred, you're sitting around your house. You probably have a cell phone. You might have a landline still, like my mom does. And it rings, and guess who's calling? Senior Benefits. Some outfit, doesn't sound like they're quite from around here, is trying to aggressively convert you into a final expense lead. They ask you questions about your health. They assume that you're interested in burial insurance, and they create a lead out from you for that agent to either call that agent back, or that agent to call that client back, or to be live transferred to speak to an agent immediately. Here's the problem with these leads, and why I almost never, ever recommend agents to work for them or work them. Number one, the vast majority of organizations that generate a lead like this are using outsourced labor outside of the jurisdiction or the federal United States of America jurisdiction. In other words, they are not held liable for breaking the TCPA telemarketing violation rules that you and I are. So what happens is these call centers many times are located in the Philippines, but more increasingly in Pakistan. And these callers, in my estimation and experience in talking with agents and other agencies, do not adhere by the do not call rules. They do not adhere by the basic rules that you and I have to. They generate leads aggressively and then transfer those to the organization purchasing them. And unbeknownst to them, they were generated illegally and now becomes a liability, a litigation risk to the agency, to the agent, and basically anybody in the process of acquiring those leads. There are a ton of lawsuits going on right now with big name organizations that generate leads exactly like that. Do some YouTube searches, snoop around, you'll see what I'm talking about pretty quickly. Whether that's true or not, of course, you're innocent until proven guilty, I think, still in this country. The truth is, this is a real problem. For example, there is a company that some of you probably have heard of, or at least there's a byline that these companies use, like this is Bob calling from Senior Benefits. Senior Benefits, right? That is kind of the name they all use. I had an article up on one of my web pages reviewing, like, from a consumer standpoint, hey, Senior Benefits is just some random word these people use. It's really these offshore call centers that just don't follow do not call rules and will harass you night and day. I made a useful, helpful article on the truth behind these organizations for one of my websites that is direct to consumer. Because people are so fed up and pissed off by this, they would find my article, wouldn't even bother to read it, and proceed to call me, curse me out, say the most horrible, malicious things that, my grandmother would, blush to about me and what they would do to me if I don't stop calling. That I got to the point where I was like, shit, I'm taking this down. People are angry about this stuff, and it's gotten to a point where it is now turned into a cottage industry for litigants to go after, not the organizations generating the leads, because they can't, well, you're going to tell somebody in Pakistan to pay you up? No, that's not going to happen. But to go after the agents who are unwittingly buying these supposedly quality leads and then suing them for $3,000 to $5,000 per call because of a violation of the TCPA lawsuit rules. I know a friend in the business who bought a lead just like this, 5 leads off of Fiverr, okay, final expense telemarketing leads, generated by a Pakistani call center. And he got sued for 6 calls that he made to one lead for $40,000. It took about a year of fighting it. Luckily, the guy's relative is a lawyer, and they whittled it down to $5,000, and they settled on $5,000. There are people who make 6-figure incomes suing you guys out there who buy this crap. And you may protest and say, well, I didn't do this, I didn't call, but the problem is the way it reads is that you're a part of the profit process. You bought the leads, you called on the lead and you initiated that phone call, and that back and forth and kind of email trail that these professional litigants will do shows that you're involved on some level. And that's enough for them to lobby the attempt to claim that you're responsible for this violation of the do not call rules. So what's the solution? Ladies and gentlemen, the solution is to not buy any of these telemarketed leads. The solution is to not even go down that route. There is nothing that's worse than getting not a cease and desist, but a lawsuit claim against a professional litigant that wants tens of thousands of dollars for a couple of phone calls he made. I will tell you this, it will probably ruin your mindset. It will distract you from the good work that you need to do, all because you pursued a low-quality garbage lead produced by people who could care less about your protection and the legality of how that lead was generated. So, the solution is just don't buy them. I had on here some examples of how bad it is. Let me see if I'm going to pull this up. I actually was going to show you. If you kind of like look at this and kind of look at the options here, let me see if I can pull it up here on YouTube. Just that some of the trends going on and the stuff that shows up. It is a here it comes. There it is. All right. It is like I said, a constant frustration point. You've got all these people here that are showing you how to sue a telemarketer, how the process goes, what happens. If you put in senior benefits here, so senior benefits scam, you will see lots of videos being made about how this is a scam, and all of this is 100% true. And again, you can dig a little bit further and you'll find people who are getting class action lawsuits protracted against them, against these professional litigants, and going after them, claiming they violated all these rules, and now they're responsible for hundreds of thousands of dollars in, I don't know, damages, I guess you could say, whatever they're concocting. So the thing here, guys, these leads aren't that good. They're not worth the risk of putting yourself in a position to end your business prematurely, or to stranglehold you into litigation fights versus going to see people and helping them. So just avoid telemarketed leads at this point. Can you trust some of them? Sure. If there's a vendor out there that provides telemarketed leads that is American-based, that has an American address, that will sign a waiver saying they'll take full responsibility for any claims of litigation, then I would go work with them, potentially. But even if I did, the leads aren't that good quality. I mean, relative to some other leads that are out there. So just be very forewarned when you go look at telemarketed leads. They just don't work. As far as the protection aspect of your business, it is just too much to risk when there are good leads we've already talked about that do a fantastic job. Any questions on that? Be happy to address them. To the chat I go. Can you do telesales with direct mail? You can, Ronald. The problem, though, is that the actual price to acquire a presentation and thus a client is so high that you might as well do TV leads or just buy a bunch of Facebook leads. Because with direct mail, there's always a percentage that don't answer. With TV leads, they always answer, right? I really made life hard. All I ever used were telemarketed leads and didn't know better. Yeah, that's okay. Now you know. You're welcome, Donna. Joe, hey, Joe. A lot of these prospects just say yes to an appointment in an effort to get them to stop calling. That's right. That happens too. I just said yes so you could stop bothering me. Hey, Michael, can I become an agent with you if I sign up with another FMO that doesn't sell final expense? That brings up a bigger issue. And this is the issue of focus of intent. And I won't lecture this too long because I'm watching the clock here and we're definitely going to go past 4 hours. You need to focus, if you're brand new to this business, on one product and one solution. Please don't get into the wrongful thinking that you can be everything to everybody right away. It takes a long time to get good at anything, okay? And you've got to stick to fundamentals. And one part of the fundamentals of success in insurance sales is to pick your niche, not your niches. Time must pass and expertise must develop before you're in a better position to pick up a product to cross-sell or multiple products to sell. There's just too much complexity even with one product or one niche. You can get good at anything, but it's hard to get good at everything, in other words. So my advice is more important than, can you work with me? Maybe, maybe not. But the more important thing is, what do you want to be in this business? What do you want to succeed in this business? And understanding the importance of fundamentally focus and focusing on one thing and giving you the best chances of success. Can your agents buy liability insurance for themselves? I mean, that would be errors and omissions insurance. I'm sure there's other liability coverage as well, but I don't know if there's like litigation liability coverage. Sorry, I'm in a QR code on marketing materials and a business card. Yeah, you could do that. That's fine. Does E&O insurance cover these issues? They do not. David, how would you deal with power of attorney in the seminar world? It's never been an issue for me, so that's kind of how I dealt with it, so I wouldn't worry about it. Could that happen if you worked as an agent for those call centers, transferred calls? I mean, anything's possible. I don't know. It's hard to say. Again, I just don't do it. Just don't do it. If you're doing it, don't. That's kind of my thing. I wouldn't put myself in that risk personally. Okay? Especially with so many good leads out there. Okay. So that's telemarketed leads. Let's talk about another kind of lead I just don't really like all that much. That would be aged leads. So what are aged leads? There are leads, like we've discussed, that are old and probably have already been worked. So these are leads that have been called on. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. They're weeks to months to years old. And the problem with aged leads is not that you can't get business. There are agents who do well with aged leads. They tend to be the exception. They tend to be the person that can do well with anything. My experience with aged leads are as follows, and this is why I don't recommend them definitely to new agents. The problem coming into this business, ladies and gentlemen, is that you have a perception of reality. How great this business is, how wonderful it is, that yes, it's hard work, but there's a real potential for success. And how you perform in those first couple of days when you're in the field or on the phone selling final expense is dramatically important. If you take the worst quality option for leads and you've done everything else to give yourself the best chances of success, and all you hear is no, all you hear is I've already bought, all you hear is I don't know what this is about, and you grind and grind and grind, the vast majority of you people are starting to have and will have second thoughts. Maybe these leads aren't everything I thought they were. Man, it's tough getting beat up like this constantly. And what I see happens a lot is that agents talk themselves out of doing this business, unless they've got somebody like babysitting them and coaching them and just like, cheer up, it's okay. Everybody's like this at first, right? Most of us don't. So I tend to not prefer aged leads for that very reason, is it messes with your fragile sense of perception. What you want to do, and this is true for any sort of performance endeavor, you want to have early success right away, okay? What you don't want to have is early failure, because if your reality is painted with failure and frustration and difficulty, then that's kind of the building blocks of how you're building your business. It's better instead to have the sales that give you the best opportunities for success, or have the leads that give you that. Because if you get out there with the best leads and have the best training, all of the odds are in your favor, and the likelihood's higher you're going to make a sale. And then when you make a sale or two sales or whatever the number is in that first couple of days, your momentum, your perception will elevate that much more, because now it was, I think I can do it, and now it becomes, I can do it. Your excitement goes through the roof, your momentum gets better, and you build upon that snowball effect that much more. And it's in those fragile moments of your early birth into this business that it's so important to protect yourself, to do this business right. Okay? Buy fresh leads. Don't buy aged leads for that very reason. Now, aged leads, as an experienced or an immediate agent, completely fine with that. You know what you're getting into. You have a sense of reality with what you're working. It's not all brand new. The business isn't all rainbows and sunshines. You know there's ups and downs in the business. They can have a place in an experienced or intermediate level agent. But here's the thing. We want to, as new agents, do what? Duplicate what works. This is a boring business that doesn't require creativity. Some of the most successful agents are pretty boring and standard people. There's not a lot of special about them, except they work hard and they're disciplined. That actually is very special because most people don't work hard and aren't disciplined and easily distracted by the shiny object syndrome. But the point is that most successful agents do what? That's what you should be asking. What do successful agents do? They buy one good strategy, fresh lead, one type of good, fresh lead, and scale it to the level to achieve the income that they want. I've seen much success face-to-face with direct mail. I've seen good success with Facebook face-to-face leads. I've seen great success with Facebook statewide leads and TV leads over the phone, all scaled up from all agents in all walks of life. What I haven't seen is an agent that crushes it for a long time just working agent leads. So why would we want to duplicate something that doesn't work if our goal is to duplicate what does work? So the point is, hopefully you can see it, cut out the crap. Stop trying to make exceptions for yourself and do what is proven to work. This business is old, it's boring, it's uninteresting, it is boring. It's just selling people insurance. It's just using a marketing method proven to work by others. Just do what works to give yourself the best chance. But therein lies the rub. 90% of people won't do that because some vendor says, look at these leads, they close at 50%, and people can't help themselves in their temptation to strand off course. I see this a lot in jiu-jitsu. It's funny. I tried to personally, because I'm a shiny object guy. I try to do things now in my life to reinforce the kind of behavior that I really know that I need to have in business. So what I do in life, I do jiu-jitsu, I do weight training. And I find that both of these athletic endeavors are identical to the business world of insurance sales. To be good at jiu-jitsu, you need to do the fundamentals really, really well. But like in insurance sales, final expense, in jiu-jitsu, there's all sorts of distractions. You can do jiu-jitsu a certain way, or you get on YouTube and you find some elaborate move that looks cool, but it distracts from the fundamentals. And the same thing in weight training. All sorts of people waste all sorts of time doing non-fundamental stuff that they feel good about, but doesn't actually progress them towards their strength goal or their aesthetic goal, right? The point is fundamentals matter. And fundamentals in this business are simple. It's the discipline to those fundamentals we all know we should do over the long haul that's going to separate you from the person who comes in and fails out in the first year to the person who has long-term, multiple six-figure income success and has a lifestyle that's great. So don't buy age leads. I wish I knew your agency before I went to other agencies regarding age leads and getting knocked down all the time. Thank you for sharing that, Donna, just for everybody on here. They need to hear this. Always told to use age leads for practice. See, I hear that a lot from sales reps and that or from agency owners and marketers, and that just pisses me off because they forget that they're really good and that their capacity to be successful probably is, they're the top 10 or 5%, and the most people aren't top 10 or 5%. And so they kind of paint their perspective of what they were able to do upon others who maybe not at their caliber. So they don't understand what they're doing or their special advantage that they have versus the average person. And the thing is, in this business, from an agency standpoint, recruiting, you should take a duplicatable sales model that the top 20% can do so that the top 5% plus will perform very well, but also that middle ground of people that if they don't get that kind of training and apparatus of support, marketing, and all that they'll fail, right? So my point is that, yes, this is a thing that people who say things that they don't realize, maybe they do and they're just doing it for their own nefarious reasons to recruit without paying much attention to the welfare of you. I don't know, but there is absolutely a difference. A lead is not a lead is not a lead. You need to give yourself an opportunity for the best chances of success. Thank you, Philip. I feel I've got the gist of both final expense and mortgage protection based on the results, but want to know if you should absolutely narrow your focus. Niche, okay? I'll tell you this, in business now, I've elevated myself from agent to agency owner to kind of like multi-line entrepreneur. And we're faced with the same debacle at every level as you scale up and you do well in life. It's, what do you want to do? Do you do more of what works, or do you side branch off and do something different? The things as an entrepreneur that you have is you're kind of selected for newness, for creativity. But that problem gets to you later because you start getting away from the fundamentals of your business, okay? You get away from what works fundamentally in order to achieve something that has a newness to it. All the while, what you go back to, your fundamentals start to weaken. And this is something I've always faced because I'm selected to be creative. And this business is pretty boring, even at the agency level. It's pretty simple. You put content out, you recruit people, you train them, you set them out in the wild. Some make it, some don't, and you duplicate and scale that up. And as many agencies have shown, it's a multi-million-dollar agency owner, or agency opportunity. It's a multi-million-dollar income opportunity. And it's pretty simple. And the thing with me that I've realized, and I don't mean to get talking about myself, but it's relevant here because it happens at all levels of the game, is to refocus on what matters, is to get back to fundamentals and realize that if you get good at one thing, man, you can scale that thing tremendously well and have the income that you want. It's really not boring, especially face-to-face if you're interested in people and their stories. Yeah, yes, for sure. That's what makes it entertaining, especially in final expenses. These people are crazy. They got all sorts of things to share with us, and it makes it interesting. But fundamentally, the business itself is pretty predictable. You, Brandon, buy direct mail leads. You run appointments face-to-face. You know your numbers. You repeat that every week for the rest of your life, right? But by doing that, you get better. Typically, you make more money if you stick to the fundamentals and stay disciplined. Is there a way to save money and get just day-old, like bread leads? Like a not-so-age lead? I don't know, but I would just tell you, Peter, what I tell everybody. Just buy fresh leads. Keep it simple. Using a sales presentation as practice session is discouraging and not profitable. That's right. Veterans can handle the no calls and just keep going. Newer agents take it to heart and get discouraged. Yeah, you've got to build up your resistance and strength, right? It's like age leads is like putting 225 pounds on the bench press and you've never pressed before in your life. You're going to get smashed, right? And it's depressing because you think you're weak. Using fresh leads is like scaling intelligently the weight so that you can get some reps under the bar, feel some success, and see yourself get stronger over time to, again, scale up to 225. That's the better route. That's the analogy I have. The first company I started with had age leads. Hey, Steven, I'd call them and some would be dead for years. Partnering with Dave has been a great move for me. Thank you. Checks in the mail. A story we're sharing. A huge bucket of age leads can be useful if you're using a power diver because you don't get emotionally involved. Yes, for sure. I never had success in age leads, no longer interested. Click. Yeah. Again, just buy fresh leads. That's what I would say. Keep it simple. Okay? All right. Okay, so some up-and-coming leads here. These are kind of lead sources I would keep my eyes out on. I've mentioned a couple of these that I think we'll see more interest in. First of all, on the screen here, I'm just going to show you a video that an agent shared with me. This is an agent in my agency that has been playing with TikTok, of all things, and has been able to consistently generate leads, preset appointments with TikTok leads. This is a relatively new strategy he's doing, but it seems to be working pretty well. I'm going to share my screen. This is a view of his schedule from, I think, October 22nd. This is a couple weeks ago. All of these people preset appointments on his calendar. All of these are generated off of TikTok for like $5, $6, $7 a piece. That's it. Cheap. Of course, he's got automations kind of following up with these to get back in touch with these people. But there is a lot of stuff going on here and a lot of leads, and for a short amount of money, or a little bit amount of money, on a platform that I would never assume would have old people on it. I guess TikTok does now, right? That, Facebook used to be like that. I'm 38, turned 38 the other day. Happy birthday, me. I remember when Facebook first started. Some of you probably do too, as well. I went to Boston University to school. And Facebook originally began as a social network for private schools in the Massachusetts area, which Boston University is one of them. And over time, they slowly scaled or grew out the ability to work or join Facebook to more colleges, Then it was to everybody, and eventually became the social network, right? So it used to be that old people weren't on Facebook too. They really weren't on Facebook till probably, 5-10 years ago or so is really what it was. And interestingly enough, what has happened to the Facebook platform? It has turned into a platform for older people. That's kind of the joke. The 50-plus age range is a great opportunity to generate leads from on the Facebook platform, which is perfect for us. So I'm not surprised that now, the social media world has become kind of de facto the standard to see these other platforms build faster now that people are used to being and having a life online. I don't see why it's unusual to assume, even at first blush, it's like, really? It really makes sense that people are going to be on other platforms of age that may seem on the purpose appeal to younger people. The other advantage to this as well, of course, is that there are not a lot of marketers on TikTok targeting older people, because the de facto standard is that, TikTok is for Gen Z and millennials, right? So what this agent's doing is playing to the trend and being smart and ahead of the curve. I remember when Facebook marketing wasn't a thing in the final expense business in like 2015 or 16. Very few people were doing internet digital leads. It was just telemarketing leads, avatar leads, which those were good, but they're illegal now, and then direct mail. And then Facebook, people just started doing Facebook, started marketing there. You could get a face-to-face lead for $15 a piece. It was great back in the day. And because the belief was up to that point that older people weren't on the platform, but they progressively became more and more involved as the people who started on Facebook started to age in, and now it's just that's where people are. So I think, having some perspective about thinking about these unusual platforms for opportunity is probably a good idea. I've been told that this agent's interested in putting together a course on how to self-generate these leads on TikTok. Now that he's kind of tested it a few times, he's going to play with it a little bit more before pulling the trigger, he says. But pay attention to that. If you get my emails, as you know, you will hear about it if it becomes available. All right. Also, we do have agents who are using YouTube. I don't have anybody in particular using YouTube that works with me, but I know it's a thing. Of course, I'm a big believer in YouTube because it develops a relationship at scale with people. People feel like they know, like, and trust you just by watching video, which is inherently unique than just like a written post in many cases, although you can get that effect too. So I'm a big believer in YouTube. I'm surprised we're not seeing more of it really at this point, especially as acquisition costs for Facebook have gone up. And I wonder about Twitter too. I kind of mentioned that already earlier with all the stuff going on at Twitter and the changing of the guard and some of the advertisers pulling back. Again, you may respond to that and think, oh, it's terrible, it's bad news for Twitter. You should be like jumping for joy. I bet acquisition costs in general are going to be lower for businesses on Twitter. The key is just making it work for the niche, right? So again, I'm not saying you should go to Twitter and start marketing for burial insurance, but people are on there who are seniors. If they're on TikTok, they're on Twitter. Twitter's been around a lot longer. So there you have it. Okay. And then a couple other things here before we get into some self-generated Facebook lead training here. A couple other things I want to mention. What about generating leads on your own? Not from like Facebook marketing, but from like friends and family. Don't close this. Don't worry. I'm not saying you got to sell all your friends and family and all that stuff. But it is something that does work. I just concluded a call with a gentleman who's worked with me that worked on a local strategy using Facebook to self-generate leads, putting together videos, short videos about what he does, who he's looking for, how he helps people, and then scaling that to some extent on paid, but a lot on just social. And what he's discovered for many years now is that that's been probably one of the best sources for good quality business, but also for referrals for people who bought from him who are now referring them out because they see his stuff all the time. The key thing in this, I've changed my perspective on the self-generation side of things. I used to be completely dead set against it. I never wanted to sell my mom or dad in life insurance as a new agent because I didn't know what I was doing. But here's the thing. People who know, like, and trust you usually are in your social circle. And they probably need insurance. And they'd rather deal with somebody who may not have the best expertise, but can be trusted over some stranger who is an expert. Okay, you trust the people you trust, like your friends and family. So I would just say, don't not consider selling friends and family. You should consider it getting started. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. I don't force my agents to do it, but I do think it's something worth considering. It is a great way, like seminar marketing or like the event marketing that David Heath did that we talked about earlier, to get simple sales, to get easy sales. The key thing is to do it tastefully. For example, if you're doing any kind of outbound approach, I would just say, hey, I just want to let you know I'm working in a new business. I actually run an insurance company helping people with life insurance, like term insurance, whole life insurance, protecting, your income when you die. I'm just calling to let you know I'm doing this, to see if you might be interested and let me tell you about it. There's no obligation or anything. Would that be something you're interested in? I would kind of take the very soft approach because I don't want to damage relationships, right? There's more to life than just making money. But I do at the same time want to help people in my life that may need the help that otherwise wouldn't get it. And most people aren't going to reach out to you voluntarily. You're going to have to reach out to them. Now, another strategy that pairs well with that is using your social media to project and share this information like we talked about with the agent earlier. Film yourself on video. Get over yourself. If you're worried about video, what, I don't look great or perfect or whatever, people laugh, who cares? Just put content out there. Be happy. Be informative. Do it on a consistent basis. You will get sales in from that. I got an example here I'll show from an agent that we did an interview. She's done some social media stuff. I'm just going to show it briefly. It's just an example. You don't have to and I wouldn't recommend that you copy this word for word, but it's just to give you an example kind of what this stuff looks like. Valora did this, and all this does, again, just briefly going through this, just talks about the consequences of dying without life insurance, how it's not that expensive. It's like the old Starbucks analogy, not that big of a deal. Reach out to me if I can help you as a call to action. She said this particular ad, jumping ahead there. This particular ad here converted 2 sales for her. So got 2 sales off. Not ad, excuse me, post, free, didn't cost anything. So I think you should be open-minded to that. That's kind of where I want to leave this, is just don't discount just sharing with people that you care about what you do. A lot of them will want to do business with you, and because most of them won't reach out to you. People don't have initiative when it comes to this stuff. So make sure you let them know. Okay? All right, let's talk about some questions in the chat. All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Philip. Are you going to be going over Google banner ad, SEO, digital leads? In short, don't do them. I don't really like banner ads. They're glorified cold call. They're just data. A lot of the call centers use that stuff. I would not even bother with them. That's kind of my short description on them. What is the minimum number of units for a facility to be worth it? Yeah, good question, Mike. When it comes to the seminar marketing, don't discriminate based off of the size. What the hell was that? Sorry, something fell off from the roof, like down. It's like a dead body. Okay. It's just a leaf. All right. Freaking me out here. All right. Some of the best facilities I went to are 50-person facilities. They tend to be more community-oriented. More people show up as a ratio to the totality. So go to the small ones, go to the big ones, and you try them all out. And then if it doesn't work, don't do it. But definitely give it a shot. Do you have a power dialer with your company? I don't. We don't need power dialers, guys. We don't use age leads. You can buy a power dialer if you'd like to. You don't need to. A lot of this fancy tech stuff is unnecessary. It's helpful, but it's not going to be the X factor in your success. The fundamentals are, okay? But there's good power dialers you can use if you really want to. Dang it, does that mean I have to re-download the TikTok app? Possibly. I'm 75 and I go to Facebook for seeing my grandkids. James, finally, thank you for sharing that. I say that as a joke most of the time, but it is true. David, you probably said it, but I got a phone call. You did, okay. Is your opinion about live transfers the same as general telemarketing? I mean, it just depends. It's the source of where the live transfers come from that I'm worried about. I've had multiple live transfers that we've tested out. I haven't found one I really like. It's really hard to find a good, consistent live transfer because there's always data concerns. There's always concerns about keeping the call center full of reps to dial. It's just something I just have gotten away from. What we do is predominantly outbound work because then it's totally up to the agent to make the calls versus just waiting around for a call center you're partnering with, because that's usually the case. It's a third-party relationship that may or may not be sending you leads, right? Based on their ability to hire people, et cetera. Do you have some sort of template for which you can post? Yeah, so my template is this, Philip, and this is what this agent said. I asked him, do you want to share your post and that kind of thing? He's like, not really. People need to be creative and come up with their own stuff instead of just like copying and pasting. And I kind of agree with that perspective. Is just think about stuff that would be helpful. Talk about the different elements of insurance and stuff that they need to be concerned with. Just do videos with you talking. That's a great thing to do. Write post out, like just mix it up, do something. Don't think too much about this. You'll get better with execution. You know, you need to get reps under the bar, right? You need to not be too concerned about being perfect in your delivery. Just film videos, just get started, and you'll get better and improved, and you'll develop an understanding of what to talk about as you interact with your clients. A lot of them will ask you questions on social media, and like those are great ideas to create content off of as well. Okay, very good. All right, what's next on the list here? Getting down to it. Okay, so for the last lead source of the day, we're going to talk about self-generated leads. So self-generated leads, I basically throw into the category of Facebook leads. So these are leads that you generate on Facebook by yourself, managing the Facebook marketing apparatus, not outsourcing it, like buying leads like with TTC Leads, like we talked about earlier. I like doing this if you're experienced in the business and you already know how to sell. I don't like recommending this to new agents who don't know how to sell, that are brand new, that don't and have never done any sort of marketing before. Overcomplicating what should be simple is a death knell in this business. The best thing you can do is buy leads, run appointments, and see people. However, once you get established, I'm a big proponent of trying out self-generation of leads. The nice thing about doing self-gen marketing is that you're able to cut out the retail aspect of the cost and source your leads at wholesale costs. So instead of paying on a telesales base or a statewide basis, $13 to $18, you might pay $5 to $7. Instead of paying $30 a lead for face-to-face, you might pay $15. So you can save money or reinvest the difference at even more leads, so you can scale up without having to scale your cost, right? And you have more control over the branding of itself and the copy itself, which you don't have if you buy leads. So they're good. We like them. Now, I'm actually going to show you a video here with some partners, friends in the business. This is, are they in here? Yes, they are. Okay. This is with Tim and Julian at Advanced Agent Marketing. They sell a course that goes over how this process of self-generation works. So if you're interested in kind of learning more about the self-generation side of the business, I'm going to play this for you now. It's going to take a few minutes to go over, but this is great if you're interested in self-generation of leads. You've seen all these different kind of courses out here. You kind of want to see one that actually does work, that's very respectable, and they do a great job. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. Let me pull up their video, and then we shall get started in just a moment. Hold on one second. David Duford here. Hope you guys are doing fine. I've got some friends in the business here today to talk about self-generation of Facebook leads. You probably have seen the interview with Tim and Julian with Advanced Agent Marketing. I brought them back here to do a little bit more of a thorough discussion on what they're doing and how they're helping agents learn how to self-generate their own leads. Tim and Julian, say hello.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having us,
David. Hey guys, thanks. So I've got a bunch of questions here I want to ask you, but I think first, before we get started, in case my audience hasn't formally met you, please go ahead and introduce yourself and share more about what you guys do.
For sure. So the whole reason that way that we got started in this business, I got recruited. Tim and I were good friends at the time, ended up getting into the business together at the same time, brought a bunch of friends on. Long story short, basically, Tim and I ended up being the only ones that made it out of the group that started, right? We were fine, and we were looking at other options because of the lead situation in our IMO. And so we released a video on this talking about it, but in case you haven't seen it, basically what happened was we didn't have any leads for 6 weeks during the AEP. We were oftentimes ending up driving 2.5 hours one way, and then for the second half of the week, we drive 2.5 hours to the other side of the state. So, total distance in between was 5 hours, and we're going in between 3 different points from one side of the state to the other. It's pretty ridiculous. And we thought, this is such a great business, this can't be it. So Tim and I, started doing some digging. That's how we ended up meeting you, David, and deciding to move our contracts with you and start our partnership together with you and everything. And so, we ended up, getting out there, moving into that relationship. And from there, we decided, we still had our contracts held. I remember you walked us through this process. We're still grateful for that because we had no idea what we were doing. But, once we started figuring everything out and learning more and more and more, we realized that it's actually very important for the agent to have control of their lead source, because if you don't have any way to control, we call it the water source, because ultimately that's what keeps your business running, the same way that water will keep you alive. If you don't control your water source and you gotta ask somebody for permission to survive every single day, at some point someone will say no, or they're going to run out of water because everyone's asking them for it. And so we started looking at options on how to do it, and then working with some agents and doing all of that. And so here we are now, after having helped dozens of agents with their own lead generation and everything. And that's more or less what we're doing. We're helping some agents in-house as well. We have a tiny little agency right now, looking on scaling that up. But we pretty much are just focused on helping agents generate their own leads.
So one of the things you talked about in your initial video did with me was how you guys are creating higher intent leads for much lower costs than what many agents can normally produce them for if they do self-generate, or what you can buy them from a Facebook vendor. There are some leads that we had looked at that you were getting them under $2 a lead. So can you kind of follow up and kind of describe how that has continued to be successful? Is that something that still is the case? Give us more details on generating higher intent leads at lower costs.
Absolutely. Well, to answer your question, it definitely is still the case. We have multiple students that are seeing lead costs under $2 fairly consistently as well. I think there's about 4 or 5 students that have actually posted screenshots in our group message showing leads under $2, and they're actually closing policies on them as well. So that's the big deal, right? Because you can anyone can throw up a Facebook ad giving away a gift card or a trip to the Maldives or the Bahamas or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, what you really want is a low-cost lead that converts. That's the only thing that matters at the end of the day. And so these leads are actually converting into policies. We have one of our students who spent, in his first week, he spent $270 on leads and wrote $5,000 in business. So the leads are not only generating at a low cost, but they're converting into sales and they're converting into policies, which again, as agents, doesn't matter if you have 100 leads with a bunch of disconnected numbers and people who think they're getting something for free. What matters is you have a lot of leads, a high volume, and they all have some intent for life insurance. Yep. And so the way that we're able to do that, not to interrupt you there, is we include in every single ad that it actually costs money. So in every single ad copy, there is a mention of a price. So what we'll often do is we'll say, like, you can get this for as little as $1 per day, right? So instead of $30 a month, which looks like a scarier number, we're breaking it down into bite-sized chunks. So it's $1 a day or $1.59 a day or something like that. And every single ad that we run includes that kind of language. So it's very clear that it's not, something for nothing. It's very clear that this is not some giveaway or 2 free gifts or whatever. It's extremely upfront that it's for life insurance.
Well, Tim, I think that the craziest part, in my opinion, is as someone who has worked the paper stack of leads that we used to print off and door knock, talking about free this, free that, blah, blah, bribe leads.
Right.
Well, the crazy part to me was when I texted this agent to ask him if any of his appointments that had auto booked with him, 57% of those were off of auto books. He never talked to them in advance. He called them at their time that they scheduled themselves for and closed the policy. 4 out of the 7 policies that he wrote that week were actually auto books, which to me was absolutely absurd because that saves so much time.
So how would you, and you've kind of explained this, but let's make sure the audience understands, how are these leads different than just going to a retail outlet that generates Facebook leads and you can just purchase them through there? How would you compare and contrast the difference from what you guys teach versus just flat out buying them?
Sure. Well, the biggest difference is, one, the control, the exclusivity, as well as the intent, right? And the thing is, it's like when you go and buy sausage from the grocery store, right? Versus going to your local butcher, right? you have no idea what's going on behind the sausage factory. They could be, you know, their health standards could be off. They could be throwing in all kinds of mystery meat, like we saw the pink slime from McDonald's, right? You have no idea what's going on in the production process. And so when you actually create it yourself, you know everything that the prospect is seeing. You know the image they see, you know the ad copy they see, you know what they're actually filling out. Versus we've seen a lot of ads on Facebook. We'll go in the ads library and look at what you know, other lead vendors are running. We've seen the gift card giveaways. We've seen people that'll run funnels for getting 2 free gifts if you fill out a survey. And then like right in the ad copy, they'll mention something about protecting your family with life insurance, but the image says nothing about life insurance or anything that would create an intent behind that lead. And then they're selling that lead to you for $30, right?
Well, it leads to an error page. That's what made me the most upset. When you fill out the form, it leads to an error page. So when you call that lead, they're actually pretty upset.
Right.
Because they thought they were getting gifts.
They filled out a whole form and never even received anything of their 2 free gifts. So the biggest thing is you know what's going behind it. You can create the ad yourself. We have an entire module that shows you how to create an ad from scratch. So you know everything that's going into the process behind what you're getting. And that's the biggest difference. As well as when a lead vendor sells you a lead and tells you it's exclusive, that is only as good as their word and only as good as your trust in that vendor, right? Because they can sell you the lead and then sell it to someone else, and there's no way that you can really know whether or not they're being honest and authentic about it. So exclusivity, knowing what's going behind it, and then also just the cost, right? If I can get 100 leads for $5 a piece, right, to be conservative, spend $500 versus get, you know, 50 leads and spend $10 each, I'm taking that every single day, or even $20 each. There's such a higher volume. There's more shots that you can get and more shots you can take. And at the end of the day, you know, we all know that sales is a numbers game. So I'd rather have a high volume of leads that I know what they saw and I know what they filled out and I know are only exclusive to me than go to a lead vendor and leave all of that up to chance.
Right. Absolutely. And I think that I agree. You know, one thing that all of us salespeople learn eventually is once you control the marketing, there's a lot of power in that if you get good at it and you're consistent at it. When you are dependent on somebody else for that stuff, it may work, but you're at the mercy of them, right? And usually pay a premium for it.
Exactly.
So another question. So again, you know, unless you're brand new to the block, I mean, there's a bunch of people now that sell Facebook courses and they have different angles and different processes, different price points. Can you give a brief summarization of how you guys at Advanced Agent Marketing are different than the other Facebook courses out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So David, we don't like to speak on things that we've never done before. We like to only speak from experience. If you ever ask me a question I don't know the answer to, I'll find someone who does, or I won't touch on the topic. I don't want to, you know, make an uneducated statement. But what I will say is that we've bought some of these other Facebook courses. Not all of them, obviously, but we've bought some of them. And what we can tell you about the difference between our course and other courses is that a lot of them will teach you how to set up Facebook. And it really just depends on what you're looking for when you're in the marketplace. And so if you're looking for how to set up your Facebook ads, there are other courses out there that might be a great fit. But the truth is in our course, we go over everything from start to finish. It's step-by-step recorded videos, and just the same way that we break it up into bite-sized chunks for the consumer in regards to, you know, getting life insurance from us, or an agent that is purchasing leads, or an agent that is generating their own leads to, you know, sell life insurance to their prospect. We also break it up into bite-sized chunks so that they can create their own ads, write their own copy. We give them the formulas that we use. We give them everything. And one time, you know, there was a guy that we heard that we follow, Alex Hermosi. He said, make your free stuff better than their paid stuff. That's the PG version. But what he means is you want to offer more value than everybody else in the marketplace. And so when we looked at what else is out there, we made the decision right then and there that we were going to have to give them every single secret that we have, because if we didn't, there's no way that we could compete. And so when we created these videos, Tim basically screen recorded every single thing that he does from start to finish. I gave away sales secrets that I use, tactics, things like that as well. And we more or less just uploaded our entire system into this course. And any agent that gets plugged into this system is able to set their system up within 4 hours.
Well, not even only are we showing them what we do, but we give them the exact ad creatives, ad copies, and headlines that we use in our own ads still to this day, right? We haven't even really switched it up that much. We still use some of the same creatives, and we give them to the agents that buy the course. Yep. We give you all of our best performing ads, all of our best performing ad copies. It's all available to you just when you join the course and have access to the program. And we show you how to set everything up, like you were touching on, how to manage everything going forward, because it's one thing to get Facebook set up. It's another thing to manage Facebook successfully. It's two completely different ball games. You can get, $2 leads or $1.50 leads for a week, but at the end of the day, you're trying to build a system and a long-term business. So if you can do that for a week, you're a flash in the pan, but if you can do it for a long period of time, you can build a business and build infrastructure based off of that. And we give you the steps, we give you the methods, and teach you how to continually test and scale so you can have a long-term business based off of your own lead gen.
Great. One thing I've heard a lot of complaints about when it comes to the process of getting started is how complex it is. Setting Facebook up, running ads, dealing with potential Facebook shutdowns. I had a guy who said that I think he either did it himself or bought another course. Like his account was shut down, and then his wife's account was shut down. Just kind of constant frustration. What do you guys do to make this process as simple as possible and getting an agent up and running, and not just getting ads out there, but helping them keep them running successfully?
Right. Biggest thing we do is we offer support on the back end, right? We want to build a relationship with as many agents as we can possibly, because at the end of the day, this is a relationship business, not like a one-off kind of business. I'd say most businesses are like that, but especially the insurance business. So whenever you join the program, you have lifetime access to a Facebook group. And granted, at the end of the day, Facebook can be a pain in the ass sometimes, just flat out. So they will still ban accounts even if you do nothing wrong. But the important thing is that you know the steps to do once that happens, right? If somebody's never ran Facebook ads and all of a sudden their account gets shut down, they have no idea what to do, they have no idea who to talk to, and they have no support, you're gonna be pretty frustrated, right? But if you have a problem, the key is to find the solution, not just obsess over the problem. And so what we recommend anyone to do that has issues with Facebook in our course is just tell us about it in the Facebook group, and we'll walk you through the steps to get your account approved. If for some reason, Facebook is not going to reverse it, they're tripping, which happens. Mark Zuckerberg's chilling out here in sandals, a hoodie, and, slacks. He doesn't really care that much at the end of the day. And so if you're not able to figure it out and you're not able to get your account overturned, you can reach out to us and we'll make it right, right? At the end of the day, we're looking for success stories. We're not looking for course sales. And so if for some reason it doesn't work out because Facebook bans your account, we're going to take care of you, right? And so while it does happen, it's not crazy common, but the important thing is knowing how to deal with it. And that's why we offer support on the back end.
So along with generating leads, nowadays, especially for telesales, really face-to-face too, with any kind of high volume lead strategy like what you're talking about here, is the organizational concerns. A lot of agents, don't want to necessarily depend on a Google spreadsheet, right, to get leads and organize them. They want to have some sort of systematic process to follow up, looking at stuff, checking when they called, et cetera, so on and so forth. What kind of guidance or recommendation do you have on managing those leads after they're generated, and how to basically access them to get the most value out of them?
Absolutely. The thing is when we started in the business, I know, David, you and I have kind of talked about this, but for the people out there that don't know us, we used to get, we would pull 100 leads a week. And the 100 leads a week that we would pull, we were limited in how many we could actually get. The 100 leads were anywhere from 5 to 6 years old on average. Sometimes we would have some newer ones, sometimes we wouldn't. But we would get out a printout of a paper stack that was like that big. It looked like the size of like the Bible, maybe a little bigger. And we would have to use a paper cutter to cut the leads, and then we would have to go through and manually enter each and every individual name and address into a routing software to get to our people. It sounds hilarious. I'm sure some of you in the audience are laughing. I know Tim was laughing. It's hilarious. We were working in what felt like BC and before Christ. And so when we got into this, we realized there had to be a better way with not only generating your own leads, not only staying organized, and we started looking at spreadsheets and stuff. But for me, I have ADHD. I can't find and work someone in a spreadsheet. I end up getting lost, I get distracted. And so what we did was we started looking at options on how to organize them. There's all sorts of CRMs out there and all sorts of programs that are available to organize your leads. And the truth is I'm not great with technology. So I said, Tim and I got, put our heads together and started looking at options. The truth is the average insurance agent is 58 years old. Most of these people did not grow up with technology. I was homeschooled. I didn't grow up with technology. And so what we did was we found something that we could put together ourselves that any insurance agent could use and manage their own leads, where they can take advantage of things like the auto appointment booking and the settings that are able to actually get out and help you work your leads, right? But it's also something that's intuitive and easy to use. It's like paper, but on a screen. Mm-hmm. And when we found something like that and we were able to kind of more or less put it together to fit for ourselves and other agents, it got a lot simpler. It was a lot easier. I remember the first time we started trying out this system, Tim and I were out knocking doors. We put some videos out on that. And it was funny because we had this spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet's fine when you got 10 people, but the spreadsheet gets weird when you have 250. And so I remember sitting in the car in front of this lady's house for about 2.5 minutes while we were looking for her name and number. And the lady just comes out to the car and is like, "What are you guys doing in my driveway?" And so that right there was pretty much the turning point for where we realized that something had to change. And that's how we ended up more or less getting involved with using a CRM.
So are you saying you guys have a CRM then and you guys offer one? Can you give us a little more information about it?
Yeah. So basically, whenever a lead fills out a form on Facebook, within under 2 seconds, they're instantly added and routed right into your CRM, right? So we do offer a CRM. It's called Advanced Agent CRM. You get a 30-day free trial whenever you join the course. Afterward, it's only $79 a month. If you don't join the course, we have a 14-day free trial for everybody. I definitely would recommend checking it out. We're going to explain a little bit more about how it works. So again, right after the lead fills out the form, they're instantly, I'm going to call it zapped because everyone's used to using Zapier. They're zapped right into your CRM. And then a few seconds afterwards, a auto booking appointment bot, it's a mouthful. We both struggled with that one. Will text your lead, confirm that it's the right person, right? So if David Duford filled out a form, it's going to say, "Hey, is this David?" If you respond, it's going to say, "Perfect. This is Tim. I'm reaching out about that form that you just filled out on Facebook." No more of that, "Oh, I don't remember filling it out." You filled it out like less than 3 seconds ago. You definitely remember filling it out. All we need to do is run through a quick survey to see what you qualify for. Do you want me to go ahead and put you on the schedule, right? We can book an appointment now. And so after that, the CRM will start texting them the different times that are available in your calendar. Instead of just sending them a calendar link that they have to click on, we found that the no-show rate is a lot lower if you text back and forth with them to set up the appointment because they feel like they're talking to a real person. And so we have AI that does all of that, right? Like I'm not sitting at my computer, texting them back and forth times, referring to my calendar and seeing what I have open. The CRM does all of that, right? Once they book the appointment, there's auto appointment reminders to, again, reduce no-shows. We even have a chargeback chasing automation. That was the biggest frustration for us because once you start writing business and some of it charges back, which is just bound to happen, it's part of insurance, doing all the admin work and trying to, reel people in and tell them they didn't pay their premium, that's not why I got into the business. If that is why you got into the business or anybody else did, then props to you, but it's just not me. And so that's something that we built in there as well. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that would be important to touch on within the CRM.
I wouldn't really say so. I mean, I think the biggest...
The drip campaign, the new client flow. So we have a campaign that follows up with all of your leads for a year if they don't book an appointment with you or get closed out as a non-interested buyer. As well as when somebody does become a client, we have a new client flow. So it'll follow up with them for, I think it's 3 months to help keep them on the books. So
and that's cross-selling opportunities.
Yeah, cross-selling opportunities.
We mentioned for agents, a lot of agents are not, like for us at least, we've met most agents that like to cross-sell. We like to cross-sell. We were, Medicare.
That's where the money's at, dude.
That's where the money's at. We were the Medicare guys that sold life insurance. First, we started out with life insurance. I think anybody should. It's a great business. I think you should start out with life insurance and then stack, skill stack is what we call it. And so, when we were selling Medicare though, and doing all that and selling the life insurance, it was very helpful I would say, to be able to mention the other things that we did. And so when you start talking to people, I mean, it was something as simple as, oh yeah, by the way, I sell life insurance also. And they're like, oh my gosh, I don't have that. Well, okay, great. Well, let's set an appointment. And when you start doing something, even if it's just something as simple as including that at the very bottom of your email, life, health, Medicare annuities, things like that, small things, and you start talking about things they should look out for that are, within compliance, your prospect starts to view you as their insurance agent, not an insurance agent. And that's the difference between being successful in this business and not.
And just to clarify, is this CRM that you're talking about, do you have to buy the course to get it, or something you can buy as a kind of a standalone system?
Absolutely not. So you don't have to be part of the course. If you do join the course, you get 30 days of a free trial. Everyone else, we offer a 14-day free trial, so you get 2 weeks to try it out. But you can do this if you're buying leads from a vendor. They'll be able to hook it up to the CRM and have your leads go in there. If you're doing direct mail, you can even upload your leads into the CRM. I personally like the Facebook leads because right after they fill it out, I can get in contact with them. But if you're a direct mail guy, you can upload a little CSV of all of your leads, and the CRM will work them as well. So it works for any type of lead. You don't have to be generating your own or buy our course or anything like that. The only thing is right now we have it mainly built out for final expense telesales. We're looking at adding on other product lines in the future. But if you are selling final expense over the phone, this is the best CRM on the market. It's built out, this is what we do, is final expense over the phone. And we built out every single step of the way, every single pipeline stage for that particular niche, final expense telesales. So it's built out totally for that. So if you're selling FE over the phone, this is going to be your bread and butter. It's going to change your business.
By agents for agents, I think, is the best way to put it.
Yep, I like that.
Yeah, that's good. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. And let me give you guys the next step. So first of all, just so you know, this is an affiliation that I have with both Tim and Julian and Advanced Agent Marketing. There is a link below in the description box. If you click that link, it'll take you to an overview page more about exactly what they've discussed and give you more details about how things work. If you have any questions below, Tim and Julian do read the comments. Feel free to throw them into the chat below. You're always welcome to reach out to me at daviddeford.com/contact as well. So again, if you're interested in learning more, getting the course, or signing up for the CRM, follow the link in the description box and just click it, and then you'll see what to do. Tim and Julian, thanks for being here.
Absolutely. And we'll throw you 2 different links. One will just be for the CRM if you want to get the 14-day free trial and test it out for yourself. And then a different one if you want to join the course, get the 30-day free trial, and start generating your own leads.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, David, talk soon.
What's up, Tim and Julian? Hey, Trevor Trabian here, coming from Las Vegas, Nevada. Wanted to shoot you a video just to tell you about the course so far. I'm really loving it. A couple things. You break down so much what you got to do step by step to really get into Facebook advertising. I've never seen anything like this, especially for our niche, which is final expense, possibly your mortgage protection, maybe getting into Medicare, that sort of thing. Very detailed. I've literally the last couple days just been sitting down in front of my computer and running campaign. Got it running the other night, had leads literally coming in within a couple minutes. One of the things I'm really excited about this course is what it allows me to do to be able to stay creative. Because not only is he telling you the steps to be, hey, do this, do that to get the lead, but also showing you what's behind it, the thinking behind it, so you can put on those creative juices and keep scaling. So I'm excited to keep going on this. This is a great value. I'm glad I ran into you guys. Thanks so much. Looking forward to keep this thing rolling. Take care, guys.
Hi, my name is Nick Woog, and about a month ago, I hooked up with Tim in Advanced Agent Marketing to explore Facebook advertising. I had some experience on my own, and I was a little concerned or just shy about, could the results really be what they were showing the results to be? And after a month of doing this, I emphatically say yes. I am capturing more people, more information, making it easier to build my drip campaigns with people. I just couldn't be more pleased with what's happened. I think it's a great program, and you should take a serious look at it.
All right. Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Tim, at Advanced Agent Marketing. For those of you who are interested, I am going to share in just a moment the affiliate links. Yes, this is an affiliate program to purchase this if you are interested or to get some information. So the first one here is the affiliate link for the course. And that's going to go in the chat right now. After I get this, I'll share some, I'll answer some of y'all's questions. So there's the affiliate link for the course. And then here is the affiliate link for the CRM. Putting that in the chat now. If you're watching the recording, look for the chat, their chat repeat. You should see it there. And then also here is the YouTube interview, our YouTube channel, if you'd like to check them out too. Okay, awesome. Okay, let's go and rewind back. And let me hit some questions up here. We are down to the wire here, almost done. Just got a few more things to talk about. And then we will wrap this thing up and be done. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I've had great success with Google Ads, door knocking them. That's why I asked. I'm always able to use 10 times my ROI. Recently, the vendor I stopped selling to individuals. What's the best to pivot? Cat Daddy, if you've done well with them, if you're that good with those leads, anything will work. I mean, if you're doing door knocking, Cat, just do direct mail. Kind of keep it simple is what I would say. Yeah, I've got dialogue going with them. I wasn't sure if I should pull the trigger and give them a try. Are these the same guys as Agent Autopilot? Nope, this is a different group. There's a lot of organizations out there. Agent Autopilot does courses as well, CRMs. This is a different one. Following up here, Peter's comment. I'm interested to hear a little more about Agent Autopilot. Check the emails we sent out. You'll see a lot there, Stephen. This is very true. Kayla, I was told to practice on age leads, was not given any support when starting out. Yep, that's kind of the thing. Again, why do they do that? Because they resell age leads and make a profit. I don't think this is clear enough, so I'm going to spend just a second explaining this. The thing with leads, guys, is you pay one time to acquire that lead. There's a one-time cost. And what IMOs have realized, many of them in the industry right now, big names you've all heard of, I assure you, they're all over YouTube, is they've realized that there is as much money, if not more, in convincing agents to buy what is supposed to be an exclusive lead a multitude of times. So, for example, there's one particular IMO, name nameless. Their lead that costs about $10 or $11 really is just a piece of data. Okay, it's not a real lead. They didn't request information like they would a Facebook lead, and it costs like 25 cents to acquire. They resell that lead for $10. Now, I'm a capitalist. I don't mind making profit, but they resell something they present to be a lead as something entirely different from what it really is, and make a tremendous return on their investment. And then they go to resell those 3, 4, 5 times. And they do this to the tune of thousands upon thousands of times a day. They are making millions of dollars in profit off of not selling you leads, but crappy, recycled, reused data, and are making a killing. And this is part of the reason, and this is my point, because a lot of IMOs and agencies do this, is that the leads business becomes just as lucrative as a recruiting business. And so they're pushing this just as much. So they'll tell their people to say, hey, just a lead's a lead's a lead. You know, just sell them, just get them to do something. Maybe they'll make a sale, but not, but they'll still profit. And the problem you come into this is you give them your trust and you give them your belief, right? Because why wouldn't you? You want to believe. And they disappoint, to say it nicely. And you leave this business thinking it's a racket, because it really was for that IMO in particular. So that's why I don't push age leads for the most part, except for these affiliate arrangements and stuff. I'm not making money off of leads. I only make money when my agents make a sale. So I'm not pushing a lead in particular because it profits or I get some huge override off of it, some huge retail upside. And I just think that, you know, you do this stuff, you sell your soul. This kind of stuff becomes commonplace in your organization, and your culture changes because of it, and how people and how the public views you and your agents and your agency changes. And it has dramatic effects for the profit that you pull out of the leads. So, you know, that's my lecture. Be careful for those IMOs who push it. Is using an appointment setter a good idea? Yes, it is. We like appointment setters, something highly recommended, especially as you scale higher. Very frustrating, like going in the ring with Mike Tyson without the proper training to beat him. Exactly. It's 100% exactly how it is. Do you know if they will be branching off to other social media? Probably so. We're going to probably be doing more work together with the advanced agent marketing team. And one of the things I want to see more of is some of these alternative platforms be used more, like YouTube, TikTok, like mentioned before. You anything out there that's not attracting as much eyeballs. I like to zig when everybody zags, and I think there's some opportunity that we're not tapping into. So yes, we're going to see more social platforms and more verticals, meaning not just final expense, but I want to see ACA, annuities even, maybe Medicare too. So yeah, expect more from there. Was the final expense lead training being recorded? Sure is. All of it's recorded. I'd love to veer more towards telesales, but their system applies to face-to-face. So do advanced agent marketing because they're kind of telesales based. Great. Wow. Yeah. One begins with an S and the other begins with an F. Who's Dave talking about? I don't know. Beware. Kevin, need a great lead vendor. You found the right podcast or YouTube, whatever this is. Okay. All right. Down to the last wire here. So let's round this thing out with some techniques, some skills to pay the bills, to afford leads, and then to make more money. In other words, we need to know not just what leads to buy, but also how to work those leads to get in the door. So I know some of you are just here for the leads, and I get it. You want to know what's working, but you have to hear me out. The other side of the leads equation is your skills equation. And by some of the stuff that I have heard, you guys are not getting trained to the appropriate level. And so I want to spend some time here to teach you some fundamentals about starting the phone call and starting the door knock, phone call, and telesales presentation. We want to nail these because if you don't, I don't care if you're working the best leads. If you sound like a dope on the phone, you'll be perceived as a dope, even though it's a great lead, and they'll just not want to talk to you because you're just kind of weird, So we want to iron out the fundamentals so that you're solid there, and so that when you get the right leads, that combination is going to give you the best opportunity for success. So scripts, where do you find the scripts we're about to mention? davidduford.com/scripts. Please go there, download the scripts, and then you can kind of follow along with what we're talking about. Also want to thank our special sponsors today, Lead Concepts, our platinum sponsor, great source for direct mail leads. TrueStage, we're going to learn more about them and their final expense product here in a moment. ttcleads.com, recommended for Facebook leads, and advanced agent marketing as well. Perfect. Okay, so give me a moment to pull up my script, and we're going to round this out with talking about the important steps to script yourself over the phone. We're going to start with face-to-face and some appointment setting and door knocking scripting. And then we're going to do a review of TrueStage, have them talk about their newer final expense product. And then the final step here is to talk about how to nail the first 30 seconds of your telesales call. So those of you who are here that are interested in telesales, you want to stick around for that. You are not going to want to miss that because so much can be lost if you're not rock solid on the phone from the get-go. Okay, so let me pull up my face-to-face training here. Sorry about that. And then let's take a look at the door knock and appointment setting script. All right. So I'm going to share my screen with you so you kind of see what's going on here. All right, here we are. So here is how we go through our script to open an appointment setting call face-to-face. And I'm going to just read the script word for word. Hey, Mrs. Jones, my name is David Duford, and I'm calling about the green postcard you sent off in the mail a few weeks ago requesting information on our new state-regulated final expense program. The reason I'm calling, it's my job to deliver the information you requested and wondered if you're free tomorrow at 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Let's break down the script to better explain what we did. So the first part of the script is the opening. You'll notice we're assuming we're talking to Mrs. Jones. I'm not asking to confirm because one of the things that happens in doing scripting that I find is that if you start asking questions prematurely before the most important question, what time am I coming over tomorrow, you'll more likely get objections, rebuttals, and pushback. So to eliminate that risk, we don't ask questions until we ask what time we're showing up. More on how we ask that question at the beginning. So we're not going to ask them, do you remember sending the card in? Are you Mrs. Jones? We take those questions out entirely and just assume they've seen the card and assume that it's Mrs. Jones, if it sounds like Mrs. Jones. Hey, Mrs. Jones, my name is David Duford. I say nothing about which companies I'm a part of. I don't want to represent an insurance or say an insurance company's name just because I don't want them to think it's insurance. Insurance is a trigger word. It gets people all like worried that we're going to sell them an insurance policy. So I don't say that to keep holding on to their attention that much longer before they prematurely judge that they shouldn't see me, okay? The next phase is to describe why you're calling. And the reason I'm calling is about the green postcard you sent off in the mail a few weeks ago requesting information on our new state-regulated final expense program. So I say this just basically describing what I did. That's the only difference between the Facebook lead options here. I'm calling about the information you requested on Facebook about our new state-regulated final expense programs. You said your favorite hobby was fishing. So we remind them of the favorite hobby they did because we're jogging their memory with Facebook leads as they tend to forget a little faster than direct mail. We don't do that with direct mail. You could say, I see that you live at 123 Hereford Street, or that your age is 72 and your spouse is 95. But we say that as if we do do a memory jog, it's just a reminder. What it isn't is a question. We don't say, and you said that your favorite hobby is fishing, right? Because they're going to say, yeah, but I'm not interested. It's going to get you off the hook faster, and you don't want that. You want to go all the way and ask the question of when you're coming over, okay? So we state it as a fact or a statement, not a question. You said that your favorite hobby was fishing, and the reason I'm calling. That sounds different than saying, you said that your favorite hobby was fishing? Notice the inflection up. It sounds like a question. You're going to solicit answers and the vying for control, which is what we want to avoid our clients from having. Now we sell the appointment, which is just telling them it's no big deal, it's quick and casual, nothing to worry about. The reason I'm calling, it's my job to deliver the information you requested. It's my job. I'm just doing my job. I'm delivering information. I'm not selling them a policy that you requested. And the close is simple. And wondered if you're free tomorrow at 10 o'clock or does 2 work better? This is what we call an assumptive close. I'm not asking them, can I come over at 10 o'clock, please? Because the answer could be what? A no. I don't ever want to answer or ask a question that could have an answer that's no. I only want to ask questions where the answer can be a yes or a yes. So this is an alternate yes question, alternate yes close. Can I come over? I wondered if you're free tomorrow at 10 or does 2 work better? So do you want to say yes to 10 or say no to 2? Or do you want to say no to 10 or say yes to 2? So it's yes or yes is ultimately what I'm trying to do. And that way you frame the question is going to help you book more appointments. If you're having trouble getting people to book, this is probably the most common reason why people run into problems, is they ask permission. Do not ask for permission. Assume you're going to get it and ask which of those times work better. Okay? This incidentally is the same thing that we say at the door. Real quick, I'm just going to hit that up real quick. So if we look at the door knocking script, it's basically the same thing except we're showing them what they did. Hey, Mrs. Jones, my name is David Duford, and I'm stopping by about this postcard you sent off. At this point off script, I'm showing them the card, or I'm showing them the Facebook information. The rest of the script's almost identical. About the new state-regulated final expense program you requested, and I'm here because it's my job to deliver the information you requested. And the close is a little different because you're there to do it now, and wondered if we should sit out on the porch or should I come in? And wondered if I should take my shoes off before I come in. That's another way to close. But we're assuming we're getting in. We're just asking, my shoes should be on or off, or do you want to sit outside or inside? Okay? Again, little tweaks like this and how you say things is going to make an enormous impact on getting those people who are kind of on the precipice of seeing you to agree for you to come in. Okay? Okay. Now, the other thing we're going to hit up on here, we're going to just skip past some of the confirmation stuff. We do want to confirm where they live. We do want to confirm the time. We do want to confirm the address simply because we want them to remember to be there, okay, if we're booking over the appointment, booking over the phone. But we do need to make sure that we're prepared for objections, okay? So here's how we handle objections. We use what's called the ask strategy. I'm going to come back on camera here and kind of relay it to you. The ask strategy stands for as follows: answer the objection, sell the appointment, and then close. It's foolproof. It works for every objection you're going to hear at the door, at least the most common 4 or 5 ones. And I'm going to take you through each of these so that you can see for yourself how well it works. Here's the theory behind objection rebuttals. People are reacting in the moment to your request to try to get in the door. So their response isn't necessarily gospel truth. They're just pushing back because you're a stranger, they don't know what this is about, and it's kind of a fear-based response. We call this a smoke screen. So we're not answering so much the smoke screen because it's reactive in nature and not well thought out. But what we're responding to is the underlying fear or concern or worry about being in a sales situation. So we want to speak to the unspoken fear, relax it, make them feel comfortable, okay, that we're not going to sell them, we're not going to disrespect them, we're not going to waste their time, we're going to get to the point, and we're just there to help them. That's what we're selling to that you don't really ever hear. And then we're going to ask again, should we do it at 2 o'clock or 10, or should we do it on the porch or inside on the couch, right? Or at the kitchen table. So that's how we do it. Okay, so let's look at a couple objections so you can see for yourself how it sounds. How many of y'all heard, I don't remember sending the card in? That's my signature, but I didn't fill that out. You'll hear that over the phone and in person. Here's what you say to that. Hey, that's okay, Mrs. Prospect. I have your address here at 123 Hereford Street in Mason, Tennessee, and that you're 61 and your spouse is 75. All I need is 5 minutes to show you how this works, and whatever you do with the information is up to you. How about 10 o'clock, or does 2 work better? So I actually go back to confirm that their address is this and this is their age. Now, the one thing that's different from the script that I'm going to update here eventually is I don't ask them to confirm that it's correct now. We just assume that it is, right? We know, in other words, we know who you are, Mrs. Prospect or Mr. Prospect. All I need is 5 minutes to do my job, and whatever you do with it's up to you. How about 10 o'clock or 2? Okay. Objection 2, I thought I was getting something mailed. Hey, that's fine. It's just my job to show you how these plans work, and all I need is 5 minutes, and what you do with the information is totally up to you. How about 10 o'clock, or does 2 work better? Same exact, conceptually, objection rebuttal. Answer the objection, sell the appointment, and close. Oh, I'm not interested anymore. See if this looks familiar. Oh, that's no problem. All I need is 5 minutes to show you how this program works, and what you do with it's up to you. What works best, 10 o'clock tomorrow or 2 o'clock tomorrow? Same thing. But I already have life insurance. That is fine. It's just my job to show up, to show you this information. All I need is 5 minutes. Whatever you do with it's up to you. So why don't I come by at 10 o'clock, or does 2 work better? Not exactly the script, but fundamentally, more importantly, fundamentally the same thing every single time. I'm busy. No problem. All I need is 5 minutes. Why don't I stop by after you're done at 4 o'clock, or does 2 work better? So you may want to book later at a time, or you may want to try again. They just kind of give you a pushback, especially at the door. I'm about to walk out. I'm busy. Hey, that's fine. I just need my 5 minutes to do my job. What you do with it's up to you. You want to sit out on the porch, or should I come in? Now, the most common mistake made on objection rebuttaling is this. People don't actually close. You'll answer the objection and you'll sell the appointment fine, but you don't resolve the rebuttal with a close. It's like you don't, put the lid down to close up the container, right? You have to do the whole job in order to complete the task at hand. So if you leave anything unsaid, like the close, then people will kind of just stall and just decide not to do it. You have to lead your prospect to the outcome you want them to, which is them booking an appointment. So don't be bashful. Even if you go back a couple times, every single instance, close for a time at 10 or 2. Or close on the porch or inside. Close, shoes on or shoes off. Okay? Be relentless. Okay? Have a good spirit. Be positive. Don't get mean. Don't get aggressive. Just be insistent that you have a message to deliver. You are there to help these people. And all you need is 5 minutes to do it. What they do with it's up to you. Why don't I just come by at 10 o'clock, or does 2 work better? Okay? It's that simple. It's simple. But so many people don't do it. What do people do wrong with this? Let me talk about this, because this is something that I get a lot of. I was listening to a call this morning from this gentleman. I'm going to turn it into a piece of content because I think it can be helpful for everybody. But he was going into saying, hey, my name is Bob Jones. I'm with the Mortgage Protection Department, and I'm just following up to see if you bought a mortgage protection policy. Did you get it handled? What's the problem with that? He's selling the product. You never, ever sell the product when you're trying to book an appointment. Why? Because I'm talking to face-to-face agents here. If you sell the product before you book the appointment, you lose so much opportunity. True for telesales too. You use all of your opportunity to build rapport, trust, and a connection that differentiates you from everybody else that's out there. That's what makes a sale, not the product per se. But you got to get in the door to create that connection, to then tell them about the product, because what you're saying is more believable now they know, like, and trust you. Does that make sense? So do not talk product at the door. If your client says, how does this program work? That's a great question. That's why I'm here. It takes 5 minutes for me to clearly show you how it works, to answer your questions. What you do with it's up to you. So why don't we sit out here on the porch, or should I come in? That's all you need to do. Insist that the presentation happens in the home. Insist that the presentation happens in front of the prospect, not at the door, not over the phone. Again, if we're setting appointments face-to-face. Do not get into the product sales strategy. You will lose if your intention is to sell them face-to-face, because it's that connection and relationship that really makes the difference. Okay? Any advice? I'll take some questions here before we go with TruStage's sponsorship here. Any advice on door knocking age leads? Yeah, treat them if you have to door knock age leads, treat them exactly the same like you would any other lead. Don't act like they're 5 years old. Don't be like, well, shucks, I'm sorry, I'm here, I'm like 5 years late. Just treat them exactly the same with the same script we just gave. It works just fine doing the same script, okay? Perfect, all right? So before we wrap this up, talking about our telesales script, very, very important. It's important for face-to-face, but even more important for telesales agents to nail effectively the first 30 seconds. We're going to come back to that after we do our review of TruStage. So we're going to play this now for you. Let me get this set up, and then we will be back to wrap things up and call it a day. So give me one moment, and let's get started. Well, hey there, it's David Duford. I'm here with Mr. Chris Vodnick of TruStage to talk about their new final expense product and some things they've got going on in the business. If you're a final expense agent, which of course you're already watching a video about final expense leads, you're going to want to hear more about what TruStage is doing and how they can benefit you. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Chris, kind of introduce himself, tell him how he got into the business, and kind of start this presentation about TruStage. Chris, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, David, and thank you very much for the invitation to join you today.
Yeah,
it's quite funny. You know, I actually kind of got into the business a little by accident. I went to school for 6 years. I'm not a lawyer or a doctor. I have any fancy letters behind my name. I like to say 3 degrees and a minor, but it was a rugby, bartending, and social life that kept me in school as long as it did. But you know, my mom was a big influence. When are you going to go out in the real world? When are you going to the real world? And you know what? I put my resume everywhere. You know, back then it was the mid '90s, so it was snail mail, fax machine, and you know, just trying to see, you know, where can I find myself, you know, gainful employment. Well, I received a call from a gentleman. He said, "Oh, my name's Kirk, and I work with such and such gasket company, and I love your resume. I'd love for you to come and work for us." And I was like, gaskets? I'm like, industrial sales. Man, I'm in. I'm going to make it. So you know what? I became the gasket expert. Real rubber, silicone, asbestos, light, permeable, filtering. You know, I want to go there and wow them. So I go to this place, and it's in southern Indiana, and I'm driving there. Back then, I had a road atlas and had a marker kind of following my way before GPS. And as I'm getting close, I see this huge factory behind the tree line. I'm like, that's got to be it. I'm getting close. As I pass the tree line, they have a huge fabrication plant and an admin building. As I pass some more trees, I see they have a runway on the premises. I'm like, oh my goodness, this could be it. And then as I park my car, I look, and there's a water tower there, and it says such and such casket company. I'm like, what? That can't be right. And sure enough, it was. I checked my address. I looked back and forth. I'm like, oh my goodness. Well, you know, truth be told, they did everything with a casket from womb to tomb. They rolled in the sheet metal. They stamped the casket shells. They painted the interiors. Well, I parked next to a paint facility, unbeknownst to me. And I opened a door. And I smelled kind of fumes from the facility. I'm like, oh my gosh, formaldehyde and embalming fluid. I'm out. And as I'm about to leave the property, you know, a little voice behind my head was like my mother, like, how did the interview go? I'm like, oh, I'm going to sort of go in, and I'm just going to just use this as practice. But what I went in there was when I really had that revelation, you know, of my goodness, you know, there's an entire industry that's there to help families after there's a life loss. And I became more intrigued, like, you know what? Everyone needs this. And oh my goodness. So, you know, I said, I'm going to take a shot at it. So I spent some time doing some PR for them and learning the business. And then finally I had a sales territory where I was just a manufacturer's rep. And, you know, I'm going to businesses, and those businesses happen to be funeral homes, and the owners were funeral directors. And I'd be there, you know, making my pitch and discussing the products that I had. However, many times my appointment would be interrupted by the admin or a family coming in, and, you know, after a loss, and, and the business owner or funeral director be like, I'm so sorry, I have to go work with this family. And me as a young man and wanting to help, I'd want to ask these questions. And then you learn of situations like a family's been planning their entire life to do their family reunion or a family vacation or 50th wedding anniversary. And all of a sudden, there's this life loss that has occurred. And it was very challenging. Maybe that time that family may have some financial funds to be able to help them, but at that particular time, they were stretched and those funds are not readily available, or they did not have those funds available. And then I also saw that families were not able to do what they wanted to do and only were able to do what they could afford to do. And that's where I had that aha moment of, oh my goodness, the need for having those funds available was so important. And so from there, and I've been here with True Stage now under the many different factions for actually October is my 20th year. And I'm quite passionate about this because it's so important. So many families need it. And the biggest thing is so many families don't talk about it. So I'm so glad that you invited me on to have this conversation with agents, because that's what these agents are doing. They're providing to families the ability to protect their loved ones even after they're gone.
Right. Excellent.
So, Dave, if I can, I'd like to share a presentation with you. If you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and try to put this on. Give me one moment.
Sure, you got it.
So, I don't know if you, David, you're able to see my picture on the screen. But again, my name is Chris Vodnik, and as I've mentioned before, I've been 20 years with True Stage. And you know what? Many people know we've been in the business for quite some time. And our product, Senior Life Simple Life Solutions, has been something that agents have been familiar with for quite some time. Now, American Memorial is how many families or agents know about us. And we've been in the business for over 60 years, and helping families, providing funds for when, the families need it most. But as of August 1st of 2021, we became part of CUNA Mutual, which is going to be a True Stage brand. And just a little bit about, True Stage. I mean, they have over, 36 billion in assets and have a 5 billion of revenue. And they've been founded and been in existence since 1935. So we're able to come from a financially strong place to be there for families or when they need us most. And our division, Pre-Planning Solutions, as American Memorial Life will be known as, has been a strong organization for quite some time. We've served over 2 million customers, having $7 billion in assets, and have, over 300, employees that are here and based to help our families that we serve. We're very proud of our AM Best rating. And again, we strive ourselves to help families during one of life's most difficult times. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about, our Senior Life Solution product that we have out there. We have a new, automated underwriting system called DASH, which stands for the Digital Agent Sales Hub. And it's super fantastic. I'll tell you a little bit more about it in a little bit. We no longer require a personal health interview. That's something that we did have in the past. However, we noticed that provided limitations to families. Whereas, they were only able to find out if families were approved during the hours of operation. And now with our digital solution, we are available 24/7 to be able to help families out. And again, our agent commissions can be paid daily, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, however it best serves the agents. And we also have the ability to do a remote sale, with a video sale with up to $25,000 in coverage you can provide families. And we have a live customer support team that's based here in the United States that we're really proud of. An average, call to speak to a live human is about 20 to 40 seconds. Now, when was the last time you talked to a carrier and got able to speak to a live person in that amount of time?
Yeah, never.
Exactly, right? So it's something that we're super proud of as well. And some of the benefits that we have for, our clients is we provide competitive rates for them. We have premiums that will not increase depending on their age or their health changes that may happen. And we have, methods of payment, which could be monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, or annually. We have a way that makes sure that if their health changes, their coverage will remain the same. And they have an ability for it to have a cash buildup process as well. And one thing we're super proud of is being able to pay our beneficiaries within 24 hours once we receive all the appropriate documentation. And again, after there's a life loss, having those funds in place can really help relieve the burden of all the things that are going on. Now, we're also very proud that our product, we're able to cover from coast to coast. Now, there are 3 states where our product is not available. That would be New York, Montana, and the state of Washington. And if you see in the map in front of you, Every state that you see in blue offers both our modified as well as our level product. In blue, you see it has those both, and that covers from the age 0 to 85. Now, from up to age 60, you can have up to $50,000 in benefit. Then up to age 80, up to $25,000 in benefit. And those from 81 to 85, you can still receive coverage up to $20,000 in benefit. Now, our modified plan for those that are healthy, however, have some health challenges. Now, that age ranges from 40 years old to 80, and we can provide up to $15,000 for those that are 70 to 40, and up to $10,000 for those that are 71 to 80. So again, we're very proud to be able to provide this, coverage for those families that happen to be that fall within that age range. Now, as I mentioned before, our DASH system is a simple, streamlined digital application. And again, like with all products, we have to make sure we assess our client and make sure that they qualify. We do have a height, weight chart, and there's some primarily health questions that you can ask your client. And again, like I think you mentioned before, and I watched one of your past sessions, you talked about building rapport, finding out about the family, finding out what their needs are, finding out, who will be emotionally impacted as well as financially impacted, because maybe those funds may not just be needed for, the final arrangements, but also for those that relied upon, that individual's finances for survivability. They can set those monies aside to help those individuals during that time. And again, when we go through that pre-qualification process, we can gather information. We provide a fantastic final wishes planning guide. And it's a fantastic, there's many of them that are out in the marketplace, and I'm quite proud of ours. I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to see our recent modifications to it, but it's really top notch. And it's a great, fact finder when working with a family. It's also a great leave behind, but with that, you can find out what the family's needs are, what type of services they would like, all those that are, that are impacted by that loved one, and be able to provide that client, a benefit amount that may be best suited for them. Now with our DASH system, we put that information in, and at the very beginning of the process, it's able to provide the client with an approval of what type of a product that they be approved at the very beginning. Now, David, you probably know of some carriers that you have to go all the way through the process, and at the very, very end, find out, well, if the client was approved or not. And then and if they were not, you think, oh my goodness, all that time I just spent. Here, we're able to give you that right up front. And so you can able to continue with the process or find another solution for that client. And then once we go through that process, and it takes about 10, 15 minutes, you just got to collect the banking information, signatures, and hit submit. And as quick as that, sometimes we've seen policies being issued 10 minutes after the appointment, after that submit button has been hit. And we're super, super proud of that. Now, for using our DASH e-application system, it has to have internet connectivity. And we know that sometimes our clients may not be in places where, they may have a strong internet connection or signal. So we still do also have a paper application, which you can fill out, depending upon how they answer the health questions, which product that client would be suited for, and then submit. And then we'll run that process through our automated underwriting system in-house. And the agent could have that approval process or notification within 24 to 48 hours. So again, we're really trying to provide a method to be able to help all clients in all situations. Do you have any questions, David?
No, you're covering them well. So no phone interview. That's to me the biggest thing. I think looking at the old application, it's completely digital process before you get an approval, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, and being when, part of both worlds, when the phone health interview was there, we saw a lot of agents that would, I was hearing from them talking to me like, I spent all this time building rapport. I spent all this time getting them to trust me. And now I have to get this client to accept having a conversation with a third party. And they found that to be a significant barrier. And now we're able to remove that barrier. It really quickens the process. And we got a lot of accolades from agents saying thank you. And I'm glad we were able to do that for our clients as well and for our agents. And again, having this digital solution, as I mentioned, it's 24/7 availability to be able to work with, a client at the time that's best for them, and again, it makes it easy to write, easy to submit. And again, we are very proud to have, a rules-based system. We're not meds driven. A particular med that's been issued by an oncologist, is for different things that maybe been issued by, you know, an OBGYN, you know, and so in that case, you know, that for instance, a med on nausea, you know, so when we come in, we take into account from who prescribed the med, you know, and for the why, and able to provide, you know, a coverage for those that sometimes a med would automatically pop up and that client would be declined. Now we're super, super excited to be able, as I mentioned before, to not only provide that final wishes guide, that's again a super great leave behind and a fact-finding tool that you can use for a client and a great door opener as a, you know, I'd love to bring this over to you and for our time that we spend together. But we also provide, you know, our LMS training, you know, a learning system that, you know, agents and agencies can come on and learn more about our product and learn how to, you know, sell our product as well as, you know, pamphlets and brochures to help, you know, get in front of new products as well. You know, we're also super proud of the fact that we're able to provide more Spanish materials, you know, in California, Arizona, Florida, and Texas, we have Spanish applications, as well as the ability to provide a Spanish welcome packet and policy jackets to our clients in Spanish, as well as correspondence in that as well. And so another thing that we're super proud of as well is that we also have, you know, in-house staff that can assist, you know, primarily speaking, agents or clients' questions and help answer those as well. But I'd love to say also, David, but wait, there's more. We also have an email where agents or clients can email in Spanish questions, you know, and we can either respond back to them in Spanish or provide a call in Spanish to help, you know, answer those questions for our clients. So again, we know it's a huge demographic that's growing within the United States, and I feel that it is truly underserved. And sometimes it's difficult to build that trust aspect when you're only providing English, you know, documents or marketing material. So by having those documents in Spanish helps you to gain that trust, build that confidence for the client, for them to be able to move forward and do what matters most, you know, protect, you know, their loved ones and their families. You know, our commissions, you know, system is something that I'm quite proud of as well. We provide the same commissions for our level product as well as our modified product. And we can have those commissions paid daily. And usually when we have that submitted, especially through our Dash application system, we see our commissions paid within 48 to 72 hours hitting bank accounts, which is great, right? You're having a big, you know, to do over the weekend and you have business that's written on that Monday, Tuesday, and to have that available, that is pretty fantastic.
Right.
But again, we also, you know, are quite proud of the incentive trips that we able to provide for those agents that protect families with our product. We go to such fantastic destinations, you know, Atlantis, I believe there's a St. Martin trip coming up, and we've been to places as Machu Picchu and others, and it's a super time for you able to take yourself and a guest and to go and really, you know, celebrate what you have done. You know, for many families, you know, they sometimes have never thought about the need for this. And so it's, you know, those agents that are going out there that's really opening their eyes and starting that conversation of what those families may leave when that day comes. You know, and, you know, many come into this profession and I think, you know, they look at it as a sales job, right? I'm coming here to sell you something, right? But then if I'm in your home and I said, hey, David, I'm Chris Vonick, I'm a sales guy, can't wait to, I'm not going to leave your house till I sell you something. I think I'm going to be issued out pretty quickly. But, you know, if I truly take on a different aspect, you know, it's just a protection job. I want to come here and protect you and your loved ones and your family. So I would walk in your home. Hi, my name's Chris Vonick, and I want to protect you and your loved ones. And I don't know if I leave here until I find a way to do so. That takes on a completely different approach. And again, but it's not only just saying it, it's truly meaning it, because the family can feel when you're not genuine, right? And so if you're truly going after it and saying, you know what, this is for your loved ones. This is for those that after they're gone. You know, what's that memory we're leaving behind? You know what? They love me so much. They provided this for me even after they were gone. That's what's so important about what we do. Right. You know, and I want to thank you, David, because I know you reach so many, you know, new agents that are going out there and helping, giving them some tools to best help families when they most need it most. And again, I would, for anybody's interested, agency or agents, you know, feel free to contact. My information is probably in front of you. My personal cell phone is 773-203-2255, or they can email me at chris.vodnik, VODENIK, at truestage.com. We also, you see in front of you, our sales support team. Their number, 1-800-621-7162, or they can email us as well as TrueStage Sales Support at TrueStage.com. But again, we're quite, excited about being able to offer this to agents and provide a simple way of protecting families.
Awesome. I got a couple questions for you, if you don't mind, Chris. Appreciate that presentation. So following up, a very focused approach into the Spanish-speaking market. One of the corresponding questions that I get a lot is there a capability to write an application if the individual does not have a social security number? Maybe they have an ITIN number. How does TrueStage approach that?
Thank you so much, David, for providing that question. Absolutely, yes. If a client has an ITIN number, they have the legal ability to work here in the United States. We are able to provide them protection for their beneficiaries. So absolutely, for the longest time, we were only able to service those that had a social security number. So adding the ability to protect a family that has an ITIN is huge for us. Again, we're trying to do our best to protect as many families as possible. Sometimes you see out there carriers that are almost playing goalie, right? Well, we only want the healthiest and those that can, come on board when really this product is needed by everyone. So as many families as we can get approved and do different methods through Social Security or ITIN, we want to make sure that each of those families are able to be, protected. And we're very proud to have a product to be able to do so.
And then if you could build on the video sales capability, a lot of the agents now in the final expense market are moving to a more remote type of sales strategy. Just kind of give us a little more insight how the video sales capability works for TrueStage.
Absolutely. So really it relies upon the agent and what video sharing platform they're most comfortable with. If it's Zoom, Skype, WebEx, whatever that may be, in a place where they're able to present, the presentation or the Dash app to the client, because there's two things that the client will need to do. Either authorized to be able to look into their background and look at, to authorize us to do a background check on the medical records and whatnot. And the second is to be able to sign. And the client does not have to have a touch screen. They could do so with a mouse or, on their end. But again, having that ability as well as the license for wherever that client may be domiciled in, that client would have that absolute ability to do so. Great question, David.
Chris, any last words before we wrap it up? I appreciate you being here.
No. I'm glad to be a part of this. And again, I'm so, it's great what you do and helping these agents out there. It's really fantastic to be able to be a part of this. And again, we've been doing this for a while. And again, under this, new flag of TrueStage, the innovations that are going to happen with our organization are going to, I think, are be really exciting to watch. And so, hey, keep us on your radar or join us now. And we look forward to helping you protect families.
All right. So check out TrueStage, everybody. And Chris's information was showed. So if you go back and see it, you can reach out directly to him. We can help too. And thank you. Appreciate you, Chris.
Have a great one.
And that's how you make $1 million. I muted myself when I shared the secrets of how to be successful. Just kidding. Okay, very good. I don't quite know much about Philip Ethos. To be honest with you, I know that Family First Life and Ethos have some sort of partnership, but I can't tell you the details of the product. Yeah, you're welcome. I hope you enjoyed it, Derek. You're welcome, Micah. Okay, so let's round this out. I want to serve you telesales folks right and give you some last bit of advice on working leads. Again, it's so important to understand that it's not just the leads. It's leads are important, but it's also how you work the leads. So I want to spend some time covering that too. But before we do, this is going to be my last call for questions. Any questions that you have, please put that into the chat. I will get to them, and at 3:30, so about 15 minutes from now, I have to take a hard stop. So we're going to go zip through the telesales scripting, which is pretty simple, very similar to what we were just talking about. So I'm going to pull up our opening script. And again, you can find this script I'm about to show you for free at daviddeford.com/scripts. You can download all those scripts that we use at DeFord Insurance Group for free. It's the exact same scripts that we use. And you get those for free without joining us if you'd like. I also want to thank, again, sponsors. TrueStage, of course. Thank you very much, TrueStage, for sponsoring today. Appreciate you describing your new final expense product. Lead Concepts, great direct mail vendor. ttcleads.com for Facebook leads and advanced agent marketing for self-generation of leads. Okay, so let's pull up our telesales training. Give me a moment here. I'm going to pull up our outbound script. Again, you can find this at davidduford.com/scripts if you don't have it. We're going to go over the overcomes and the scripting to get through the first 30 seconds, just like setting an appointment. And just like door knocking as face-to-face agents, the goal is not to sell the product. The goal is to sell the appointment. It's to overcome the resistance the prospect has that is unspoken, dealing with somebody trying to sell them something, or at least perceived to. We don't want to ask preemptive questions too soon. We don't want to ask questions that may cause our clients to take control too soon. So what you're going to see is a script that opens the call with the introduction, tells them why we're calling, sells the appointment, why they should listen to us, and then poses a closing question, not to close for an appointment later, but closes on asking a rapport-based question, because it's with telesales, we're getting into the presentation. It's a one-call close, like we've talked a couple of times. So we want to start the presentation with a rapport-building question. So let's go through that script. I'll fine-tune it a little bit, and then go through the objection rebuttals and how we overcome them, which is very similar to what you've already seen earlier on. Now, let's go over. Hey, Mrs. Jones, this is David Duford reaching out to you about the info you requested on Facebook about our new state-regulated final expense program, and you said your favorite hobby was spelunking. Just to let you know, I'm a licensed insurance agent in your state, and it's my job to deliver this information about the programs you requested, but I'm curious. Before we get into any of that, you said that your favorite hobby is spelunking. What in the world is that? So off script. This is the exact script that we use. I'll just stay here and kind of walk through it. Mrs. Jones, this is David Duford. We assume it's Mrs. Jones. We don't ask, so we don't lose control. I introduce myself. I tell her why I'm calling. I'm reaching out about the info requested on Facebook about our new state-regulated final expense program. And you said that your favorite hobby is spelunking. So with telesales, most of you are going to use a lead with a favorite hobby or a favorite color. You want to jog their memory. That's why we mentioned that. Just to let you know, I'm a licensed insurance agent in your state, and it's my job to deliver the information about the programs you requested. So this is selling the appointment. And then we now pose the question about asking about the favorite hobby to begin the rapport building process. And I say it kind of different. You know, I want to sound intrigued and interesting, right? Tonality and pacing is so important on the phone. And the way it sounds here is, but before we get into any of that, please tell me, you said your favorite hobby is spelunking? Well, what is that? Show interest, flatter the client in asking that hobby question to get some kind of response. And the response to that, I'm not interested, I'm busy, I already bought, guess what, is the exact same ASC rebuttal that we used earlier, and I'll show it to you now. And you basically say, no problem, Mrs. Prospect, it's my job to deliver this information. All I need is 5 minutes. What you do with it's up to you. So I got to know spelunking, like what is that about? You have to get back to asking a question about the rapport building and insist that you keep going. And again, remember to close on asking a rapport building question. If you feel there's some terseness, you can just say, you can ask a question about, so what caused you to request this information? And you kind of circle back to rapport building too. We want to try to build rapport first before we try to pre-qualify. So I like doing this because it works. It's just fundamentals in practice, guys. And that's how you're going to get into the calls. Again, we are not selling the product. We're not telling them about the price, the coverage, the minimum, the maximum price, all that nonsense. It doesn't matter. You need to get them to trust you, like you, appreciate you before they'll believe anything you say. So we have to intentionally get into building rapport, intentionally figure out what makes this prospect think. And as far as rapport goes, remember 60 to 90 seconds. We're not asking you to do a big rapport building session here. We're just asking you to do enough to get the client relaxed with you, not threatened by you, so that you're there, that you're seriously and authentically wanting to help them out. Okay? Any questions about that, please post in the chat. In the meantime, let's go ahead and wrap this bad boy up and answer your questions. When I get to the bottom of this list, I'm done. So if you got questions, post them now. Or I'm out of here and I got a consultation to do in 10 minutes. What is the cost for the CRM? $79 a month. If you go back to the link, the links I shared, I'm going to repost them. Will tell you. Actually, just scroll up. Terry, I will include those after this publishes and goes live to be watched as a recording into the comment box. But if you look now, you'll see them in the chat if you're here, and I think you were. This has been most insightful. Thank you very much, Philip. Appreciate it. Karen, Dave, what was the name of the guy that you work with annuity? I saw your video and liked the style. Stephen Burgess. If you do any kind of YouTube search for Stephen Burgess, you'll run across his stuff. You can also go to David, a very great training. This is free for everybody. DavidDufour.com annuity. You'll get a great training on how we teach agents to fact find whatever lead program they're using to uncover annuity opportunities. It's probably Stephen's best training he's ever done is on that page. You can watch it for free. Where do I go to see this webinar recording? Right here, Stephen. Hey, Stephen. This will post as a recording probably in about an hour or two on YouTube. Follow the same link that you're on right now to watch it, and then you can go back and rewatch this over and over and over again, no problem. I've been tuned in for all 9 hours. Feels like 9 hours, just been 5 hours and 20 minutes. But thank you very much. Appreciate it, Phil. You're in for the long term. Spelunking is the hobby of exploring caves. Okay, yeah, I figure it's cave something. You know, cave diving, cave exploring. So, cool. Nutty Putty Horror. I don't even want to know. Halloween is gone. Did you guys see my Halloween costume? Did you guys happen to see it? I'm just going to share it with you just for one more second, if you guys don't mind entertaining me while I wait on any last-minute questions. Can anybody guess who I was for Halloween? The only person I could ever be. For Halloween, I was Mildred. I'd say it's pretty good, right? I got the oxygen in the nose. The curlers were all broke. I was gonna have some pink curlers. The necklace, the pearl necklace, my neck's so fat it didn't fit, so I couldn't put that on. I got cats though. I'm definitely a level 5 cat lady. The only thing missing is a cigarette. All right. Any more questions here? A salesman, yeah, I know, right? So, would you take on agents who would be switching over to you from a different downline who is with the same IMO you're under? Possibly. You would have to privately talk to me, though. It just depends on the circumstances. I won't say yes or no. It just kind of depends. If you want to go to daviddufour.com/contact, let me know more about your situation, and we can talk. Yes, I know. I've sold Mildred that policy like 100 times. She's like a regular recurring character in my adventure and Final Expense. Dave, do you have an exercise that you could recommend for tight IT bands and hip flexors? Squats, weighted squats. Probably what I would do. You know, just some low bar back squats would be good. You know, depends on your flexibility. I used to train people to squat onto a box back in the day. So just pick a box like an exercise step and just sit back and stand up on it. It depends on your strength level, right? That will train your muscles and stretch them out very well. And then you can progressively add load, meaning a barbell and then extra weights. That should be useful. I wouldn't go full depth squats. I'm not a fan of that. I think parallel where your leg meets your hip right below the patella of the knee is a good place to park on a squat. Box squats are good. For a lot of people, they're easier to do than just a plain old barbell squat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I enjoyed my time with you today. I hope you did too. Remember, this is recorded. You can always go back and watch this at your convenience. This will be on YouTube indefinitely. So I hope you get value out of this. If I can serve you in any way, you know where to find me, daviddufour.com. I do recruit final expense agents to sell in person or over the phone nationally. We're also starting, for those of you who stick around, I'm going to tell you this a little ahead of time. We're starting a virtual call center where this is different than what we normally do. Is that this is going to be geared towards agents who don't want to buy leads and just want to sell. So it's lower commission. It's a more simplistic approach to the business as it's just one carrier as opposed to many. And we're currently looking for agents who would like to sell and not worry about buying leads. If you're interested in that, just go to daviddeford.com/contact to reach out to me. Don't forget daviddeford.com/scripts for a bunch of free stuff that you can get. And special thanks again to Lead Concepts, TrueStage, ttcleads.com, and Advanced Agent Marketing for sponsoring this fantastic event. We'll see y'all next time. Have a good weekend. Bye.